Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, August 13th, 2024, and we will be continuing with our Burbank City Council regularly scheduled meeting this evening. As we start each meeting, I ask that you join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting this evening with a positive and collected support of our beloved Burbank community. The Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both those of you with us in person and those of you who are watching home and with us in spirit. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together this evening. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we're united in our passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what it means to everyone around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act in the best interest and for the betterment of the Burbank that we all love. Thank you all very much. And now if you'd please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Clark, how are you tonight?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm swell. That's my new word of the day. I'm going to try to use that at least 5 times. Would you please conduct the roll?
Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Present.
And Mayor Schultz.
I'm present too.
Thank you.
But that gives us a quorum of 5-0, so fantastic. Folks, before we begin, I would like to acknowledge this is a new thing for the council. We do have translation services available tonight. We have our 2 interpreters right up here in the front row. So if you need interpretive services, I'm going to send them home if nobody requests them by 6:30 p.m. So if you need assistance, please visit one of these 2 incredible folks, and they'll be sure to help you with your comment. And again, by order of the chair, if there is no request for services, you're both free to go at 6:30 p.m. So thank you both for being here. There will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the first period of general public comment. The first period is to give comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item this evening. If you're here and wish to speak during the general public comment period, you should have submitted and still can submit one of our beautiful yellow public comment cards, and you will have the option of choosing to address the council for either 1 minute or 3 minutes. Speakers who elect to use 1 minute of time will go first. Once we've gone through all of those in-person speakers, we will then go to our 3-minute speakers. If you'd like to participate in the general public comment period by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335. So that's 3 3s followed by a 5. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comment has been received. There will be 2 additional periods of public comment for the 2 reports that we have to council this evening, and those will be collected in person only. With that, we have 9 announcements this evening. Ms. Librato, if you can roll the tape.
Following our announcements for August 13th, 2024. The City of Burbank, the Burbank Transportation Management Organization, and Walk Bike Burbank will host the 20th anniversary celebration of the Chandler Bike Path on Wednesday, August 14th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The event is free, open to the public, and will take place near the intersection of Pass and Chandler. Learn about the history of the Chandler Bike Path, discover local transportation, find ways to reduce car dependency and increase mobility, play a game of trivia, and connect with neighbors. Learn more about the event on the city's calendar at burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one vacancy on the Planning Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Thursday, August 15th at 5 p.m. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is also accepting applications for one vacancy on the Park, Recreation, and Community Services Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Thursday, August 22nd at 5 p.m. If interested in applying for either of these vacancies, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please call 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The City of Burbank is continuing to update the Media District Specific Plan. Join us for our 8th public workshop on August 15th from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. to learn about the current status of the draft specific plan, ask questions to our project team, and provide your feedback. To learn more about the plan and RSVP for the webinar, visit burbankmediadistrictsp.com. The city is developing a downtown Burbank parking management plan, which will focus on on-street parking along San Fernando Boulevard. Please join us to learn about the plan and provide feedback at the following upcoming meetings. A virtual meeting will be held on August 21st at 5:30 p.m., and an in-person meeting will be held on August 29th at 6 p.m. at the Community Services Building, Room 104, located at 150 North 3rd Street. For more information, visit parking.burbankca.gov or call 818-238-5290. Adoption fees for all animals at the Burbank Animal Shelter will be 50% off from August 1st through September 10th. Come meet the wonderful dogs, cats, bunnies, and other pets looking for their forever homes. The shelter is open Tuesdays through Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., and adoption screenings are conducted from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, call 818-238-3340. Join us on Saturday, August 24th at 7:30 p.m. for the Parks and Recreation Department's annual Galaxy Night for a day filled with fun, friends, and soccer. Participants 4 feet tall or taller will have the special opportunity to hold the LA Galaxy banner on the field. Get your tickets now at burbankparks.com. The Burbank Animal Shelter now offers a spay-neuter rebate program to promote responsible pet ownership and provide financial relief to pet owners. The program provides a $100 rebate for dogs and a $50 rebate for cats that have been altered no more than 60 days before applying for the rebate. These rebates are available to Burbank residents only for up to 2 pets per household while funds last. Pick up an application at the animal shelter located at 1150 North Victory Place or visit burbankanimalshelter.org. The City of Burbank is hosting 5 community meetings to receive public input on a potential rent cap. The city invites Burbank residents to attend any one of our in-person or virtual meetings to learn more about a potential rent cap and provide their feedback. Each meeting will provide the same information to give residents multiple scheduling options to attend. For residents unable to attend a meeting, the city will provide an online feedback form. Interpretation services will also be available for residents who wish to participate in Armenian or Spanish. To learn more, please visit burbankrentcapstudy.com. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, thank you all. 50% off of fees. That's a heck of a deal there, Miss Garcia. Hope everyone takes us up on that. Mr. Hess, 4 feet tall requirement? My kids aren't 4 feet tall. What you doing? Kidding. Just trying to lighten the mood, everyone. So we have 2 presentations this evening. Thank you all for being here. Now, I'm going to be inviting up in a moment someone who is certainly no stranger to Burbank. We have Mrs. Joy Forbes with us, and we are here to celebrate this evening and again tomorrow night, right, everybody, the 20th anniversary celebration of the Burbank Chandler Bikeway. Mrs. Forbes, come on up here to accept this beautifully framed certificate on our behalf. All right, so I'm going to do the heavy lifting. I'll let you give a few remarks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. They say success has many fathers and failure have none. Well, the success of this project happened because of many people you see in this audience today and many that aren't here because we had many opportunities for failure, but we succeeded. And on behalf of, we have former council members, former city managers, former staff, committees, commissioners. We thank you. We thank the community. We thank everyone who fought for it, who persevered. And it was a fight, and this community won. And the bike advocates we have here, those who embrace Chandler as it is today, make it what it is. And we want to thank you all for this special recognition. Mr. Randers.
Thank you very much. Please accept this on our behalf.
Can we do a photo with all the Chandler folks up here?
If you're a former mayor, former council member, former city employee, or wearing one of these beautiful little bike pins, why don't you come on up here?
Please. Bike advocate.
Bree, we're really going to test your photography skills tonight. And you know, everyone get in the picture. This will be fun. And 6 o'clock tomorrow night, everyone. We're celebrating 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Chandler and Pass.
We're going to need 2 rows.
2 rows. Short front. You won't block it.
I played sports. I can take a picture.
How are you? Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And I hope to see nearly all of you tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. But wait, there's more. You're probably wondering why all these fine gentlemen are standing in the back of the room, because tonight we are going to be recognizing the Burbank Fire Department, the very best among us and one of the best regionally, right, Chief? Chief, why don't you come on up here so I can embarrass you a little bit with some good facts. Our second presentation this evening is a presentation of a certificate of recognition commemorating the 50th anniversary of Burbank Fire Department's Emergency Medical Services, or EMS for short, program. Chief Danny Alvarez is with me tonight. In a moment, he's going to share a few words, but I'd like to talk a little bit about the history of this program and what it means to our community. The Burbank Fire Department is an internationally accredited full-service agency that manages a multitude of programs related to public safety, from life safety inspections and public education to fire suppression, hazardous materials response, and special rescue. Burbank Fire is also the primary pre-hospital provider for emergency medical care in the Burbank community. They respond to over 10,000 emergency medical incidents every single year. In August of 1974, the department was charged with implementing and maintaining a new proposal called the Paramedic Program in an effort to provide a higher standard of emergency medical care to the Burbank community. 9 firefighters were initially selected to undergo a 5-month paramedic training program, and shortly thereafter, the department launched its first mobile intensive care unit, consisting of a Chevy paramedic van operating out of Station 4 and staffed by firefighter paramedics. In 1978, a second paramedic van or ambulance was placed into service to respond to increased call volume and facilitate transport of critical care patients to medical facilities. A third rescue ambulance was added to the fleet in 2000, and just this year, under our chief's leadership, the department expanded its response model with a 4th peak hour ambulance. Burbank's fire EMS program is progressive and innovative, and it's been awarded the gold standard of recognition by the American Heart Association and Los Angeles County EMS for its use of treatment protocols that are crucial to providing fast, effective, and quality care to the Burbank community. Chief, I know that I talked about some of the highlights, and I know there's more to add, so the floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you, Mayor Schultz, Council. Thank you very much for this recognition of this really special milestone for our department and for our paramedic program. It's pretty incredible when you think about the fact that our paramedics for 50 years have been providing service 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day without skipping a beat. And that's quite a milestone and accomplishment. And you mentioned something about our EMS program. It's a very progressive program, viewed very favorably across the state. But without a doubt, what makes our EMS program what it is and what makes it a top-tier program are the folks you see standing at the back of the room here. Our firefighter paramedics who have for 50 years, not only the ones that are here, but the ones that came before us, provided top-tier service. And especially over the last several years where they've had to provide that service, sometimes through some adversity, whether it be short staffing or whether it be through a COVID pandemic, when there were often times early in that pandemic that the bell would go off, they go out the door and they have no idea what they're walking into. Yet they did so every single time, every single call, and they acted and responded with professionalism and compassion. And so I want to just take a moment to express my debt of gratitude to all of you, all of our paramedics, those that are here, those that couldn't make it today. This is a special time. Another thing you mentioned was the 4th ambulance we just put in service, and I think it's pretty neat that the very first paramedic unit that we put in service was out of Station 4, which is now known as Station 14. And here we are 50 years later, and we've placed our 4th ambulance, peak hour ambulance in service in that very same fire station. So kind of neat that it's come full circle. And as I quickly wrap up here, I just want to acknowledge a couple of leaders in our EMS program. Unfortunately, our EMS captain, Ryan Cortina, couldn't be here today, but we have our EMS battalion chief, Pete Garcia, our deputy chief here, Mark Hatch. All 3 of them have really been instrumental in leading our paramedic program, really bringing in a ton of operational enhancements, and so a debt of gratitude for them and their leadership as well. And just once again, thank you to all of our firefighter paramedics for the unwavering dedication to duty and your commitment to excellence. So, and thank you again for the recognition, Mayor Schultz, Council. It's greatly appreciated.
Of course. Here you go, sir. If we can get everyone with Burbank Fire up here for this photograph, come on up. And while you're making your way, Chief, I just want to say you really do run a top-notch program. I think I can speak for me and many of my neighbor guys when I say that we hope that we never need you. But it's so good to know that if we do, you are there. And I had a chance to ride out with some of you to a dialysis clinic maybe a year ago. I know how demanding the job can be. So just thank you for continuing to serve the Burbank community and take care of all of us every day. So we'll do another photo and we'll get you back out there. Give it up for him. And while we're at it, second call for interpretive services. You got 5 minutes if you need to request it. Right up here in this front row. Mr. Hess, what are we cooking up?
Mr. Mayor, I do have one item to report out tonight. I'd like to call up our Interim Library Services Director, Melissa Potter, to talk about our recent Media Expo and Job Fair that happened at Woodbury. So I'll turn it over to Melissa.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and council members. I am going to cede it to my expert over here, the lead on our project. I'd like to introduce Jesse Maldonado.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members. My name is Jesse Maldonado. I am an Administrative Analyst 2 for Burbank Public Library, and I am the lead staff member for Job Connect, the City of Burbank's Workforce Center. I am here to give a brief update regarding our first ever Media Industry Expo and Job Fair. So if we could please start the slideshow, please. So in association with Woodbury University, our event took place on Thursday, August 1st, 2024. This event was not only a platform for local media organizations to showcase their offerings and employment opportunities, but it was also designed to be a groundbreaking event, providing visitors with the knowledge and tools needed for a career in the media industry. Our vision was to create a forum for job seekers to connect with not only local entertainment industry employers, but also media industry players and support organizations. I'm happy to report that we achieved this vision successfully, bringing together over 50 exhibitors, more than double our initial goal. This consisted of emerging and established entertainment industry groups that showcase the full spectrum of industry roles, from acting to stagecraft, from stuntmen to post-production, from editing to sound, and so much more. Some notable organizations included veterans in media and entertainment, the Entertainment Industry Professionals Mentoring Alliance, Titmouse Animation Studio, SAG-AFTRA, and Cast and Crew. Additionally, our event surpassed all initial attendance projections with an estimated 3,500 attendees, 3 to 4 times our expectations. The enthusiastic response for the local media industry community highlights the significance of this industry to Burbank. As part of our commitment to the community, we offered interactive and engaging activities that provided attendees with valuable experiences and professional development opportunities. We hosted expert-led workshops and panel discussions focusing on current trends, skill development, and career growth. There was also a dedicated networking corner, free digital headshots by professional photographers, and one-on-one resume and portfolio review sessions. Although this event marks a truly important highlight and milestone for our city, it is just one step to helping our community. Job Connect and Burbank Public Library wish to share that if you happen to miss the event, which we hope that will be annually, our career services and full suite of resources are available every day, whenever the public needs it. For those wishing to learn more, you can just visit our website, burbankpubliclibrary.org/jobconnect. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the City of Burbank and the City Council for entrusting Burbank Public Library with this significant undertaking. A special thank you goes to our dedicated staff who worked tirelessly for months to make this event happen, to all our exhibitors, and especially to Woodbury University for co-hosting and providing not just the venue, but their full on-site support. That concludes my update for City of Burbank's first Media Industry and Expo. I want to thank you all for your attention.
Well, thank you both. Councilmember Anthony, do you have a brief question or comment?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Maldonado. You've been working on this for a while. I thank Library Services, Community Development, and Economic Development. I know had a hand in this early on. This is something we've been looking to get going for a few years now, and so I spent pretty much the whole day at that event, and when I showed up, I couldn't believe the traffic jam because, yes, it was beyond all of our projections. It was a huge success. I definitely look forward to this again, and thank you for all the great work. It was an absolutely wonderful event.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your comments, Councilmember. Before you two go, Councilmember, I want to thank you and former Mayor Talamontes for pushing so hard for it. I think that it was a really wonderful event. Mr. Maldonado, I know you've been working long and hard hours at this, so thank you. And Ms. Potter, I just wanted to give you a special recognition. I know that you've taken the reins at the library under challenging circumstances in a shortened time frame, and yet you delivered a really quality product for the region. So I really want to acknowledge and thank you. Everyone, give them both a round of applause, please. Thank you. All right. Mr. Hess, anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it. Next, we have a presentation from Home Again Los Angeles, and at this time, I'd like to welcome Chief Executive Officer Albert Hernandez to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. Albert Hernandez, CEO of Home Again LA, and I was asked today to provide a presentation about the services that are being conducted at Home Again LA. So we've got a slideshow here for you. Hopefully it comes up soon. There you go. So I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the City of Burbank for their invaluable partnership with Home Again LA. Together, we are making a significant impact by bringing essential programs and resources to support our unhoused and those that are on the verge of homelessness here in Burbank. Our programs are here, and I'll be sharing with you our core programs as well as additional services that we've been providing over the recent months. As a reminder, our organization's mission is to assist families experiencing homelessness by giving them the tools and resources to attain housing and employment, all with the support of our community. We've been around since 2010 providing these services. In the recent years, these are some of the causes of homelessness that we've seen families come to us in dire need of support. One is a crisis, such as the loss of job. Number two is a loss of spouse. A lot of people are coming to us because of their significant other has passed away, and thus removing that second source of income. Number three, we've seen families that are evicted from homes because they were renting and maybe the property owner decided to sell and relocate. Number four, we've seen families experiencing homelessness due to some sort of disaster. And number five, unfortunately, is families who are fleeing domestic violence. Our target population when we were created back in 2010 had always been families that are from Burbank, Glendale, and neighboring communities. Ideally, it was families that are situationally homeless, families that were homeless for the very first time, families that maybe have lost their home maybe 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 1 month. So those were families that we were trying to capture in our safety net and give them the resources to get back on their feet. Throughout the years, we've expanded our population to families that are dealing with chronic issues, maybe mental health issues, substance abuse, things of that nature. So now we're really touching on all different types of population of families. Our 5 core programs that we've been implementing over the last 14 years are these 5. Our shelter program, a rapid rehousing program, which we do in partnership with the City of Burbank. We also have implemented a eviction prevention program that we've been doing because of the pandemic. Number 4, a transitional housing program that we have here in the City of Burbank in partnership with the Burbank Housing Corporation. And then number 5 is the newest program, and that's our outreach services and educational forums as well. I'm going to dive into all 5 of them rather quickly. Our shelter program is a 90-day shelter. We've been operating the shelter program for 14 years. It's in partnership with local congregations. Local congregations open their doors of worship and allow our families to live in those congregations during the evening hours of 6 p.m. till 7 a.m. During the morning and afternoon from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., families are with us at our day center. It's a location that we don't disclose. You won't see it on the website. You won't see it in our marketing materials, primarily because these are families that are probably attending the same church as you. Their kids go to the same school as yours, and we're trying to keep their information confidential. Our shelter program, not only do we provide shelter, we also provide meals each and every day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We give our families access to laundry facilities, shower facilities. We provide transportation to help families get to their job appointments, to make sure kids are attending school regularly. And then number 5, we've got dedicated and trained case managers who are supporting our families. Our second program is our rapid rehousing program. This one really kicked off because of each and every one of you and those who sat at those seats before you. And that's because of a funding source that we were blessed to have that was funneled through the state of California. And our rapid rehousing program is targeting families who may not necessarily get back on their feet within 90 days, like those that are utilizing the shelter program. These are families who may need anywhere between 6 or 12 months of subsidies. So what we do is we'll help a family by securing housing. We'll advocate on their behalf. We'll make sure that landlords welcome these families into their apartment units. And what we do is we require the families to put 30% of their monthly income towards the rent. And then Home Again LA will pay the balance. And what we do is, as those 6 or 12 months progress, we decrease our portion and the family increases their portion. Because after 6 or 12 months, depending on the amount of time the family's qualified for, we like to tell the families that we've got to get you those tools and resources, because after 6 or 12 months, we won't be there to support you anymore. We've got to get you the education and resources now. So we try to treat this as a mini boot camp, really fast-paced program. One of the biggest barriers that you'll hear everywhere, not just in Burbank, is security deposits. Nobody has $5,000, $6,000 sitting aside. So that's what we try to leverage our rapid rehousing program is. We try to utilize some of that funding for security deposits to remove that financial barrier for our families. We've been operating this program solely with you all, with the city of Burbank, since 2022, 2021, we've helped about 130 of our Burbank families. These are families that are from Burbank that have lost their housing and that needed our support. We also operate this program in partnership with the LA County and the city of Glendale. Since 2017, combined, we've been able to help over 630 families with this program. All but one family in my 7 or 8 years here at Home Again LA have been able to take over their apartment leases. Our third core program is our transitional housing program. These are for families that have high barriers, families that may be dealing with mental health issues or substance abuse or some sort of disability in any individual in the household. Again, we've done this in partnership with you all. In 2018, you all provided some funding from the state of California, the home funds, and we partnered with Burbank Housing Corporation. We've been operating this program for the last 6 or 7 years. Families can live in this apartment unit for up to 24 months. And I'll tell you right now, since 2018, we've supported about 19 families through this program. Not every family needs the 24 months. If a family is able to increase their income with our support because we've helped them secure employment or increase their annual household income, then the families have said, we'll break the lease and we'll go find an apartment on the fair market. And so that's been a successful program that we've been operating, and it continues today in partnership with those individuals or those entities. The fourth core program that we offer is an eviction prevention program. This is probably the most busiest program that we've been operating since 2020. If you think about it, 4.5 years ago, families were falling behind thousands and thousands of dollars on rent because of the pandemic, because of a loss of job, because of a loss of a partner. This program here, this is one of the few programs that we offer. It supports families with children, which is our primary demographic, but also individuals. We've seen a lot of households come to us from the city of Burbank in need of eviction prevention. And what we do is we provide up to 3 months of rental arrears. If you're behind on rent, the furthest we'll go is 3 months, and we'll fully pay off that debt for the last 3 months. But you've got to show proof of income. You've got to show proof of financial hardship. The landlord needs to provide some sort of general ledger showing that you are behind on rent. We never cut checks. Everything that you see here, yes, it's funding that we're providing as HALA, Home Again LA. We'll never cut checks to the clients or to the tenants. Everything always is a transaction between the landlord and ourselves. So this is a program that has really been very successful. I'll tell you that first 2 years of the pandemic, we ourselves, Home Again LA, brought in over $1 million from the state of California to provide to our residents here in town. This was something that we did, that we just did on our own because we knew that there was many people in need. But this eviction prevention program has been spectacular because a lot of landlords know that we have this funding, and landlords are now telling us, you're a very reliable organization. September 1st, we have a vacancy coming up. Do you have a family in your shelter that needs this unit? So we've built that relationship. We've cultivated those strong partnerships with landlords that are now approaching us in this city because they know that we've got families in need and they're willing to work with us. Then our fifth program is our outreach program and our educational piece. We've kind of combined them. We do a little bit of everything under this umbrella. Education, we do a lot of educational programs on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We do them on Zoom, and we record them and we post them on our YouTube channel. So if you go to Home Again LA on YouTube, and you'll find our channel. We're talking about classes about financial savings, debit versus credit. We've got a great partnership with Operation Hope, who is actually helping our families become first-time homeowners. In the last 3 years, we've had 2 families who lived in our shelter. We moved them into an apartment, and now they're property owners. And because it's these kind of educational opportunities that we provide and make available to our residents here in Burbank. And then we've conducted a lot of outreach over the last few months. Earlier this year, we purchased a cargo van, and we are now setting up shop, as I like to say, in different areas around the community. So if you are at the Joslin Center or Tuttle, or if you operate a health clinic, or if you're a principal at a local school, think of Home Again LA, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to set up our mobile resource center and bring technology devices and our hotspots so people can sign up for employment on the spot, or they can sign up for general relief, Medi-Cal, things of that nature. Our staff, believe it or not, are fully trained and have access to sign people up for Medi-Cal. They can also sign people up for CalWorks. We have that capability, and now we're trying to take it on the road, because not many people in our community, some, don't have transportation. They can't come to our facility, which is over by the Hollywood Burbank Airport. So we're trying to be a little bit more proactive and go out into the community and partner up with all of you all in your different departments. These are just some of the families that we actually have housed over the last month or two. I share this picture because I want you to know we're not pulling stock images from Google. These are real families in your community that are reaching out to us, that are being referred to us by Providence St. Joseph's Urgent Care, or by the Community Development Department at the help desk, or at the Burbank Unified School District by Melinda, who's in charge of student services. These are real families that have lived here for a long time. What I'm noticing more, and what I'm noticing quite a bit now, are older adults that are calling us in need of support. These are older adults who their rent has been increased so much, 9 or 10%. Now they've got deep roots in this generation, in this community, that now they have to relocate because their Social Security can no longer afford their rent. Those are the kind of calls that I'm seeing a lot more these days. My staff are seeing that. So we're trying to find ways to support that population as well, because they're going through difficult times. For a family, we can help them increase their income by securing employment. But for an older adult, it's been a little bit more challenging. But I just wanted to say that wasn't even part of my script. It was top of mind right now. Some additional things, and I know time is coming up, but just some additional things that I wanted to point out that we have been doing with you all by our side. During the pandemic, you all received 66 emergency housing vouchers. We were contracted to do the housing navigation and to do the inspections of all those units for these families that were moving into these apartment units with those vouchers. We did that with Simone McFarland, Maribel Leyland by our side. You all have reached out to us to do permanent supportive housing as well, the navigation and the inspections as well. In recent months, and I think this is critical that we make sure that our residents of Burbank understand, the city of Burbank has access to problem-solving funds. Those are funds that you can use for motel nights if somebody's experiencing homelessness, or rental arrears, or security deposits. This is a pot of funding that we got from LASA. We have access to it too before you all had it, but now we can combine our funds and we can provide more support. All I'm trying to get across is that if there's people in our community that are in dire need, reach out to us, because we have an array of programs that really touch on all different populations, regardless of your income level. If you're extremely low income or moderate, we've got the tools and resources to support you. HomeAgainLA.org, or Google us. We're here to serve. We're here to support you all in your vision, the city's vision, and hopefully we can continue our partnership. And that's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez. Give him a round of applause. Any brief questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember Mullins. Albert, come on back up.
Excellent presentation. And this is why the reason I have asked staff to have you come in and make this presentation to everyone. I heard your presentation before, and I've been involved with Home Again LA, and I really wanted the public to hear the amount of services that Home Again LA provides to our community. We often have individuals that come here and they don't know what to do because they've got an eviction notice or the rent had increased, and they come here and say, I'm going to be homeless, and they're terrified. And I think it's very important for both sides, on the landlord side and the tenant side, to know there is help. You might not be always the answer for it, but you definitely have a lot of services you provide. I know we have representation here from the Burbank Tenant Union. I hope that they can take this presentation that you made and make it available for the individuals they encounter out while they're talking to the tenants on the field. And even I'm hoping there's some representation here also from the landlord side. So this is a win-win situation for both. And I'm very thankful for everything you do. And I hope that people are listening tonight, they would take advantage and they don't feel they are going to be out on the street, because there is help and you can provide a lot of that support and help financially, and also giving, having success stories. I mean, 2 individuals that ended up buying homes, that's amazing how they're able to do this after being homeless. So thank you for everything you do, and thank you for the presentation. And I know you always make yourself available for those who are in need. Thank you.
Great. And Councilmember Takahashi, I think you had a brief comment or question.
Yeah, just a brief comment. Thank you so much for providing this presentation tonight. We are so fortunate to have HALA in our community, and you in particular, Mr. Hernandez, for running HALA and doing all the programs that the HALA has. You're dedicated, talented, connected, tenacious, and tireless, and so is your entire team. And I think that a lot of the work that you do is behind the scenes, and to Councilmember Mullins' point, a lot of people don't know. So I want to give you overt recognition and thanks for all the work, and please extend it to your team as well, for all the work that you do for our community. It doesn't go unnoticed, even though sometimes it goes unsaid that we notice. So I just want to say that we notice you. So thank you, and I love all the collaboration with all. I think collaboration is key, and it's the future of the success of all these programs, is collaborating together, and you do that so well, and your yes and approach to different programs. So thank you so much for the presentation and for all you do.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony, you might want to just get comfortable there, Albert.
I just wanted to point out to the viewers at home, Home Again LA does get a lot of money through individual donations and fundraising, but they do get money from government grants, so a lot of this is your tax dollars at work. If you're out there and you feel that this isn't for you, or that you're in trouble and you don't want the help, remember, this is your tax money, okay? Go out there, ask them for help. Get the assistance that you need. Please do not feel ashamed or in any way put upon to simply ask for a helping hand. That is what Home Again LA is here for.
Thank you. And I think the Vice Mayor has something too.
I was just going to ask if you can send them the flyer too, the generic flyer. I have it as a service provider, but I think it'd be great for all of us to have it, because we do get emails from folks asking for help, and it's easy peasy. Has the QR code, the website information, everything. So thank you for everything you do. Goes without saying, it's a pleasure to work with you.
Well, I guess I got to say something now, Albert, don't I? No, I'll be very brief. I want to echo the comments and sentiments of all of my colleagues. What you do at Home Again LA, it is quite literally life-saving work. And there's probably no way to express enough this council's gratitude for your partnership with our city. I did have one question for you, because no one should come up here without a question, right? There was a program probably about a year or two ago that it was a budget request that I had to help with relocation assistance for tenants that was funded through city funds. You know, you and I have had this conversation in private, but I wanted to publicly ask, as the executive director of Home Again LA, how would you describe the success of that program? What experiences, what lessons were learned from that program?
Yeah, so you're referring to the no-fault eviction program that we put into place with funding that you all approved back on July 1st, 2023. So I figured this question might come up, so I've got some numbers for you. So 44 households were supported through this program, through the no-fault eviction program. That equates to about $356,000 that we administered because of this program. These are families that, and individuals that may have been homeless if it wasn't for this program. A lot of families needed this kind of support. But what I love about it is that Home Again LA just doesn't cut checks for somebody who was served a no-fault eviction. We did our due diligence. We did the screening, we did the assessment, we tried to see if there was other funding and different funding sources from the county, the state, that could have supported them. But ultimately, we helped 44 families in transitioning successfully into housing. It wasn't just the monetary contribution, it was actually housing navigation. We had to help them find an apartment. Unfortunately, some of them didn't remain in Burbank, but we still maintain those relationships with some of these families who aspire to bring their families back to this community. And that's really the goal, is to stay in this community. But I say it's been a great success, primarily because of those 44 families being able to stay housed. Sorry, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez. Unless there's anything else, we'll let you get on home.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Mr. City Attorney, still with us, I hope.
Yes, I am. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Would you please report on closed session this evening?
Gladly. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met in closed session this afternoon at 4 p.m. on one matter of labor negotiations with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, pursuant to Government Code Section 54-957.6, concerning negotiations with the Burbank Police Officers Association. The City Council took no reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Now is the time for general public comment. In a moment, I will be calling out the speakers' names, so I'll be calling the first speaker as well as the person who will be next in line. We do have a designated seat right here in the front row, so that when you're the person who's next up, you can take that seat and be ready to jump right in and start your public comment right away. Timer is available on the podium to let you know how much time you have remaining. Again, you may choose the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but if you do so, you won't be able to later speak when that agenda item comes up. We ask, of course, that you state your name for the record, and for those wishing to call in during general public comment, if you haven't already done so, you can call right now at 818-238-3335. Again, you will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comment has been received. And before we begin, just another reminder, we will start with all 1-minute cards followed by 3-minute cards. But as I say that, I believe we have all 3-minute cards, Ms. Clark. Okay, so everyone's getting 3 minutes. And for the record, I did send our interpreters home because there was no request made. So I just want that noted for the minutes. First up, we have Kathy Morphopoulos, followed by Joel Schlossman. 3 minutes each.
Good evening. Well, I'm just overwhelmed by how inspiring this meeting's been. Like, wow, Home Again, all these guys, yeah, you guys really are doing a lot. Okay, so I wanted to say I'm Kathy Morphopoulos, and I am a member of Seroptimus International of Glendale, and I also do a lot of volunteer with youth drug prevention. So when you talk about youth drug prevention, first of all, think it's super easy, it's super cheap, it's super effective. That's the thing. When anybody says youth drug prevention, say to yourself, it's dead easy. So when it gets more difficult, right? So I'm going to talk about the more difficult. So first of all, I wanted to give out an article. LA Times did a series of articles on the reality of today's cannabis. So this one was called The Dirty Secret of California's Legal Weed. And it says, an investigation by the Times found alarming levels of pesticides in cannabis products available on dispensary shelves. And it says the contaminants include chemicals tied to cancer, liver failure, thyroid disease, and most important, genetic and neurological harm to the users and unborn children. So many of the pesticides, they won't know the extent of the harm, won't be known for years. And the primary point of handing out this article to you all is it's actually well researched, and you really get a feel for the reality of today's cannabis. So I was going to hand that off. It's just a copy of the article. I'll hand it off. And then the second thing is I'm not hosting, but I work with people who are hosting a fentanyl, sort of a community virtual event. So the concept is with youth, it's 90% of all addictions start with teens, but they're primarily talking about alcohol, tobacco, THC, that kind of thing. Those are the big three for youth. So the whole concept is the brain is still forming, and then it's easier to addict, and then that addiction can move on to other addictions. However, things like fentanyl, they jump that, right? OxyContin, all those things, you can addict anybody in this room in no time at all, because they're just much more powerful drugs. So anyways, I just wanted to hand this flyer out to you. It's on August 31st. It's between 3 and 4. It's just a Zoom meeting, but nevertheless it highlights the alarming increase in accidental overdose amongst our teens. So these are kids who absolutely were not intending to suicide. And that's the leading cause of death now, I think, is accidental, and the accidental means accidental overdose. So due to fentanyl and how it's affecting. So it says, join us for a live discussion with local leaders and so forth. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Yep, hand that over to Ms. Clark here, and we'll get that to council. Thank you. Next, we have Joel Schlossman, followed by Linda Kasakis.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How much did those interpreters get for not doing any work? How much did that cost the taxpayers? Riddle me this, all my fellow voters here in Burbank. If you take $1.1 billion out of our economy, do you think that's going to increase the need for services from the Home Again LA and the Burbank Housing Corporation? Because if you vote for this thing, you're taking 1.1 at least out of our economy over the next 30 years. Mr. Schultz and Mr. City Attorney, think back to your time in a courtroom. Do you remember a judge's admonition to jurors that if you hear somebody tell a lie, you're allowed to disregard what they say? In other words, they're not truthful, and you can extend everything they say to not being truthful. Well, that's what's going on over at the school board. They've told a lot of untruths to us. And the biggest one, that this bond is not a tax increase. It is not a new tax. And a bond, by a very nature, is a tax. And it's detrimental to every property owner in Burbank who has to pay it and pass these costs along. Whether you're buying gas, bread, milk, paying your rent, your house mortgage, even if you don't have a mortgage, you have to pay the bond payment, or you're going to lose your house. It takes a few years if you don't pay your taxes, but you're going to lose your house. So this is serious business. It's a new tax, and the school board's not to be trusted. And that's just the first of their lies. They contracted with, they paid over $500,000 to a company called Perkins Eastman to do a needs assessment of the schools. And boy, that was a nonsensical report filled with fluff, and it was really wants. It was a bunch of wants, not needs. And they're asking for the moon and the stars like kids in a candy store, and it's too much for us. Now, Paramount laying off 15%, 2,000 employees. Hundreds of families from Burbank nonprofit coalitions show up for free back-to-school resources. This was very moving and very telling about our economy. And if any of you went to this free backpack handout, there's a nexus, a connection to making things harder for people here in Burbank. You vote for this bond, you're making it more costly for all of us to live in Burbank. Thousands of job seekers turn out for Burbank's first media industry expo. Get a clue. People want work. And by the way, I support that. That was good work for the people who put that together. I'm always about helping people get in work. But that should be a clue that these two things are connected. You're going to have more homelessness and more people suffering if you vote for this thing. Why many seniors are forced to continue to work. I can go on and on with all of these things. Vote no, please.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Next, we have Linda Kasakis, followed by Eric Anderson.
Hey. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, my name is Linda Kozakos, President of Burbank Tournament of Roses Association. Tonight, I'm here to urge you to approve consent calendar item number 7, the 2025 float rendering for the annual Rose Parade, America's New Year celebration, held January 1st, 2025 in Pasadena. The parade theme is Best Day Ever. Let's go ahead and unveil it. I almost knock it over.
If we can get the camera to zoom in on that, that'd be great. Please continue.
Okay. I'm very pleased to present this color rendering to our winning float designer, Eric Anderson. So you can pick that up when you're done. And thank you, Eric, for submitting this wonderful design. I know that Eric will be speaking next about his wonderful design in more details, and he is one of our speakers tonight. Again, I'm urging you to please approve the float design titled Having a Lava Fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And speaking of the man of the hour, Eric Anderson, you're up next, followed by Janet Deal.
Thank you, guys. So as you can see by the rendering, enter the whimsical prehistoric world of baby dinosaurs having a lava fun. Over a dozen adorable dinosaurs frolic among the floral landscape under an active volcano. There will be fire and smoke coming out of our volcano this year. Watch them play as one big happy family. Well, except for the T-Rex. He's having a timeout for biting. You know, I've been in this association, and I really hate to say this, and I hope I don't look it, for 43 years. And I came up with this design 34 years ago. So when it was picked this year by our association, I looked up, well, who beat me out? And I found out I beat myself out with the Great Race. So I'm just so excited that they picked it this year. This was a design that I've always wanted to see come to life. And this is also our 75th anniversary of the Burbank Tournament of Roses building the float for the city of Burbank. We're going to have a community breakfast presented by the Chamber of Commerce at the Historical Society on the 25th of this month. So if you guys can attend, that would be great. But more importantly, Esther Klein, who was our first president and float designer, she saw this as a community activity. And she really started a tradition that has lasted for 75 years. We've had over 4,000 people come through our barn last year alone and at least spent 4 hours working on the float. And we just feel that we're a vital part of the community, and we really thank you for supporting us all these years. Because it always has started from the mayor's office. I looked up the records. 1914, the mayors wanted us in the parade. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your comment. Congrats on your design. And next we have Key to the City recipient Janet Deal speaking, followed by Maxwell Sinovoy. And I apologize if I mispronounce any names. Janet, whenever you're ready, take your time.
Thank you. We have lots of extras tonight. Okay. Hi, I'm Janet Deal, 45-year resident, and honored to be a recipient of the Key to the City. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, Council, all the rest of you in Burbank. Number 1, Chandler Bikeway. I worked on that committee as a member of the Transportation Commission for 11 years. And we looked at all different kinds of things, surfaces and meandering pathway, trees, the types of trees, what needed water, what didn't need water, who wanted what where. And there are a lot of things that we still need to look at, like some other cut-throughs to make it easier for people to get through, and especially the members of our disabled community. Which brings me to, and I have extra flyers here if anybody wants those. Which brings me to the next thing, which is Burbank Tournament of Roses, obviously. This is the official poster for the parade, best day ever. Each of you is receiving one, and we hope that you'll enjoy it, put it up, and look at it and smile. Put on your grubby clothes, come on down to the float and have some fun with us. I went to Tournament House and purchased stickers for you that say, best day ever. So there's one of those for you, Justin, as well, and the members of the council. That brings me back down to number 3, Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities, which was one of the reasons why it was so important to me to serve on the Chandler Community Advisory Committee. And that was to be able to have an area where we could have members of the community who are disabled get out, use it, walk their animals, whatever it might be. I'm running out of time. BACOD16@gmail.com, 4th Thursday of every month. It's a Zoom meeting. Please contact us. We'd love to have you. And my claim to fame is the track walker statue that is the only thing that reminds us that it was once a rail line.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Maxwell Sinavoy, followed by Mark Scroggs, and I'm sure I mispronounced your name, so feel free to correct that, and then we'll start your time.
Hi there, good evening, everybody. My name is Max Sinavoy. This is my first district meeting, so thank you very, very much for having this for our Burbank residents. I've been here for 25 years. I have a beautiful wife, 2 kids that have gone to our Burbank schools. We own a home here and a business here, so we really like Burbank quite a bit. The reason why I'm here today is yesterday my wife and I came across kind of what we think is a public safety issue, and it's so wonderful to be talking about the Burbank bike path, which was, I think, the best thing ever. It's so well used by the community, people outside the community that come in. Over the last 6 months, we've seen more and more unhoused people like on that bike path. And before we were going to call it in, but then yesterday at about 8:15 a.m., we saw someone that was right at the edge of the bike path, literally their hand, and we called into the Burbank PD and the Burbank Fire Department, so they have reports on this as well. His hand was right there, and the bikes were zooming right by. And so we said, and also kids, it was their first day of school, so kids were walking by. And, a biker had noticed the person that was there and kind of swerved over. And that's why my wife and I called. We said, first of all, this is bad for the person that's laying in the shrubbery, because if they stand up, and the bike is coming by, we can kind of all assume what's going to happen. It's bad for the biker as well. So many of us, myself included, love biking there that it could cause an accident. And then third of all, if someone tries to move around this, it could go into someone walking by. And, Chandler bike path is a great way to get to Edison Elementary School, which is only 2 blocks away. So again, this was all filed. There's a Burbank police report. There's a fire report. They came out, and the Burbank Fire Department, who's the best in the world. I love those guys. They're such heroes. I'm glad they were here tonight. They spoke to the unhoused person, and he was clearly, having a substance issue. He really didn't speak much, but, they had told my wife and I that there's really nothing they can do. They had said that if you want anything done, you have to go to the city council. That's why I'm here. And then the Burbank Police Department came out, the 2 amazing officers, more heroes, great police department, and they told us the same thing. They had said, really, if you want to really, save a potential, calamity from happening here, it really has to happen with you guys. So that's why I'm here. I did a little bit of research, just so that there's a possibility of doing a designated area. So maybe is the bike path a designated area for the safety of the unhoused person, the safety of the bikers, and the safety of the people walking on that, that it continues to remain like a really great asset to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for saying my last name correctly.
Good
Very
guess.
impressive.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Mark Scroggs, followed by Ron Bax.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mark Scroggs. With the elections becoming closer, I've been driving people crazy to tell them how to get involved with learning who the candidates are, especially with what their feelings are with the entertainment industry. We've been through a tough time in the last, since the 2020s started, and it's not getting any better. But we find out what people could do to help. The current trends in production, leaving California, production contraction, and changing entertainment habits are here to stay. So you think, oh, we can bring more businesses here. You have to kind of think what kind of businesses they are. They can't be the traditional Warner Brothers, Disney businesses. Cable bundles are losing billions. You're seeing that's what part of the Paramount thing, part of the A&E thing, part of the Warner Brothers thing that's going to happen later this week. People I know left and right getting laid off. And it's just also easier and cheaper to work in other places. So in the past few weeks, I've been talking to a lot of people, explaining, about what we can do, hearing that people want to move, people want to relocate, people want to rethink what they want to do. Yesterday, it was interesting. I was at my gym, and two young guys I always see and we talk, but we don't talk, started going on about working in entertainment. One's a camera operator, one's an actor who actually made a living. He actually got insurance. That means he made a living as an actor. And they haven't been working since the pandemic. They were saying how much it's cut back and how much they tried and how much they love living here and how they feel like no one's hearing them. I said, that's not necessarily true, but they want to stay here. There's a lot of people who want to stay here. A client of mine last week who just recently moved to Burbank says, I don't want to move back to Texas. I want to stay here, which I can understand. So it's just people want to be here. I just went off. Yeah. And it's just what we need, just to know that people need help, need to know that people are listening to them. I explained that you guys do listen, but most representatives we've talked to and dealt with don't. And I gave them a list of people who don't. And I also recommended everybody make sure they're registered to vote and follow up and find out what candidates are looking for, because a lot of these issues, like Home Again LA, it affects entertainment. All these things affect entertainment. If we're 45% of the economics of Burbank, then if 20% leave, it sucks. We're not like it's Lockheed years ago that left and they are gone. You have empty buildings. I don't even know who's in Nickelodeon's building anymore. Everybody I deal with Nickelodeon is at Paramount. So it's just wanting to do that. I'm also working with some other reps. We had some ideas. We had some brainstorming things. I had a couple of Zooms with a couple of council members with different things about promoting ideas to keep people here. So we'll talk about it later.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ron Bax, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, Ron Bax. I got my name out for once. And I'm sorry that Hala left. If I get to the end of my conversation, or my presentation, I should say, I would like them to be here. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, on June 25th, 2024 meeting, I stated you were gaslighting the public when you held up this document. This document. And declared a lot had been done. The reason was the subject at hand was whether to enact a rent control cap and what would be the parameters. With the exception of a motion on April 23rd to proceed with further discussion of a cap on rent increases, this document lists 14 actions which I'm not going to enumerate because of the 3-minute limit. So, yes, a lot has been done, but the subject at hand was rent caps. To my knowledge, some action has been taken on all except rent caps or alternatives. Furthermore, attachment 1 of the staff report presented June 25th, 2024 indicates a lot more work needs to be done to fulfill the City Council's commitment to conduct public outreach. The state has already imposed a rent cap, which housing providers find tenuous. with the present increases in labor, services, materials. So when asked for a counter to the BTU's proposed ordinance, there is no comfortable response with the same structure or parameters. I believe rent subsidies are a better approach, for the reasons I cited in my June 30th, 2024 email to the City Council, the City Attorney, and the City Manager. Summarizing that email, rent caps are a broad application benefiting those in need and those not in need, wasteful, and do not provide immediate aid. Rent subsidies are targeted, thereby being cost-conscious, and provide immediate aid. By not being diluted, more aid will be available for those in need. They also will be accountable because they require administration. And it's timely that Hala is here tonight because I recommend Hala because of a recent presentation I was fortunate to be present for, which is basically the same presentation tonight. Finally, the City Attorney has pointed out twice, whatever action you take must be analyzed for the economic impact on the city government and the Fifth Amendment rights of property owners. I've also advocated for analysis of the economic and social impact of the community. To my knowledge, there's been no deliberation, direction to staff to research, or even acknowledgement of those issues. A synopsis of what I just presented is, what you said was not a lie, but at the same time, it was not the truth. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Jim Lane.
Good evening, Council, staff. My name is David Donahue. I'm a homeowner and business owner in Burbank. Two things to address this Council this evening. One is the fact that to kind of follow on what Mr. Bax was addressing the Council on with cost for housing providers. And one of those that's going to be before you in your first September meeting is going to be soft story retrofits. So this is something that in 2019, the Burbank City Council basically said that, hey, people that own units like this are not complying. In fact, the 650 plus units, maybe 35 have voluntarily complied with the soft story retrofit. Well, 2019 council basically directed staff to say we need to have something with a little bit more meat to it, a little bit more substantial action to get more action. And so there is going to be a presentation before this body, before this council, to say how that's going to be done. So any soft story retrofit apartment, any apartment that has 3 units, meaning parking spaces or more, which is about 647 of them, are going to be mandated in 5 years, starting in January 1st, 2025, to be able to be retrofitted. That cost per little unit is about $25,000 to $30,000 per unit. So that means about $90,000 per unit if you just take the 3, that is the threshold of the city, which is about $60 million. That's a $60 million cost that housing providers are going to be mandated to make, or violations, and they're going to vacate the tenancy. They're going to make it unhabitable, and they're going to condemn that apartment unit. So I ask you to consider this as you are now, because it's not something that has been part of the conversation with rent caps, but this is a very germane application to housing providers if they are going to be mandated by this council to do the soft story retrofit. So I ask you to look at that. Second, is at the Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Gosh, I only have 60 seconds left. I heard about the pre-approved ADU program. Mayor Schultz, you and I have been advocates, and you've been a great advocate for pre-approved plans, and you've also been, and I applaud your efforts to say to the building department, how many have been approved? None. And the reason I'm going to offer is that there needs to be a much more dynamic pre-approved plan. And because the city may have them, but this actually is the plan from my ADU that was approved. Red stamp approved, but then up here is the designer. It may be approved with the city, but it is still going to need to be purchased from that designer, and that still has a significant cost to it because this company is responsible for that design. So if somebody's going to go to the city and say, hi, I'm very happy to do a pre-approved, but they still have to spend significant money to do that. I'm out of time. Thank you very much for your service to Burbank.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Jim Lane, followed by Joe Pimienta.
First, I want to thank EMS firefighters who took me out of my home 20 years ago at
2 a.m. after I'd fallen at Pickwick Ice Rink, hurt my back. I was in the hospital for 3 days. Thank you to them. Thank you to the library services people who, I wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't have library service people in my life, period. I think Ms. Takahashi is writing her dissertation. She might know what I mean by that. And then again, the humbling presentation by Home Again LA. My point here is actually kind of connected slightly to that presentation. Nearly 10 years ago, right after the City Council voted to allow the Cusimano Real Estate Group to destroy a bunch of affordable housing and displace a lot of people, businesses, and even a church, a City Council member said this.
The one thing I very much am touched by and moved by, and for which I don't see that we have any legal tools, is helping. We know there's one resident who's 90 or 91 years old. We know that there are a couple of tenants who are single moms. We had Michaela come and speak last week to us about her circumstances. In the city of Burbank, we have no policy for relocation. And I would hope that what comes out of this is a council direction to staff to develop something that would give us a policy in the future for people who are elderly and disabled and low income, facing displacement as a result of demolition and new construction. We don't have those legal tools right now, as much as my heart goes out to the folks who have brought that to us. So I would hope that we could, as a council, fully explore that, invite our real estate organizations, our chamber to weigh in on it, but move in a direction that recognizes that sometimes it's hard, as our city manager knows, to find another apartment in Burbank.
Thank you. So one of the ways that a community can be measured for its effectiveness and desirability is its diversity, and I include economic diversity in this metric. And I'm thinking about all the tenants who have been displaced without any economic help that could have and should have been mandated by the city 10 years ago, and frankly, even earlier. Let's get this done, okay? Vote, and for people, the electorate, vote this fall for candidates who support tenant protections. I stood here a while ago and I said Burbank doesn't care about its tenants. And this is a different city council now. The times have changed. Let's do it, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, and then the last speaker card, I have Armik Avedisian, and that's to replace a prior card submitted for Artin Sukasian. So it'll be Joe and then Armik.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone present in the chamber. My name is Joe Pimienta. I just want to bring up a couple of things. One is just another reminder about tomorrow's event for the Chandler's 20th anniversary of the bikeway. And I do want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who helped put this together. The people that we were working with the city did an amazing job at collaborating with us, with the Walk Bike Burbank folk. And it was a great time, so just once more I want to say thank you. I also want to bring up to attention that starting yesterday, the Animation Guild went into negotiations, so we're wishing them the best of success because they are up against something pretty big. I'm pretty sure you all know this, but anyways, they had an amazing rally on Saturday, an amazing turnout, a lot of people coming in to support what they're doing because, as you all well are aware, animation, just like many industries, are under threat by different things, and anyways, they need everything possible because this also ties into, well, their livelihood. So yeah, other than that, I just want to bring it back to my usual. As someone who participates with the Burbank Tenant Union, I do a lot of canvassing, door-to-door knocking, and one of the things that I'm doing right now specifically is just taking an extra step in addition to what the city is already doing, which is the outreach program, and reminding them about the rent cap town hall meetings that are going to happen through the months of September. myself and some other Burbank tenant unions are just taking an additional measure to just continue walking, telling people what's happening, telling people that if they have questions about what these meetings are going to be like, to contact the city. If they're having any issues with housing, to make sure that they contact the Tenant Landlord Commission. But also, one of the things that we're doing is that we're telling them about the ordinance that we presented on April 23rd, which is also available for anyone to read on our website. It's on the very first page. If anybody wants a copy of it, it's right there. You can either scroll through it on the website or you can download it yourself. Because that's the thing. We think that this is a very important document for everyone to read, because we want to hear everyone's opinion about it as well. We want to know what are our blind spots, if they have any questions, if they have any concerns, if there's things that they agree with us. We want to hear from as many people as possible. And finally, just because I'm not really sure what my timer looks like, it got frozen, which I think is pretty cool. But I'm always wrapping it up. The other thing that I want to bring up is, I keep saying, like, we want to hear from as many people as possible. We are trying to encourage as many tenants to participate on these conversations as possible. But also, as we keep saying, we also do want to hear from landlords. We also do want to hear from mom and pop landlords, for them to read this ordinance, to see, what have we missed, what haven't we taken into consideration, what are the concerns that they have with this. But also, to those mom and pop landlords, we also want to talk to your tenants, because as someone who walks into a lot of buildings and talks to a lot of landlords, it kind of surprises me to hear, I'm a good landlord, get out of my building, do not dare to talk to my tenants. That to me sends a mixed message, because as far as I know, adults can make their own decisions, but nonetheless. Anyways, just once more, thank you for your service and thank you for everything that you've been doing. The conversation continues, and yes, we look forward to all the conversations that are meant to be having throughout the month of September with these outreaches. I think that it's a really good opportunity, so once more, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And the last card I have for in-person comment is Armik Avedisian. And if I mispronounce that, please correct me, and then your time will begin.
Good evening. Close enough. You're safe. I've called worse. So that's good. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members, City staff. Armik Avedisian. I'm past president or co-chair of Burbank Armenian Youth Center and ACF Burbank. I'm here in support of the adoption of a resolution, the specific funds that was received through State Assembly, through Laura Friedman, our Assemblywoman Friedman. I'm just here to thank Mrs. Friedman, thank City of Pasadena. I'm going around too many places. City of Burbank for your support and hard work, and especially I would like to thank the Park Director, Mr. Garcia, and Assistant Director Diego. As he's been great to work with. It's a pleasure, and we're learning something new every day with him. And we're hoping that next time you come down to our center, you'll see a nice, clean, painted building, which that's what the funds are going to be used. We're going to be painting the building. We're going to be redoing the gym floor, so our youths who uses the gym, that have a safer, cleaner, better space to use and to have fun. Anyways, thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much, and we'll be sure to convey the sentiment to Assemblymember Friedman. We have completed in-person general public comment, and will now be moving to call-in public comment. For those calling in, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer, and of course take your phone off of speaker when you deliver public comment. That way we can all hear you loud and clear. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 at the moment.
Okay, send the first one through.
The first caller is Alan Mann.
Alan, you're on with the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Alan Mann. I have commuted from Simi Valley to the downtown Burbank Metrolink station for over 18 years. And the recent installation of bike guard rails right in front of the 201 North Front Street Burbank station has made it very challenging for people like myself who take the train into downtown Burbank and take an Uber or other ride service, to other places in Burbank. Ubers cannot find a safe, easy place to pick people up or drop off. The location, the parking lot situation makes it very challenging for any Lyft or Uber to find even how to enter your downtown Metrolink station in the parking lot area. Again, it's been made it the last 3-4 weeks have been very challenging for me and other ride people who use rideshare to get to and from work in your city. I have made numerous attempts to try and clarify the problem with the people in your transportation department, and I've been really ignored about the situation. And all I'm respectfully asking is the city remove those 8 or 10 posts right directly in front of the 201 North Front Street station, so any type of rideshare service can easily pick up people who come in and come into your city who work there, and make it very easy for them to drop it, because the current situation of your layout of the downtown station is impossible. And there's also no shelter in the place that the transportation department has said, well, this is your new location. There's no shelter there for the heat, and during the rainy season we do get rain, and where people are supposed to stand waiting for the ride share. So I respectfully ask that just 8 or 10 posts right in front of the 201 North Front Street be removed, but it could be done without creating any safety hazard to bike riders. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for your comment. We can't really engage in a back and forth, but you have been heard by the council and will respond at the appropriate time. Thank you for your comment. Ms. Clark, next caller, please.
The next caller is Karina Domingo.
Karina, you are on with the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, City Council members, and staff. My name is Karina Domingo, and I'm a native Burbankian and also the founder and director of the Cougar Conservancy. We're a nonprofit dedicated to reducing human-wildlife conflicts and conserving cougar populations through science-based management. It's an honor to formally introduce our organization and also just share how we can serve as a resource for the Burbank community. With a recent video of coyotes chasing a black bear in the Burbank Hills, as reported by ABC7 just this month, wildlife is definitely on people's minds. So our work focuses on empowering local communities with the tools and knowledge needed to coexist with cougars and other native wildlife. We provide a variety of free services, including our conflict hotline, where residents can request coexistence assistance for training or trainings for their community. We also offer cougar-proof enclosure consultations and guide residents on how to retrofit or build structures to safeguard their pets. And to further support the community, we recently developed a lot of educational resources like our free ebook, Common Questions in Cougar Coexistence, and a comprehensive Cougar Coexistence video series, which features 80 videos on how to live and recreate alongside cougars safely. These resources were co-developed with the National Park Service, National Wildlife Federation, and in collaboration with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Most recently, we released a poster that offers tips for constructing a cougar-proof enclosure or catios. This resource provides guidelines for creating secure environments for pets, helping to prevent human-wildlife conflicts. It's available for free on our website, and we encourage its use throughout the community. And so let me know if you guys ever need any physical posters. And today, My Burbank News actually helped us get the word out on this resource, on their latest article from today. Our organization has had the pleasure of collaborating with Stowe Canyon Nature Center over the years, where we've conducted workshops focused on coexistence strategies for residents and recreationists, such as our home safety and trail safety measures. I also completed my undergraduate research in collaboration with the Nature Center studying wildlife activity in the Verdugo Mountains, and this local connection just strengthens our commitment to Burbank and the surrounding areas as we work together to protect people and domestic animals and also prevent human-wildlife conflicts. As urbanization continues to grow and expand, the presence of wildlife, including cougars, in areas like the Verdugo Mountains will remain a reality. It's important that we take proactive steps to coexist, and our resources are tailored to support that goal and to support the city. I invite you to explore our resources, reach out to us for assistance, and just consider how we could work together to foster a safer environment for people and wildlife of Burbank. We can be contacted at www.cougarconservancy.org. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Nathan Adair.
Nathan, you're on with the City Council.
Hello, my name is Nathan. I live in the media district. I'm just going to ask ahead of time, please do not worry about any screaming that you hear in the background. I'm currently holding my 3-month-old daughter, who, by the way, is a future BUSD student. That is relevant because I'm calling about the free fare for students on Burbank buses that you'll hear about later tonight on the agenda. Sure, the Burbank bus system could probably get students to and from school by itself, but a good childhood is about so much more than simply getting to and from school. It's also about getting to a friend's house for a study session, getting across town for a dance class, or getting to a park for a pickup game of soccer. I love our Burbank buses, but they can't handle that whole workload. And we haven't even started to talk about the fact that half or more of our schools aren't serviced by current routes. So while I fully support moving forward with the recommended action from staff tonight, we do have to come back around sometime and enroll BUSD in the Go Pass program. I saw in the report that the BUSD has done some surveys, and apparently parents don't want it. Could you make that data available to us? I would really love to review it. For my part, I can't wait to get a Go Pass for my daughter. She's got to learn to walk first, but one day at a time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Clark, any other callers? Okay, one more. Send them through.
The next caller is Andre Dionysian.
Andre, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, good evening, council members. I wanted to speak on 2 items. First, the fare-free program for Burbank Bus. For identification purposes, I am a member of the Burbank Transportation Commission. I am not speaking on behalf of the commission. I am in full support of this fare-free program. However, I would urge the council to heed the recommendation from the Burbank Transportation Commission. There's also a section of that recommendation that staff might have forgotten to write down that asks council not to reappropriate the funding for the BUSD Go Pass implementation until the end of the fiscal year to allow us some time to see if Burbank Unified reconsiders. There was a mention of a survey. To my understanding, no such survey has been issued. If such a survey has been issued, I would very much like to see that data. On a separate issue, I'm very concerned about the recommendations in the staff report about public comment. I would encourage City Council to consider a different approach of following what a lot of state commissions do, such as the California High-Speed Rail Authority, and have the public comment on a separate day from the rest of the consideration of items. So you have public comment on Monday. There is some time to go home, rest up, come back the following day, and continue with the meeting with a prolonged recess. I think that is appropriate without removing people's voices and allowing everyone ample time to speak. Thanks, Council. That's all.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller.
That was our last caller, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Mr. Hess, you'd like to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to call up Mr. Prescott, our Community Development Director. Him and Mr. Krisky are going to handle a couple items very, very briefly.
Wonderful. We'll try to get you some bike pins in the meantime. Mr. Prescott, when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. If you see a person on the Chandler bikeway or elsewhere in the city who appears to be a homeless person in need of services, you can report that if it's an ongoing thing, encampment sort of thing, via the 311 app, My Burbank 311 app. Thursday through Sunday until 11. If it's a one-off kind of thing, there's someone who maybe needs some engagement, you can call the Street Plus hotline, 818-397-3798. 818-397-3798. If you see someone who seems to be in critical distress, passed out drunk would not qualify necessarily. Use your judgment. You may call 911. if you think they need some immediate intervention, or they're doing something violent, et cetera. So the issue of, let's see, soft story seismic retrofit is coming to council September 10th for your consideration. We're continuing our outreach currently. And the Uber parking pickup drop-off at the Metrolink station, I'm going to let Mr. Kriske respond to this. They have in fact been responsive to the gentleman who called, not necessarily getting the response preferred, but I'll let David explain what he's asking for.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Mr. Kriske, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. David Kriske with the Community Development Department. So the caller is contacting you concerning our Burbank or our Front Street two-way protected cycle track that was recently installed. The City Council approved a couple of years ago and is now in operation. As you know, it's a protected bike facility on Front Street to connect users from the Metrolink station to downtown Burbank. It's the only protected cycle track crossing I-5 at the moment, although we have plans for more. Was implemented by reallocating a little bit of the roadway space and squeezing and narrowing some lanes. Usually there's trade-offs involved with adding protected bike facilities in existing right-of-way. In this case, virtually no trade-off. However, the one glaring trade-off was we needed to relocate the passenger drop-off location for the Front Street side of the Metrolink station, which currently, or was in front of the main station building. We had to move it immediately north about 50 feet into the short-term parking that's immediately adjacent to the station. That was because the cycle track directly conflicted with that drop-off location. We definitely have been working and responding to the gentleman who called, has concerns about not being able to pick up his Uber Lyft. As a result of his first call, we added some additional wayfinding signage immediately to help the Uber and other drivers to get into the location where the new drop-off location is. After we talked to the gentleman the second time, we double-checked Google Maps, looked to see how the routing for pickups is occurring to the location. It is indeed routing through the parking lot where you're supposed to. And then we actually sent senior planner out and actually hailed a ride from the Metrolink station to work a couple weeks ago, and they did pick him up by making the U-turn into the parking, picking him up. So it is different. It is slightly less convenient. It's about 50 feet away. It was a direct trade-off for getting the cycle track in place. We cannot have both of them exist at the same time. We cannot have Uber drivers crossing the two-way cycle track, especially since it's both ways. You're going to have a kind of a head-on situation. So we could not leave that drop-off where it is and have the cycle track go in. But we think the alternative we have in place is probably 90% as good. And so we have accommodated that drop-off and have not received any other complaints.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kriske. Anything else, Mr. Hess? Okay. Council, any brief response from anybody? Councilmember Mullins, you're going for that mic. Oh, anyone else?
Quick. Okay. All right, I'll go first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight and spoke, as always. And thank you to the callers who spoke and to all the folks who send emails and otherwise contact us during the in-betweens. Really appreciate it. Overall, a lot of the things address some things that are coming up. They've already been responded by staff. Thank you for your concerns. I did have a quick follow-up with staff. One of the speakers mentioned the pre-approved ADU plans. I'm just wondering if there's anything about that that's notable or any response about that.
Welcome back, Mr. Prescott.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's me again, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. We do have pre-approved ADUs. We kind of used LA's version of LA's just to get it quickly done. People aren't necessarily using those. The purpose of pre-approved ADUs is to facilitate the process of ADUs, and so far we haven't had a problem with that. We get many of them. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. And we're required by state law to review them very quickly. So, but we are going to, we are looking at our own pre-approved ADUs. I just don't have a timeline for it.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Great.
Councilmember, can I ask just one quick follow-up question to Mr. Prescott? Has staff looked into the factors that are contributing to folks not maybe taking advantage of full use of the program? And is staff looking at ways that we could bolster or make our program better? Or is that direction that you would need the council to give at some later point?
It's something we haven't done, but we would need to do as part of, I guess, an improved, pre-approved ADU process. The whole pre-approved ADU thing perplexes me a little bit because, as I said, we're required to review them within 30 days. They're just, or they're considered approved, right? So it's getting into plan check is the issue I guess some people have, but they haven't seemed to have had that problem so far. I suppose there may be people out there who haven't submitted for plan check because they don't know how to get plans done, but if you go into our parking lot in the morning, there are cars that say ADU, your ADU guy, so people are figuring that out. But yeah, but we'd have to look into that if we develop a more robust pre-approved ADU program.
Thank you. Councilmember, back to you.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
And then just quickly to Mr. Avadassian from the Armenian Youth Center. Thank you for speaking. And if we do, if and when we do approve this item, after it's all done, please have an open house so we can come and look at it and take a look. Don't come up, sir. But just, you can send me an email directly and I'll go. I'm sure the other council members too. I love your facility and I just want to see it when it's all done. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Of course. All right. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like to congratulate our firefighters for 50 years. Great job. Like the chief said, they do provide top-notch service for our community. So kudos to all of you. Congratulations. The Bike Walk Chandler event that's coming up, I think it's exciting to have that. I do want to remind folks, though, and I heard this during National Night Out from a couple of individuals, they also want to make sure that we acknowledge the walkers on the Bike Chandler Bikeway event. So it was like, we use it as well. So I just want to throw it out there for the event, is to acknowledge there's a lot of folks that don't bike, but they walk and they take advantage of the Chandler Bikeway. So thank you for that. The job fair, excellent job fair. I know the library folks are gone. I was there. When I was there were about a couple of thousand people. It was very hot, but very well attended. And thank you for all the work that you did on that event. Lastly, I want to acknowledge Kathy for always looking out for our youth and the drug abuse or drug prevention for our youth. So thank you for all the articles, the emails that we received. I do want to acknowledge her for her ongoing work and efforts into that. Everybody else, thank you for coming, and we're going to address the issues on the agenda later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other response from, yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. The float design is amazing. They're going to get double overtime from my son this year. I'm guaranteeing that. To those who spoke a little bit about the industry, the entertainment industry, and what's coming up next, we do have an item number 8 you may be interested in. That'll be on consent. That is a letter. I'll bring it up later. Yeah, that was, I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Vice Mayor, anything?
Definitely. I won't speak to any of the agenda items, including those on consent, but congrats to our EMS program. You're all wonderful. And congrats to our library for a phenomenal event. If you haven't looked at the Jobs Connect program, it's wonderful from that job fair, but also the smaller classes that they do. If you have a chance to attend one of their graduations, they are amazing, inspiring, and they do wonderful, wonderful work. That being said, I know the entertainment industry is a hot topic right now, and Mr. Scroggs, thank you for continually bringing that up. We definitely have to look at what's happening and, like you said, be innovative about these ideas. So I look forward to moving a lot more on that forward. And then I won't repeat anything of what my colleagues have said. I'm really grateful to everybody who called in, but definitely look forward to connecting with Ms. Domingo with the conservation group. I know wildlife is a priority for a lot of our hillside residents right now. So thank you for calling, and definitely looking forward to staying in touch.
Great. Well, I also want to thank everyone for coming down in person, especially those who came for the first time, as well as those who called in. I'm not going to respond to everybody. To Mr. Sinovoy, I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time to come down. The one thing that community development didn't speak about, in my opinion, was we are looking at a homeless solutions center in Burbank. That's a project that we hope to complete over the next 18 months, if I'm not mistaken. And the concept of that is exactly what you pointed out. We have those who are unhoused, who are distressed in our community, and the question becomes, if we don't want them in our parks, our public spaces, what are we going to do with these people that need access to help? And I think that that is a very exciting project. So it's not an immediate answer, but I want to assure you that this is something that the council's given a lot of thought and attention to, and I'd be happy to talk with you more about it offline. But thank you for engaging with your government and coming down. To Mr. Adair, I just wanted to say thank you for calling regarding one of our agenda items tonight. If you have questions about outreach that was done by the school district, I would definitely encourage you to call in. I think they have call in. Certainly you can come to council on Thursday night when the Burbank School Board will be meeting in this chamber right here. So if you have questions about any outreach they did to parents, their transit services that they're provided, what happened with GoPass, come Thursday night and ask those questions of the board members. Most everyone came to talk about agenda items, so I will leave it at that. Some arguably gave us some new things to ask for at the end of the meeting, so I'll wait on that. The only thing I just wanted to address, and only narrowly because I was directly referenced, was Mr. Bax's comment. Totally understand and respect your perspective, sir. I do stand by my comments from June 25th, and the reason I say that I think we have done a lot is because some in our community would rather we not have a conversation at all about rent caps, and we are at least having a conversation. Where it goes, we'll find out together, but I think that having a conversation is at least something significant. And, aside from all of that, we have done a lot of really good things to help our tenants and provide for those who seek housing in our community, including the subsidies that you've talked about, which I do have to say are very similar to the program I recommended about a year and a half ago. And I'd love to see that come back, and actually just reading your comment, hearing from you, asking the question of Mr. Hernandez, I have some thoughts about maybe a continuing need in our community that we can address.
That's a little beyond the response to public comment.
Well, I would say it's certainly responsive, but I understand. I'll simply say then that I have a lot of great ideas that your comment brought to mind. So I look forward to discussing it at the next opportunity, Mr. McDougall. You really can't wait for me to leave, can you? I got 4 more months and I'm not done governing, Joe. All right, with that, thank you all so much. And Mr. Scroggs, thank you for your continued passion and advocacy for the entertainment industry. And Mr. Pimienta, it was nice to see you at that rally on Saturday. I'm no Adam Conover, but that was fun. All right, let's go. And by go, I mean, of course, the consent calendar. The consent calendar can be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar. Joe, I'm not leaving yet, okay? I'm sticking around for this vote. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 8 items on tonight's consent agenda. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of July 30th, 2024, and the dark meeting of August 6th, 2024. Item 2 is approval of an agreement for purchase of renewable energy certificates with 3 Degrees Group Incorporated for 10 years and finding California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, exemption for existing facilities that are not delivering energy to Burbank. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution approving an application for specified grant funds for the McCambridge Swimming Pool renovation project and amending the adopted fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution approving an application for $100,000 in grant funds for the Armenian Cultural Foundation Burbank Youth Center renovation project, approval of a subrecipient agreement with the Armenian Cultural Foundation Burbank Youth Center, and amending the adopted fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Item 5 is acceptance of a donation to the City of Burbank Animal Shelter in the amount of $156,530.44 from the Tyndall Trust, dated June 16, 1999. Item 6 is adoption of a resolution to submit a grant application to the U.S. Department of Transportation's Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Opportunity to authorize the grant application acceptance and execution for electric vehicle charging infrastructure projects. Item 7 is approval of the City of Burbank Tournament of Roses 2025 float rendering. And item 8 is approval of a letter signed by all City of Burbank council members encouraging a timely and mutually acceptable agreement between the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, and 10 video game companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. Just real quick, could I get on the pool, number 3, we're doing grant funds for the McCambridge swimming pool. Just real quick, a timeline on what is needed and how many steps that's going to take, if it could be short.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. Marissa Garcia with Parks and Recreation. We don't have a defined timeline yet. The grant funds that we received, and hopefully council approves this evening, will be used for design documents. We have had extensive community engagement, so we're really excited about that project moving forward. We will be working with a consultant to help us through that. So over the next year and probably during the budget process, we'll have a better idea on that project. But the other portion, right, is funding the entire project. So once we fully look at the design, we'll have a better idea of what the budget for construction will look like, and we'll start strategizing on additional funding sources for that.
And just for the community, what are we trying to do with the pool? Like, what are the basics that we're trying to change?
So the McCambridge Pool project will consist of completely replacing the pool. We're looking at potentially 3 separate bodies of water, a competitive 50 yard by 50 a competitive lap swim, a much larger activity pool than what we have at Verdugo, and a smaller body of water, so some slides and a small body of water that can be used for therapeutic activities, as well as the complete renovation of the locker room facilities.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to go through that. Thanks. Appreciate it.
And that's 50 meters by 50 yard swimming pool. So it's not going to be an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but still something for lap swimmers.
Okay, thank you. And then one last thing I do want to point out, number 8, I mentioned earlier. This is a letter encouraging a timely and mutually acceptable agreement between SAG-AFTRA and the 10 video game companies. They're currently on strike and in negotiations. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Any other questions or comments? I'll just say to BTORA with regards to item 7, love the design. Congratulations. Our son loves dinosaurs, so I have no choice but to be out there helping you construct it this year. He's going to be excited for that one. All right, Ms. Clark, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Still here. I still have a vote, right? Okay, yes. That passes 5-0.
Thank you.
I saw that shaking of the head, Mr. Hess. Not quite yet. All right. Congratulations to everyone who came with regards to those items. We have 2 reports to council this evening. After the staff presentation, City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation so long as you didn't address it in your period, in the general public comment period. Again, 1-minute speakers will go first, followed by 3-minute speakers. The first report to council this evening is regarding the proposed adoption of a resolution approving a Burbank bus free fare program for Burbank middle and high school students and approving Burbank Bus's participation in the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority's Go Pass program. I would like to welcome Mrs. Karen Pan, Transportation Manager, to present the report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Karen Pan, Transit Services Manager for Burbank Bus. And this evening, we are presenting a resolution for two proposed programs. The first one being a proposed program with Burbank Bus as a free fare program for eligible middle and high school students. And then the second program is Burbank Bus participation with LA County Go Pass program. If you're cruising around Burbank or if you're trying to take the bus, you're going to see two different types of bus systems. First is the orange bus. The orange bus that you see represents LA County Metro, and they cover regions through LA County. And then we have a local transit, which is the blue and white buses that covers just local jurisdictions, but it does have connections with the airport, downtown Burbank Metrolink station, as well as the North Hollywood Metro station. And within those two bus systems, we have and can have transportation options for students, which we'll go over today. With LA County Metro, they recently approved a permanent program called Go Pass. And what Go Pass is a free student fare for students to ride the bus. And that is for K to 12 as well as community college students. Anyone who is part of the Go Pass, they'll be riding for free, as well as any participating transit agency. The thing with Go Pass is that there is an annual fee for school districts to participate in it. So for example, for Burbank Unified School District, for them to participate in Go Pass, that annual cost is based on the enrollment of students, which is equivalent to $100,000 per year for them to participate. Back in June, Council had appropriated $40,000 annually out of our city budget in support of Burbank Unified School District in the program, where 60% is where BUSD can get contributions through the state and get reimbursement through that. Staff has reached out to Burbank Unified School District and they've declined that offer. And then tonight what we're doing is we're moving forward with council's recommendation to move forward with other student transportation options. And BUSD is supportive of those two new options that we'll go over today. The first one is the Burbank Bus Free Fare Program for Burbank students, and these are the blue and white buses. So any schools located in Burbank, regardless if they're public or private, would be able to show their valid student ID onto Burbank Bus and be able to ride for free. The current rate is $1, and then if this program moves forward, it would be free. This is the list that you see here are just examples of some of the schools. We are considering public and private schools, and so if this program moves forward, this program would be effective immediately. The next program that staff is proposing is for Burbank Bus to participate in the Metro Go Pass program. This means LA County eligible students minus students from BUSD would be able to ride Metro and Burbank Bus for free. As an example, if you are a Glendale High School student, you can ride Metro and Burbank Bus for free, while the first proposed program, Burbank High School students can only ride Burbank Bus for free. And if you're a Burbank High School student that would like to ride Metro, you're going to be paying that regular fare of $1.75 per ride. So even with those two programs, Metro does take a lot of effort to provide other transportation options to students. So if you're out there as a student that's part of BUSD, there are other ways to get a reduction in fare if you would like to ride Metro. And the way you would do it is you can participate in Metro's Student Reduced Fare, which is a completely separate program. So if you're a student out there and you want to reduce fare even though you're not participating in Go Pass, it is possible. So as a student, you just have to physically register and get a tap card for that reduced fare. So instead of paying that $1.75 per ride, you're going to be paying that 75 cents, and that would be a 57% reduction in fare for a student versus the $1.75. And with this effort, staff presented to Transportation Commission in July. Commission requested staff to extend the Burbank Bus Program for all middle and high school students, public and private, which is reflected in our program today. The other mention from Commission was to make sure that the appropriated amount that we've allocated this fiscal year stays within our budget if we needed to use it for other transportation options. With Commission, they are very creative in providing feedback. Another thing that they've mentioned through our discussion is possibly prorating that rate with Unified Schools District. So instead of paying for enrollment for all students in BUSD, the $100,000, another way that they were thinking is that maybe we could prorate that fee with Metro and make it just a cost related to middle and high school students. Unfortunately, Metro's, as part of their fee, they can't make any changes to that. And so that prorated option is not available to us when we're looking at the annual fee for the school district. And with that, if these two programs move forward, staff will do a lot of effort with partnering up with BUSD and other schools to make sure that they're aware of this program. We'll do our best to engage with other organizations like Burbank Eco Council, PTA, and then we'll also do an effort through our social media channels. And with that, staff is recommending that council approve the Burbank Bus Free Fare Program for eligible middle and high school students, as well as Burbank Bus participation in LA County Metro Go Pass. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Don't go too far. We're just going to do public comment, and we'll come right back to you. Ms. Clark, any comment cards? Oh, there is. Okay.
Not on this side. Oh. There was one, but I think he left.
No comment. That's a first. What should we do with all this time? I suppose we should ask some questions. Well, he's saving it for the next one. Don't worry. David will be back. All right, Mrs. Ban, let's take questions from council. First of all, anybody have questions? Yes, council member.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the discussion with BUSD. So they declined to participate. Did they give a reason? Was there a concrete reason? Okay, yeah.
Thank you for that question. We communicated with the school district a couple of times just to make sure that we're all on the same page about how the program works, what's the difference between Burbank Bus and LA County Metro, and how it would be applicable to them. They've mentioned to us that their decline is because there isn't enough interest from parents and students to participate in this program, as well as the costs and work associated with the program itself.
You mean managing the program on their end?
Yeah, because it involves not only receiving the appropriation from council, but it's also doing the reimbursement work with the state just to make sure that it's 100% cost-free to them as an agency.
Was there any discussion about running that through our program? Are we allowed to do that, or they have to run the reimbursements on their end?
Thank you for that question. That is a lot to consider. What we would do in that scenario is provide more information to council on what that would look like. in terms of what it would mean for the city to run a program for a different agency. I haven't seen that through practice, but we'll have to make some effort and present to council, what type of work is involved with running a program like that in ourselves. In a way, it's like a new program that the
Sure.
city would need to run.
Well, let me ask you this. For us to implement what's in front of us today, that requires some form of administrative work on our own behalf, yes?
It's nominal. What type of work we would need to do for both programs today is just doing the outreach to all the schools that would be eligible so they're aware of the program so students can participate in this. And then it's communicating with Metro to program our tap cards so they know that any Go Pass participant can tap onto Burbank Bus and ride for free.
Okay.
That would be the only effort that would be involved on our end.
I gotcha. But if we ask BUSD to participate, the program through the school is very different because they have to do a reimbursement back to the state. So the administration, the effort it's much higher than what we would do.
Yes.
I see. Okay. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Councilmember Mullins.
I want to follow up on the question. So, what's the advantage to having BUSD participate beside running the program on their end?
Thank you for that question. The advantage, it would be that Burbank Unified School District students, the middle and high school students, or I guess any of them would be eligible to take Metro buses and light rail for free, meaning that they can go anywhere in LA County. They're not restricted to just Burbank Bus, which is a local transit. So
Okay, I have to stop you right there. If my son is watching, he's going to run away from home. Okay. This is incredible. That's incredible.
Hold on. Councilmember Mullins has the floor. Mrs. Pan was answering.
And so if you're a high school student and you need to go to Long Beach or South Bay, you're able to do that for free. And then what we're having here, a proposal, is that for Burbank schools or students, they would ride for free through Burbank Bus, which takes you just locally here in Burbank, but you do have that connection to the downtown Burbank Metrolink station, the Metro North Hollywood station, as well as the airport.
So it's putting limitation then on where the students can go versus having the program to be as it's presented without the school's participation. They will be limited within the boundaries of the city of Burbank, but you can take additional transportation to still go to Long Beach if they wish to do it.
Correct. So we have the Burbank Bus program, which is proposed tonight. Even though BUSC doesn't want to participate in Go Pass, there is still that student reduction fare that Metro has, where as a student, now you have the responsibility to sign up with Metro, and then you're getting a 50% reduction. So instead of paying $1.75 to go to Long Beach, you're going to pay 75 cents to go to Long Beach.
Where if the school participate, they don't pay anything at all.
Excuse me?
If the school participated, then the students don't have to pay anything at all.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And so it's an upfront cost to the school district if they want to participate in Go Pass.
Right. Do you know if the school district reached out to the parents to talk to them? What type of method have they used to do an outreach? Or did the administration decided we're not interested, so they didn't even take it out to the parents?
And thank you for that information. We are unaware of the school district's process in outreaching with parents and students. All we know is that there isn't enough interest from parents and students in Go Pass.
Thank you, which is something confusing for me personally. If there's an interest that to save money for their students, and I understand the administration of the program, it might be a little complicated or additional responsibilities. I'm trying to figure out why was this not approved by the school district to move forward with it.
They also mentioned it was the cost, that they're very grateful and they have expressed gratitude with the city's appropriation of the $40,000 a year. It's the other portion of the $60,000, which is a cost to their general fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Okay, Councilmember Takahashi.
Great. Thank you for this report. Got a couple questions. So the full cost, $100,000 for the program, is that annually?
It's annually, and it's based on the number of students enrolled from K to 12 in that school district.
Okay. And the reimbursement that the district would ask for would be an annual request to be reimbursed?
It is with the state. I'm not 100% sure what the state's process is in terms of reimbursement, but because it is an annual fee, I'm sure there's a process on what that looks like.
Okay, so they'd be looking at not just a one-time process, but probably a continual yearly
Correct.
process.
I would say so.
Yeah. And so tonight, what we're looking at in this report and what we're making decisions on for this body are two things, if I understand correctly. One is whether to add the Burbank bus system, our buses, to the Go Pass program. And secondly, whether to allow on our buses all the students to have free rides. Okay, so make sure I understand that that's what we're looking at. So even though the school district has their own question of whether to be involved in Go Pass, tonight we're looking at those two decisions specifically. Okay, a couple more questions, Mr. Mayor, about that. So for tonight's proposal, it's for the all BUSD students for K-12. Is that to go free? Okay. What would it take?
Oh, I want to clarify. It's middle and high school students.
Middle and high school, got it. What would it take for our buses to include all students to be allowed to ride for free on the bus? So K-12 college students, all students.
And thank you for that question. With our program, it's the middle and high school students, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to align with Metro Go Pass, so there isn't any confusion about student eligibility, and to capture the community college, which is part of Go Pass. The schools that are close to us, LA Valley, as well as Glendale, are already participating in Go Pass. So meaning those two community colleges, if they were to ride today, it's already free. If we're considering the universities, not to complicate things more, but there is a separate university program for them through Metro, and that process is separate from all of Go Pass. And just to make sure that we're in alignment with LA County, we decided to move forward with middle and high school students, knowing that community colleges are covered through Go Pass, and that other schools like Woodbury would be covered through the other Metro, it's called U-Pass instead of Go Pass program.
It's very complicated. Okay, so from what I understand and what when I use the bus, I use my tap card, and what the Go Pass is basically a version of the tap card. So it's either on your phone or an actual physical card that you tap on the computer, so that the bus driver, from my understanding, doesn't really interact with any of that. Doesn't know whether you have a Go Pass, doesn't know whether you have a regular ticket, doesn't know any of that. You just tap it, it takes care of your fare, it beeps, and then it's done. But our program, we're going to be having our students show their passes, or their school IDs, right?
Correct.
So that means, when you say that it's maybe simpler to be aligned, I'm actually thinking it might be easier to just say all students, because that way the driver never has to look to see, well, which school are you at? What student are you? Or do you qualify? Do you not qualify? So I'm wondering if maybe just having an universal any student pass is fine, just flash it. I'm wondering if would that be feasible? Would that be doable? Could we do that?
Thank you for that suggestion. The only thing with that approach is that we want to make sure that now that Burbank Bus is a participant through GoPass, that revenue and that tap is being tapped through on Burbank Bus to get credit for that revenue reimbursement. So we want to make sure that anyone who is participating in GoPass first taps on Metro Bus as well as Burbank Bus. And so it's kept separate.
Right. So, but the program for a free fare program for the Burbank middle and high schools, would that be through GoPass or would that be their own?
That would be their own student
Right.
ID. We don't have the capability of programming
Right.
separately because when you tap onto Burbank Bus, we're actually using Metro's tap card system. So
Right.
it's all captured in terms of data with boarding through Metro.
Okay, so hang on to that answer to that question for the discussion part because I have some thoughts on that. Yeah.
So the one program with the GoPass, you have to have it in your hand or on your phone, but we're having a offer tonight of just showing your student ID, not tapping your student ID. We have that in front of us right now.
Correct. If you are a part of the GoPass program, you would just tap.
Sure.
And then with the program that we're presenting today, you're showing your ID, which is eligible for middle and high school students. If you're a community college
But you don't have to
student-
tap the middle or high school ID.
Correct.
You just show it. And that's for
Correct.
Burbank buses, for Burbank students, middle and high school.
Correct. And
Okay.
then what we do is we track it manually, and then that's what the drivers track.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So they track him manually because, or maybe the system in the bus does not allow that tap to keep track of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
Metro can't let us program unique programs that we want to create, and so it's only for
That's
their-
why you're showing the ID so they can keep track of the students.
Yes, thank you for that clarification.
Back to you, Councilmember
Yeah,
Takahashi.
last question I have. This is sort of inside the scope, I guess, but Metro Micro is part of Metro. Is it part of GoPass to use Metro Micro? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can double check. I can't confirm today. But
Okay.
Thank you for that.
And the Metro Micro in ours is in the Burbank zone. It's just in Burbank. Do we have any? Maybe this is something Mr. Krisky can answer. Do we have any jurisdiction or connection or possible negotiation we can do to help our students use Metro Micro for free?
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. David Krisky with Community Development. We will need to check, and while you're discussing, we might be able to find that answer. We'll need to double check if Metro Micro is a GoPass system. Yes, Metro Micro is a portion of Burbank, and it also extends into North Hollywood and to some other areas. And for those that may not know, Metro Micro is a more, it's not just a fixed route system, it's more of a hybrid between a transit operation and like an Uber and Lyft. So it's a little more on demand, and it's a little more flexible to take folks from wherever they are to other destinations within the zone. It's very expensive. And we're watching how Metro Micro continues to evolve or how if it's gonna continue. But yes, if GoPass is part of Metro Micro, it would be just seamless. They would just tap just like they do on the fixed route, but we would have to check that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you so much. Vice Mayor, do you have anything to ask?
I know in talking about cost, we said that staff anticipates it's a nominal cost. Do you have a number, ballpark?
We do, but it's all very subjective. And in the staff report, we mentioned that it would be less than $4,000 a year, and that is equivalent to about 15 students riding per day on Burbank Bus.
And that's if we move forward with both of the things we're.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's my only question.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember.
Since we're asking cost, and just because you're speculating, what would the cost for BUSD to do this program? Did they give a number like, oh my gosh, it would cost us this much?
Oh, that's a good question. No, we
Okay.
don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have no questions, but thank you very much for the informative presentation. We'll go into discussion now. You're welcome to stay standing. You can also grab a seat if you'd like. But colleagues, let's start the discussion. Who'd like to lead us off? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
I want to see if I can read Councilmember Takahashi's mind. So
I would take a seat for this.
Right. So the hassle and administrative process of a bus driver watching everybody's pass coming in and taking note, how old they are, where they're going to school, seems doable, but could be easier. And there might be a simpler process to simply open up the program that we're offered here to all students, regardless of where they go to school and what age. And that might put more people on the bus and make it easier on our bus drivers. Councilmember Takahashi, how close did I get?
Yeah, you're in the ballpark. Yeah, and I think that the point made about making sure that if the student is enrolled in GoPass, that they tap the GoPass first. And I'm also thinking that we have Woodbury, but we also have New York Film Academy. We have, I think, University of Phoenix. We have a few other just kind of colleges in the city, university, I forget which one it is. But anyway, we have a few. Some more might pop up. And I think that it would be beneficial. And there's other community colleges too, maybe that aren't enrolled in GoPass. So I think that the more we can broaden to students, the students are really the future of transit riding, in my opinion. And so having that open and being able to do that would be great. I also thought it would be easier just to flash a card, but if it's complicated that you have to ask for GoPass first,
Well, we could flash the cards on our buses, but they would still need the GoPass for any Metro bus.
No, well, she was saying that if you put the GoPass on our buses, we get it reimbursed.
Sure.
Right, so we want them to do that.
Let's ask Mrs. Pan. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I would also add that even if we choose to open it up to all schools, we would, on our end, operationally still track that information, not the type of school, but we still have to verify that it's a Burbank school. So if you're a different student, like, I don't know, Torrance, and you're trying to go on Burbank bus, we still have to see if it's a Burbank school. So operationally, we're still going to make that effort.
Okay.
Colleagues, I apologize. I did think of one question after the fact, and then I'll cede the floor back. Mrs. Pan, did staff, and I think I know the answer, but did staff look at whether any of the existing Burbank bus configurations actually cross into the jurisdiction of any of our schools, middle school, high school, some of these other private colleges and establishments? Was that analysis done?
I believe there is just one, but it's not walking distance. I can try to get the name of the school, but it's very minimal.
Okay.
I thought about that too, but with the middle school, especially the high schoolers, but some of the middle schoolers too, to one of our callers' points is that they don't just use the bus to go to school, they use it for other things. And although right now we only have 2 bus lines going, we could have more in the future and they could change. And the 2 bus lines we do have are a pretty important lines. So I think that they could, I could see my kids, I'm looking at my kids, in our area, I could using the pink line a lot. I use the pink line going to places, and I see them doing it too.
Okay. Great. So I think you had the floor. Yes. You posed a question over there. Anything else you want to add?
Yes. So this is separate from the student thing. I'd like to expand it because GCC, Pasadena City College, all these kids live here. So I do want to see that expansion. But I think one of the biggest expansions we could get in this is getting BUSD to take the program on. So 2 options I see presented to us. Either we take on the administrative work of that, or we could find a way to offer them a grant every year as long as they implement it. And that way we would be covering the cost, and hopefully that would help them be able to put the program together, and that way it's a zero sum for them.
Do you mind if I jump in on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Padgett? If I could get your help on this one, I don't see Mr. Hess in the chair. I wanted to ask you, has the city manager's office had any extensive conversations with the superintendent's office about the district's decision making with regards to GoPass? I'm assuming the answer is no, but
Yeah, we have not, and I'll defer to Mr. Krisky. He's going to provide a little more clarification on BUSD's standpoint.
Yes, so, the option of us taking over the administration, I think it really does need to be with the school district. The program is built around school districts managing and applying and doing the financials. We're a little bit of a unique situation that we're trying to subsidize the shortfall, but it really, the limited information we know and have gotten from Metro about how this program works, it's really geared around school districts, coordinating with Metro, doing all the admin, utilizing another separate state funding program for student transportation, doing a little planning, a little plan, and administration to run all that. And then the idea with our proposal was that then there's still a shortfall, and we want to make them whole, so we would kick over to them just a transaction of funding to make that shortfall. If the city were to take that over, we'd have to investigate if we're even eligible. We'd have to probably get into the business of school transportation plans, which I think is what you need to do to get this funding. So it would be pretty involved, and I suspect that is where the school district is concerned, because there is an administrative upfront effort to make sure they're eligible to do the operations of the plan, to do this, all of the mechanics, and then every year the reporting, which we don't know the specifics, but if it's anything like a city grant, you're doing that every year. You're getting audited. We'd have to be subject to audit requirements. I'm not sure how that would work. So of course we could look into it if that's what the majority wants. But it is more than just we're standing in and we're gonna take it for them.
What I'd suggest, council member, is I think it's been a minute since the subcommittee of the council met with the school district's leadership, and this seems like an excellent point of conversation. Mr. Hess, welcome back.
Yeah, no, I think rather than to derail what we got going, I think this discussion needs to happen with the school district.
Agreed.
So I think you could start with the subcommittee, but I think it's a great opportunity for a future agenda item for the joint for our next joint meeting.
So yeah, when we get to the point of making a motion, that's one alternative I'll suggest. But what else did you got?
That was it. Those two.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, one last thing, just to remind the council, part of our recommendation tonight is, the best plan would be something that involves another agency and complication. But we wanted to provide two other options where we can offer free fares tomorrow and have a real value, and it's something we can do within our own, like, what do we control? And I think even the Go Pass registration is good, because that's just programming, and then we've got that in. So definitely happy to talk about the school district element, but we wanted to make sure that you understand we can put something on the ground tomorrow with at least two of the items, and that's what we were hoping that you'll be on board with us for that.
Thanks, Mr. Krisky. It's definitely an either or and an and. We have all the options at our disposal, so thank you. Councilmember Mullins, and then we'll go to Takahashi.
I think what we're missing here, because I'm hearing Councilmember Anthony and Councilmember Takahashi talk about let's include all the schools. But I heard you earlier, and maybe I misunderstood, so I want to clarify, that if you're looking at Glendale Community College, they have their own program. Valley College, surrounding colleges that we have, they each have their own programs. So it's not about just making sure that we're covering all the areas, because these programs are offered for each college, universities at different levels. Is that correct?
Yes, with LA Valley and Glendale Community College, their school, community college, is enrolled in Metro Go Pass today. So if they wanted to ride LA Metro today, it would be free. And then with the proposed program today, they would also be riding Burbank Bus for free as well.
Okay, so having he and he's not. So council, I'm looking at his chair is empty. Let's pretend he's sitting here next to me. And in Councilmember Takahashi, I think you guys were both on the same. Yes, thank you. You look a little different, but thank you.
You got it.
I think what we're looking at is a program directly for our students in the city of Burbank. Our well intent is to say, well, let's include all the students, but there is already programs happening for them in their own colleges. Torrance, Glendale, every city might have their own program, and they might have implemented their own program. So we're looking for Burbank students only, private and public schools in middle and high school. Thank you for occupying the seat. In middle
welcome.
and high school, and everyone else around us, they all have their own programs. So when Councilmember Anthony said, we want to just open it to everyone, it's not necessary because they already have some of these programs working for them. So I understood you correctly, and I think we needed to maybe have some strict points to what it is for us. What we're trying to do for Burbank is to basically get on the same bus with everybody else and have that program available. The only way we can have it where Metro, you can just, swipe your card, is if the school district, joined us in this effort, and then we can have it an easier way of doing it. Otherwise, we're only looking at showing that student ID to our buses and Metros so they can get the discounts on Metro, but to our buses so they can ride for free. And we don't have any way of swiping the card on our buses. Is that correct?
It's where any eligible Burbank middle and high school students can ride our transit system, Burbank Bus, for free.
Okay. So I have it all straightened out in my head. So you missed my soapbox trying to explain, and it was touching on open it for all students. They already have their programs, so we don't need to open it for Glendale or Pasadena because they already have their programs. That's the point I was making. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. A few follow-up things. A number of them have the programs, but not all community college have the access to GoPass, right? Not all of them are
Only.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, only the ones that we're aware
Yeah.
that are part of GoPass, and we just looked at those 2 community colleges.
Okay, because we have a lot of colleges kind of nearby that are not just community colleges, but all different kinds. So some of them, probably most of the community colleges are in GoPass just because they're so large, but then there's smaller colleges that maybe aren't. So I am just kind
Can
of
I ask
circling.
a question real quick while you're on that? Even then, the GoPass, they would still pay 75 cents, right?
No, that's free, the GoPass.
Oh.
Free.
So it is free.
Yeah.
Great.
But they
Okay.
can get a student pass that's 75 cents, yeah. I know it's a lot of different options. So circling back to the previous conversation about school district, I just wanted to just kind of give my thoughts to the subcommittee when you talk to the school district. Personally, I'm not comfortable with putting any pressure on them to adopt this program if they're just not, at this point, they're not ready. I think that offering an olive branch and to say this is what we would totally love to do to support you and how can we support you. And it sounds like there's some folks in the community that have heard us talk about it, are interested, and maybe they will pursue it on that end. But I just want to make sure that we don't try to get into their lane too much and stay in our lane while they're in their lane and see if we can hold hands while we're each in our lane. Like school kids. And then, let's see. I just want to mention, because we haven't talked about it yet, but I want to mention that I'm in full 100% support of enrolling our Burbank bus in GoPass. We haven't talked about it, but I want to make that clear because I think it's a no-brainer to put us into the GoPass system so that all the students in the entire LA region who are already on that program can use our bus. Because right now, one of the things that's difficult about the Burbank bus are the ways that it's different from Metro. And so it's harder. It works now that I can just use my tap card, but before it wasn't like that. So the easier we could make it for anybody to use, the better, in my opinion. So I think that's 100%. And I would prefer that all students can use it, but if we are trying to decide which students or which not, I would love to see as many Burbank students as possible, however we can. Maybe even K-12 all the way through, all of our local colleges, whatever. So I just want to see as many people as possible using it. That's my 2 cents.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I know it's been a lot of confusion with different programs, but to that point, to Councilmember Mullen's point, there are a lot of universities that have these programs. I used the UPass when I went to UCLA. But to Councilmember Takahashi's point, there are some smaller colleges, some smaller groups that don't. And I think, and to the mayor's point, this is a this is a yes and, right? I think what we are doing now, or looking at doing now, we can implement tomorrow. It's a no-brainer. It's easy for us. It's in line with Metro system. I also think we should be open, because I feel like we don't have sufficient information, to have the conversation with the school district, not push, but have the conversation with the school district and hear out their reasoning. Maybe there's something for the future there. And also, I think if this hypothetically were to pass today, not only will it lead to students having that access for our middle school and high school students, but it is going to open the eyes of our residents who utilize the bus to seeing, okay, now these folks are riding for free. What if I have a need and it's not met? And I think we should encourage them to come forward and share, hey, by the way, I go to the New York Film School that is on, down the street, and I don't have this option. I think it's going to open the door to the future conversations of how we can open this up to the students that don't have that access. So full agreement of what you're proposing, and think it is a conversation starter to move forward.
Great. I'll just be brief. So thank you for the presentation. Completely agree that this is a conversation that we can continue with our school district colleagues just to understand what the impediments are and if there's a path forward. I'm in agreement with staff's recommendation for this evening. I think this is a great thing that we, as you said, Mr. Kriske, we can launch it tomorrow. And I also understand that as we're looking at the future of Burbank Bus, its financial health, its route design, we need to be able to track who's using it and, is the program working or not? This is a pilot, the first of many steps. I'll be very short in my comment because I want to be respectful of what the agenda item is and is not. I'll simply say that this really brings to mind another conversation we need to have about that third route and designing routes that are going to be accessible and enjoyable by our student population. I'll leave it at that. But I think that just that item coming back couldn't happen soon enough. I do think that the pink route, just given from what I know, from what I've seen, I think that that could be a very successful route that's enjoyed by our students. I have concerns about the other. But point being is for tonight, I think this is a great starting point. I think we should continue the conversation with the school district. And I guess the only other question I have for staff is, if it's greenlit, at what point do you anticipate coming back, or maybe it's a take-home report, Mr. Hess, but how will the council get information about how the program's working? I imagine we'll be faced with the decision next budget year about whether to continue it, but will there be any sort of progress report?
I can answer that question. Yeah. All of you guys are right that this is just one of many conversations that we're going to have in the future. We are working on that comprehensive operational analysis as a region. And so there'll be more discussions and more updates of how we're capturing and figuring out what our gaps are for transit services here in Burbank. And so even if you're not seeing directly of what that impact is for these fare programs, you're going to see it in different ways for sure.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, just to add on that, that's for the global larger question that you alluded to. That's how we want to proceed. For the more specific update, we periodically report out to the Transportation Commission on performance measures of our system, so we can add this item and provide the statistics as part of that regular issue, and then that's always going out through the city manager's report, so you guys will get it. So we can do that easily.
Unless City Attorney, you feel that it needs a motion, I think that'd be perfectly acceptable if you just want to include that as a report out to Transportation Commission. That way, the information gets out to the public and our council liaison.
And would you mind pinging us just to highlight that, so that, because I try to read every manager report, but not every single one. I try. I know.
We know how much work you put into it, Mr. S.
Just to ping us to make sure we see it. Thank you.
I like it when you change the colors between the different reports. Yeah. That's always fun for me.
It's true American art, Mr. S.
But I think we'll need a motion and a second and a vote before the report to the Transportation Commission.
Fair point. Well, yes, Councilmember Takahashi, you want to make the motion?
Yes, I do. I'd like to make a motion to have a resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank approving a Burbank Bus free fare program for Burbank middle and high school students, and approving Burbank Bus's participation in the LA County Metro Transportation Authority's Go Pass program, amending Article 1, etc.
Second. I'm like, ready.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor, first by Takahashi, second by Mullins. Councilmember Anthony.
Just quick discussion point. What are the current prices for kids on the Burbank bus? Because it says middle and high school. What about under 10?
Our fare is $1 per ride. If you're 5 and under, it's free.
So, so anyone in elementary school has to pay the full price. So if you're in kindergarten, okay. So, okay.
This is one of many conversations about fare itself.
Sure.
And you'll most likely see a discussion about fare. We are coordinating with Metro to talk about how we can have more alignment, and so.
Okay,
for
let
sure it'll
me
be more.
let me see if I can do this, Mr. City Attorney. With the agenda item we have in front of us, do we have the authority? Do I have the leeway to make a motion that we make 12 and under free on the bus, or is that outside the scope of what we've got?
Well, you can debate the motion that's on the floor and find out if the substitute motion you want to make is even possible.
Sure. Here's my quandary. 5 and under, so 0 up to kindergarten, ride free. Elementary school kids pay $1, and then middle and high schools get for free. So obviously these kids aren't riding the bus by themselves; they're riding with their parents. I don't want to discourage parents from taking the bus with their kids. So I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we approve what's in front of us.
My suggestion is that you ask staff whether that's possible, how that's possible.
There we go. So that's what I'm. You know where I'm going. So my question to staff is, feasibly, at the point of sale, so to speak, with the bus driver and the fare box, would we be able to allow kids, middle school starts at 11, 12, so like 12 and under, free? Is that possible to do that? Because we currently do 5 and under, you said.
So our way to do this economically and easily is we need something to validate. So we're doing student ID. So any Burbank student that carries a student ID, we can validate that, no problem. I think middle school and on, you have IDs, and so that was where we got that. I don't know how an elementary school student can be validated immediately. So I don't think we'd have a hard time doing that. If we then put it to the parent, it's like, oh, a parent of an elementary school student rides for free, and therefore the student can also go. Well, how do I determine that that person is a parent of an elementary school student?
So if I may, Councilmember, I think the issue is what staff is proposing is a program for and I know Councilmember Takahashi, you've mentioned this a few times tonight. It's a program to assist Burbank students, and it sounds like the practical difficulty is going to be, I get where you want to go about making it free to say everyone under 12, everyone under 18, but we have no way of validating whether they're Burbankers or not.
Because that helps us with the reimbursement and the tracking. Yes.
So the show your ID part, that's just administrative so that we can let the Burbank school children ride for free. So there's no reimbursement on that part of it. It's just a quick way that a driver can see, hey, there's a student, come on board.
Okay.
And quite frankly, if a student, we're not looking so detailed, we're not just going to be scrutinizing. If we see, our drivers are going to know the general schools, we're going to see the student ID, we're going to have a little sheet, and we're going to track that.
So then I guess
simple.
So then here's my question. A driver sees a kid who's obviously 5 and under, they let them on for free. I mean, it's pretty easy to tell if a kid is 10 or 11 and under. I mean, that's true. My son looks like he's 20.
Well, for the sake of time, I'll say we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah.
You can introduce a friendly amendment, and they can accept or reject it. You can do a substitute motion, but we do procedurally have a motion on the floor.
Why don't we, I'd like to keep this motion clean as it is and move forward, and I may put something else afterwards.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion at hand?
Nope.
Seeing none, Ms. Clark, call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
100%.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Still here. Okay. Just making sure you're all awake. All right, Councilmember Anthony, did you have something else before the agenda items closed?
Yes, I'd like to move that staff try to find a feasible option for allowing, let's say, 12 and under free rides on the Burbank bus It's currently 5 and under. I'd like to up that number. Just to come back and see if it can work.
Would this be, I'm looking to Mr. Hess, Mr. McDougall, a next step report, if you will? Would that be the right way to construe it?
If 3 of you want to do that, but right now, if you want to
Correct.
push that forward, otherwise it dies.
Okay. I just want to make sure procedurally what he's suggesting. So we'd call it a next step report to look at the feasibility of offering free rides for those 12 and under?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember
Mr. Mayor,
Mullins.
wouldn't that be under future agenda items to look to put something on the agenda for?
I'm going to defer to
come
the city
back?
attorney on
Yeah,
this one.
I'm just curious.
So the end of the agenda is very limited in scope. It's just to ask for a first step report. This is sufficiently related. I mean, you're basically saying, if we're going to do it free for middle school and high school, why can't we do it for 5 to middle school? So it's sufficiently, if it's sufficiently related to this. If only one council member wants to do it, it can only come back as a first step. If there is at least 3 council members that want to prioritize this, then you can vote for a next step report.
So I'll second that. And can we just say elementary school to keep it simple?
Great.
Thank you.
because it's not too confusing.
Yeah.
Like everybody's like 5 to 12. It's elementary school who's missing.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that the motion's clear. So, Councilmember Anthony, your motion is to look at filling in the gap, kindergarten. I want to be clear, though, your motion's not talking about everyone under the age of 18 in Burbank. It's still aimed at Burbank students, just those not covered by the program. That's your motion?
Yes.
Okay. With that being said, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on this one?
I do have a
Yes.
discussion. Do you, this is not to make staff go and make it work, but we need to get some information back to see if it's feasible or not to be done.
Right, it'd be a
because
next
it might-
step report.
Yes,
So there'd be a future
yes.
vote on whether to actually do it. This would simply tell them, look into it and come back with
Yes,
information.
not go do it because they might not be able to do it, or there's costs associated
Right,
with
right.
it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, let's do another roll call vote on this one.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Very yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0.
And then my last question procedurally, Mr. Mayor, do you have sufficient information? I know it's the mayor and vice mayor do the subcommittee with our Burbank Unified. Do you need anything else from us to start that discussion or what we're proposing, or is that enough?
Unless the city attorney or city manager feel differently, as a member of the subcommittee, I feel consensus of direction from our colleagues, so I think that we can certainly take that to the next meeting.
Okay.
Unless there's any difference of opinion from staff on that.
Yeah, I believe this is already an open issue from the prior joint school board meeting.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McDougall. Okay, so with that in mind, I believe that closes out this agenda item. And that takes us to our second and final report of the evening at the remarkable hour of 8:50 p.m. My goodness. The second report to council tonight is a discussion on city council meeting policies and procedures. And of course, what we're really talking about is how we handle public comment and, of course, improving meeting efficiencies, tonight being the exception. I'd like to welcome back Ms. Catherine Labrato to present the report.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the City Council. Catherine Labrato, Assistant to the City Manager in the City Manager's Office. I'm here this evening to provide a brief report on City Council meeting policies and procedures, primarily focused on public comment. And we can go ahead and bring up the presentation. This item is being brought back to council this evening at Councilmember Takahashi's request from the October 3rd, 2023 meeting for a first step report on managing public comment. The Burbank City Council meetings operate under California Government Code 54940, also known as the Ralph M. Brown Act. The Brown Act ensures that local government agencies conduct business openly and publicly. Requirements under the Brown Act include such items as advance posting of agendas, availability of meeting materials, and allowing public participation at meetings. The City of Burbank also has its own set of rules and regulations for council meetings in Resolution 17-28970, passed in 2017. This resolution provides guidelines on items such as frequency, date, and time of council meetings, the order of business, and how the public addresses council. Several public comment periods are currently available at Burbank City Council meetings. The first is general public comment. This period takes place near the beginning of the meeting, after ceremonial items, and allows for up to 3 minutes of comments on either agenda items or non-agenda items. After that, agenda item public comment takes place. This takes place at the time that agenda items are presented, after staff's presentation, but before council deliberates. Public comment periods are also offered for closed sessions, public hearings, and study sessions. Speaking time limits for agenda item public comment and all other periods of public comment is up to 3 minutes per individual unless adjusted by the presiding officer. In preparation for this report, staff gathered information from other cities on their council meeting policies and procedures. With me tonight is Kylene Aquino, who is an administrative analyst in the city manager's office. She was instrumental in the preparation of the survey, so at this time I'd like to turn it over to her so she can present the findings.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the City Council. Kylene Aquino, Administrative Analyst with the City Manager's Office. I will be providing an overview of the survey findings. The survey included cities across California and identified the following strategies that are currently utilized to manage public comment. The first strategy is limiting speaking times allotted per individual. For example, in the city of West Hollywood, public comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker unless another time is announced by the presiding chair. An additional strategy is utilizing a publicized scaling system to determine speaker limits. In the city of Berkeley, public comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker for 5 or fewer speakers, and for 6 to 10 speakers, public comments are limited to 1 minute per speaker. Another strategy is limiting the overall length of public comment periods. In the city of Glendale, general public comment is limited to a total of 15 minutes. An additional strategy is reducing the number of public comment periods. The city of Carson has 1 public comment period for agenda items and 1 for non-agenda items. This differs from the city of Burbank's current procedure, which offers a public comment period after each agenda item. The next strategy is establishing deadlines for submission of speaker cards. In the city of Huntington Beach, signups for public speaking are accepted until the commencement of the public comment period. In the city of Burbank, speaker cards for public comment are accepted until the end of the in-person portion of the public comment period. The next strategy is utilizing a designated speaker for large groups. In the city of Garden Grove, when any group wishes to address the council on the same subject matter, the mayor may request a spokesperson to be chosen to represent the group to avoid unnecessary repetition. The final strategy is prioritizing the order of comments. For example, the city of Mission Viejo offers a general public comment period for non-agendized items only for a maximum of 30 minutes. Additional meeting management tools were identified that help facilitate other jurisdictions' council meetings. The first tool is the meeting start time. Common practice is having a meeting start time between 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. As a note, large metropolitan cities such as the cities of Los Angeles, San Diego, Sacramento, and San Jose tended to have earlier or more varied meeting start times. The second meeting management tool is regarding the meeting end time. Common practice includes listing a designated end time with certain rules and regulations provided for going past this designated end time. The last meeting management tool is regarding the discussion of agenda items. For example, establishing time limits for council questions, discussions, and/or deliberation helps facilitate efficient and timely completion of city business. I will now turn it back over to Catherine Librato to discuss recommendations for council consideration.
Thank you, Kylene. You can bring the presentation up. Okay, in addition to surveying other cities, staff also compiled data from Burbank City Council meetings from 2023 to date. Using this data as well as findings from other jurisdictions, the following items are being recommended to council for consideration. Adjusting speaking times allotted per individual. For up to 2 minutes or 1 minute per speaker for general public comment, and up to 2 minutes per speaker for other public general comment periods, including the agenda public comment. Also recommended is implementing a not-to-exceed limit of 75 minutes for general public comment and 20 minutes for all other periods. The city is fortunate to have a high level of public participation at council meetings. At numerous council meetings over the past several months, the presiding officer, either Mayor Schultz or Vice Mayor Perez, has reduced the speaking time to either 2 minutes or 1 minute due to a large number of speakers. This strategy has proven to be successful for ensuring that council is able to hear from all of the community members who want to speak. The next recommendation includes adjusting the start time of council meetings and adding an additional procedure for extending the council meeting end time. First is adjusting the council meeting start time to 5 p.m. With Burbank City Council meetings averaging about 5.5 hours in length, and at times extending to 7 hours or more, the adjustment to the 5 p.m. start time will provide council with a small amount of additional time for business items, and will also aim to ensure that agenda items are discussed prior to 11 p.m., which may not be ideal for community members to be discussing items after 11 p.m. The city survey found that common start times for council meetings were mostly in between 5 and 7 p.m. 6 p.m. probably most common, but we did see 5 p.m. and also as late as 7 p.m. Larger jurisdictions had start times as early as 10 a.m. or 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Council meetings generally begin with ceremonial items and announcements. So if council decided to go with a 5 p.m. start time, it's likely that our general public comment would not come up until probably about 5:45. Next is the recommendation to adjust the council meeting end time. Council meetings currently have a designated end time of 11 p.m. However, the meeting can be extended by a vote of the council. The city survey indicated that other cities have a very similar process, but with a small caveat that a conference with the city manager is included just to assess the agenda and determine how best to move forward. With that, the recommendation is for council meetings to keep the designated end time at 11 p.m., but add a caveat that council will confer with the city manager to assess the remaining agenda items. Next is our telephonic public comment. Approximately 60% of the cities that were surveyed did not offer public comment virtually or by telephone. At this time, the recommendation for Burbank is to keep public comment offered by telephone for general public comment, but to make a minor adjustment and close the phone lines once we begin to take telephone comments. With that, the phone lines would open at the start of the council meeting, and they would only close once we start to hear the telephone comments. Lastly, the recommendation is for the consideration of rules of decorum. The rules of decorum in this context refer to guidelines around discussion and completion of agenda items. The cities of Mission Viejo, Inglewood, and Victorville all have rules of decorum that govern discussion procedures for council, including established time limits for council questions, comments, and deliberation. Should council be interested in exploring this strategy further, staff can continue research and provide additional information in a future report. In conclusion, the council meeting policies and procedures are unique to each jurisdiction. In our research, it was very difficult to find any two cities that were operating exactly the same. For Burbank, the key factors include a very high level of community engagement and public participation, and also robust meeting agendas that are focused on furthering council goals and addressing emerging issues and community concerns. Should council decide to recommend adjustments to council meeting policies and procedures this evening, staff will implement the adjustments and return to council with an assessment of new policies. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Great job to both of you, and thank you for the presentation. We do have one in-person public comment card. We'll hear from Mr. Donahue, and then if you're hoping to give comment, this is your last chance. Fill out the yellow card. Mr. Donahue, come on down.
Good Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members, and staff. My name is David Donahue, homeowner and business owner. Also, the president of Vision Burbank, and a member, very strong advocate for housing providers, and have been before this body many times. And I would like to say that I might have been a contributor to the high level of public engagement. I would also like to pat myself on the back and my other fellow Vision Burbank board members that we can rally a group. And so, but I also agree with staff, 95%, that there do need to be changes. I mean, I've been in this chamber with you all, and I can get on my phone and I can watch YouTube. I can put in my AirPods and I can listen to some music. You all have to pay attention. And I definitely can understand that at times people do tend to nod off, not calling any names. But it's understandable. So I would offer a suggestion, if I may, is that while there are organizers such as myself where we have a large number of people that are going to be standing up for speaking on an item, designate them or have the speakers that we may bring to yield their time to one particular speaker. So that, as an example, if we have housing providers or if we have Metro or BRT people, we have 5 people, we have 5 cards, we can yield time to one person so that there is an efficiency to that speaker. It may be whether the mayor or the vice mayor is going to be dedicating only 1 minute so that the dedicated or the yield person who's been yielded to can have that 5 minutes, let's say, or just to do a little bit longer dissertation as opposed to breaking them up in very small segments. And so being able to yield time, I think, would be very beneficial. The other point that I'd like to bring up are the PowerPoint presentations from time to time that staff brings up to the council. They don't have those PowerPoints until they are here at council and they're saying, hi, play it. And oftentimes, where there's a board or a commission, I'm having to go to staff saying, could you give me that PowerPoint presentation? Because I was not able to really review it before, let's comment on it. So if there's an opportunity to be able to say to the city clerk or to staff to give to the city clerk that PowerPoint presentation, it would be very helpful for the public to be able to review it when you're looking at the council agenda. But I just want to reinforce the fact that looking at this item is very important. I fully support, like I said, the majority of what staff presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Last call, any other public comment cards? Okay, we will declare the public comment period for this agenda item closed. Colleagues, I know we all have lots of thoughts and discussion. Let's start with any questions. There may not be many, but does anyone have any questions for staff about what was presented? Yes.
I think because it's interesting, I asked that question yesterday to, was it yesterday? Monday, yes, to the city manager in regards to the PowerPoint presentation. And now Mr. Donahue brings it because that was something I asked the city manager, can you give us the PowerPoint presentation earlier and make it available? So if you don't mind answering that question, the same way you answered it to me yesterday.
Sure. Thank you. If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I'd love to provide PowerPoints earlier. We get them, they are getting done today. I mean, they're getting done towards the end of the, right before the meeting, because we're making changes, we're having pre-meetings, we're reviewing those. What I would recommend is that the PowerPoint should mirror the staff report, and the staff report is kind of the memorialized document related to whatever the agenda item is. So that's really the source of information is that staff report. So and again, some staff reports don't even have PowerPoints. So as much as I'd like to do that is super challenging for us as far as putting a deadline on PowerPoints, because they do change at the very end because we're receiving more information. We want to provide responses to you on your concerns when we have pre-meetings and things like that, and make different points. So I would recommend having the staff report as the main document that people refer to, and the PowerPoint should just be a supplement to that and reflect, in summary, hopefully, what the staff report is trying to say.
Okay. I'm going to go to, first of all, any other questions, Councilmember Mullins?
That's okay for right now.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Takahashi, then Anthony.
Mr. Mayor, this was my item that I agendized. So first I wanted to thank Ms. Aquino and Ms. Labrado for the presentation. Ms. Aquino, I think this is your first one, so well done. And I wanted to thank the council for taking this up, because this has been a topic that from day one, I wanted to address as somebody in the community who would come to meetings many, many times over and had my thoughts on how things could be more effective. And as now sitting in this seat, for me, I felt that, going late it's hard for everybody. It's hard for staff. It's hard for the community members. And for us, as much as I'm sure, we all have very sharp minds, but after being here for 6-7 hours and listening to public comment and thinking about all the issues, and I really want to commend our group that we think about and we talk about these issues thoroughly. We are very, very thoughtful. By 11, 12 o'clock, my brain is mush. I don't know about you guys. So I think that it's important to look at this. I also have received information from the community and experienced it myself, that when there's a subjective or inconsistent message of how long the public comment's going to be, that it does cause some frustration, because you come prepared with your 3 minutes, or you come prepared with however long, and then it changes last minute. So that's something I think is worth talking about. And I also, for me, it's always been an issue of equity, making sure as many people can speak as possible, no matter what their situation is. So those are things that were concerning for me, that I wanted to bring this topic up. So I wanted to thank you all for talking about it tonight, and thanks for the presentation. I do have one question, though, I would like to ask, is if we make changes tonight, when would these changes go into effect? Would it be the next meeting? Would it take a little while to get going, or?
I do think that we would like to take a little bit of time just to make sure that the public is aware and informed about the changes that we're making. Okay. So I would think next meeting would be too soon, possibly the one after that, unless Mr. Hess feels differently.
Yeah, and it's up to you if you want to give us, if you want to provide a little bit more time. I would assume not the next meeting, but like Ms. Librado said, I think give us a little opportunity to provide that outreach and make sure people know what the new policies and rules are.
Okay, so this wouldn't come back as a consent calendar item, or would it?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's my quick question. But I did want to say that I wanted to remind folks who were here before. I know Councilmember Anthony was here before. It used to be 5-minute comment. Mm-hmm. And when we moved from 5-minute to 3-minute comment, that was quite consternation in the community. So I just wanted to point that out as we're talking tonight, that we have been here before and we managed to survive, and here we are. So just thinking about that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anthony, you have the floor.
So, yeah, it used to be 5 minutes, and they used to have last orals. At the very end of the meeting, you could come back and comment on anything that happened in the meeting. I have a random question, and this is based on what we heard from public comment. I know it's difficult to get the PowerPoint up beforehand to help everybody during public comment, but I will say there have been things in PowerPoints that either the graph or the chart or the labeling has been more effective than the staff report. My very, very first meeting ever, there was a PowerPoint presentation that included metallic balloons that was not in the staff report, and we made a whole agenda item at it. So is it possible for us to include the PowerPoint after the fact when we memorialize the vote, when the city clerk goes through?
I believe we do.
So that's part of it. And
Yeah, you could look up the PowerPoints now. Yeah.
When does that get put in?
Ms. Clark?
It gets put in electronically. Everybody sees it at the same time. So it gets added to the record electronically in time for the meeting, and it is part of the permanent record.
And what do you mean in time for the meeting?
Well, it's posted with the agenda, the electronic version, right? So you don't get the copies delivered to your home.
So Ms. Clark, let me ask you. So tonight, for example, there were a couple PowerPoints that were not previously posted. Customarily, ordinarily, would it be later this week? When would those PowerPoints go up on the website?
The following morning.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Great. Clears that up. I wanted to say, here's something that came up. This came as an outlier. There was a suggestion from staff to close telephonic comment once we started the telephone comments. Why is that in there? What purpose does that serve? Do we get a lot of calls after people start calling?
We do. We do. So we can start with potentially 5 callers, and it continues to go up from there. So the entire time that we are taking public comment for the telephone, we'll still receive phone calls.
So then that begs the question, why? Why do people call in after they've started the calls? Do you think there's people out there that don't know they can call in and suddenly they hear phone calls? Or
They prefer not to wait online in the queue. And the one thing I would add, not to join the staff presentation too much here, but it's challenging because when I'm having to make the always unfortunate decision of whether to cut time, it's so hard to predict because we don't know, okay, like when we're starting comment, we got 5 callers, it ends up to be 25 or 30 on a particular item I'm thinking of a few weeks back. And maybe my decision would have been different if we had known we're going to have 30 callers. But that's why it's so challenging to make those council meeting management decisions when the list continues to grow in real time.
So you think people are at home waiting for the phones to go and then they call in and they say, "Oh, now it's telephone comment time. I'm going to call in."
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Sure,
There's
yeah,
some individuals too that are watching TV, and they're watching us on there, and they feel like, oh, I need to call in and have speak about this issue because they weren't maybe aware the discussion was going to go, and so they end up getting on the phone and calling us. They may not even wanted to call to begin with, but it was part of the discussion. They hear us, so they want to let us know how they feel about an item. So it's a combination of things, really what we've experienced that through the pandemic when we started the phone calls.
Okay.
And as somebody who used to call in a lot, because I couldn't get to city council as easily, I sometimes would wait until the calls started because I didn't want to sitting in the queue for however long because it was 5 minutes before.
Typically an hour plus before we
Right,
get there.
exactly. So I would wait until the call section started, knowing that somebody else would probably be calling in too, and then I would then call in right then. So there is a little bit of a challenge because maybe we could do a warning, like, okay, we have 5 callers left, we have 5 speakers left, like on our card. So if you're thinking of calling in, call in now before the end of the in-person. So somebody who's waiting, so they don't have, waiting to call in so they don't have to sit on the phone forever, has a little bit of a window.
I think whatever we decide tonight, to your point, we can definitely and we will revise the script so that there are verbal markers that there is X amount of time remaining until we close the phone line. So I think whatever we decide, we can definitely make that adjustment.
I think if that's provided, then folks at home who don't want to wait for 2 hours or whatever on the phone will still have that opportunity to be able to call in last minute and have time. Yeah.
So I think you had the floor on your question.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
No, that was a. Okay. No more questions.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah, I know we're going to have tons of discussion. I just want to get any staff, any questions? There you go. You have comments. Okay. All right. Wait, we have a question coming in over here. Vice Mayor, go for it.
Oh, it's a question. To staff, I know we talked a little bit about some jurisdictions that only allow public comment pertaining to business directly within the bodies. Can you give me some examples of that, or is there language in there? Who does that, and how do they keep to that?
Can you clarify? You're saying for the comments that are non-agenda related?
Yeah, so in the staff report, it said there's some jurisdictions that only allow public comment on items related to things that body reviews. So how do they manage that?
So if I can jump in and add, we've always had a very, for lack of a better word, liberal policy that if you come before the microphone, we're going to let you talk about whatever you want to talk about. There are other jurisdictions that are a bit more hardliners. If you come and talk about international relations, for example, there are some jurisdictions that will say, well, that's not really the purview of city government, and they'll shut you down right there. We've just never culturally done that here because we want everyone to feel heard. But other jurisdictions do. They'll say, this isn't city business. It's nothing the city can act on. Get out of here.
The mayor answered that quite perfectly for me. It
How
is true.
How many do that? I'm just curious because it's not something that I even considered a thing?
So the Brown Act says for the general public comment for regular meetings, the public may comment on any matter within the local agency's subject matter jurisdiction. So there are cemetery districts which are subject to the Brown Act. There's water districts, there's sanitary districts, the airport authority, right? They're a public entity subject to the Brown Act, but their jurisdiction is very narrow. So for them to have to undertake a 4-hour general public comment on Burbank's rent cap would seem to be a waste of their staff's time. They actually also meet, I believe, on Mondays at 9 a.m. And so it could be very disruptive to have to undertake a wide variety of topics for which they have no jurisdiction. So for a city such as Burbank, which has a power utility, a water utility, a landfill, I mean, the number of issues, international humanitarian issues aside, there's a very broad range of topics which are naturally within your subject matter jurisdictions, not within the subject matter jurisdiction of many local agencies that are also subject to the Brown Act.
Got it. Thank you. So that's what we mean when we're talking about those jurisdictions. I was just curious, like, is another city shutting folks down because they come to ask questions about?
And I've seen it happen. The presiding officer calls them out of order, shuts down the mic, and asks them to be removed. And
Right. And to be very fair, Mr. City Attorney, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's always been an option of any presiding. We can do that. We just haven't done that. Like if you read our agenda, it talks about general public comment being for a matter. It's even in the script, right? A matter of public concern for the city. We just have culturally always taken the position that we don't want to be ruling people out of order and cutting short their public comment time. So, that was your question. Any other questions? I have no questions myself, so I think we can just jump right into discussion. So, Councilmember Takahashi, you asked for the agenda item. You want to lead us off?
I believe I already did, but I'm very interested to hear, especially folks who've been on council for a while and those who've been in the city for a while, to hear what your thoughts are on the suggestions. I mean, I think that these are really good discussion points, and a lot of them are good ideas, but I want to hear what you all have to say about it.
Sure. Well, maybe I'll start over here. Councilmember Anthony and Councilmember Mullins. I mean, you were city clerk for a long time. Either of you want to start us off with your thoughts on staff recommendations?
Well, so yeah, I've been coming to public comment for like 7.5 years now. I remember when it was 5 minutes. Not everybody used the whole 5 minutes. Not everybody uses the whole 3 minutes here. And I'll be first to say that we have gone late, and I have partaken of a quick power nap or two behind the dais. But it's tough when we have a big issue that is important to a lot of people, and they come down and they want to speak their piece. It's hard for me to, because I've seen other jurisdictions that are very strict, very limited, 30 seconds to a minute, cuts off at a certain amount of time, so first come, first serve, which is tough if you've got kids. If you're working 9 to 5, it's hard. It's hard. I think there are some things in here that could help. I think the 1 and 3 minute has been working. I think that's really great. I am totally open to moving our scheduled time to 5 o'clock. I think that is probably not good for people who have day jobs. Fair enough. It's tough. It's tough because we've got staff and they stay late. I'll put this out there. I've been coming to city council meetings for a very long time, long before I even got elected. And the late night meetings were rare. They happened, but it wasn't every meeting. I mean, look here, we've got an empty house. It's going to get out of here by 10 o'clock. I think what has been happening is that for the last few years, we as a body have taken up some issues that historically have not been addressed by the city. And I think that is in and of itself the impetus for large amounts of community groups to come down and have longer, robust discussions. I feel like we're jumping the gun. I feel like there's some issues we're going to be tackling over the next few months that once dealt with and voted on and moved on, there's going to be back to regular business kind of levels of timing. If you get what I mean. So, I mean, there's some stuff in here I think we could try. I'm just not, I don't think there's a systemic issue. I think it's a moment in time reflection of what we're doing as a body, and that once we move past this sort of moment in time, we're going to go back to what's been working for a while. So that's just my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins, would you like to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to remind everyone, including Council Member Anthony, when we had the 5 minutes and the 3 minutes at the end of the meeting, we didn't have public comment on every agenda item. So the way to compromise, because I was involved with the process of the agenda with the city attorney's office at the time, is to allow more public comments, but to reduce the beginning to 3 minutes, take away the last public comment period, because it wasn't really productive. We've already discussed everything. We've already voted on everything, so it wasn't really productive, but allowed the public to participate during the agenda item by making comments. And that was the trade-off of reducing the 5 minutes, because they could have been talking about a big development coming to Burbank, and we're only giving them 3 minutes. So that really expanded our public comment period, even though some people might think it gave you only 3 minutes, but it did allow somebody that can speak 13 times if we have 13 agenda items, and plus a public hearing. So I just want to mention that it was designed for that purpose, to allow more communication. Now, I want to talk about something quickly that I heard with my own ears, and it kind of crunched. I was like sitting there going, oh no, that's not true. I was at a community meeting, and they were talking about council meetings and how long they've been going, especially it was after the 3 a.m. or almost 3 a.m. meeting. And a couple of individuals said the council's doing this intentionally, so we don't participate, and we cannot stay up late in the evening to know exactly what they're doing behind our backs. And I've wrote it down because I felt, ouch. And that was not, I know it's not our intent. And I wanted to say something, but it wasn't the right setting for me to say something. And so if the public started to look at us, that we're intentionally doing this till 3, 2, 12 o'clock, and I know some individuals have sat here and fallen asleep with us, or went and got with you, so I should correct that. Just trying to help you. And if some people got up and got snacks and they're hungry, and we've heard from Betty Portos, bring a truck, a food truck and coffee, and so there's been a lot of comments already. It's exhausting. It's not only exhausting, as Councilmember Takahashi addressed earlier. Yeah, we're sitting here drinking caffeine, keeping us going, but for the public that is sitting here trying to speak at the end, or someone who's applied for a board and commission, and the poor individuals have to sit here through 145 speakers just to get up and say, hello, can you appoint me? It's not fair. And I don't know how many of you, but I know I get these calls the next morning. Can you tell me what happened last night? Because I fell asleep and I didn't hear, what was the vote? I'm trying to get on the website, but I can't get to that item when you guys stop saying this. And so I have to personally do a rewind and a rerun of what we have discussed the night before. And I feel bad for those individuals because they want to be engaged. They want to know what we're doing, but I don't blame them. Why would I want to stay beyond 11 o'clock watching a council meeting and we're finding the results? So I'm putting all this out there because I think it's a reality where individuals now are thinking that we're doing this intentionally so we can have less public participation. So they're not going to be here waiting for us to decide on whatever we're deciding. Now, in the same breath of saying all this, we all, and I know this, want public participation. We welcome it. I know we get our share of emails that are sent to us, and I know we go through them and read them. Our e-comment period, that's also very important. We get that, and we hear and see what the public is asking for. I know we all personally receive phone calls, and our office administrator sends us emails. So-and-so called, and they really want to speak with you. I know I've been getting a lot of that lately. And I do call back when they do ask us. So there's plenty of ways that the public can actually get a hold of us and express their opinion. But I know they also want to come in here, like you're saying, some issues. They come here at the podium. And I've seen some individuals who have 1 or 2 seconds left and they say, oh, well, I have a second or two, so let me see what else I can say in here to eat up my second or two. So not everyone walk away and yield their we all heard it. So can we count on the public to be really responsible to cut it off when they're stopped talking? I don't know that I can count on everyone. Some people are courteous and they say, okay, I said what I need to say and walk away. So I've seen over the last now 12 years, 10 as the city clerk and then almost 2 on council, a whole different meetings take place, a lot of more public participations, meaning coming here to the podium and speaking. Yes, the first couple of years you were on council, both of you, we didn't have as many people showing up. We didn't stay till 3 o'clock in the morning, or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
Also, it was post-pandemic.
Yes. So I'm putting all this out there just to address some of your points and concerns about, is this right or wrong? I don't think, as you can see from the staff report, I went through all the cities, and we've done that many times before, and seeing every city they need to do what works for that city. And so there's not a perfect answer to how public comments should work. So I am personally, for me, what I think has worked for us in the past is allowing the public to weigh in on the agenda items and allow them to participate, if they want to speak on an agenda. If they don't, then they get to go home. They don't have to be sitting here the whole entire meeting. So the last public comment is totally unnecessary. And I believe with the mayor's adjustments to a 1 minute, that I've seen people can really do it. And they're able to deliver their message directly. The one thing, and this is why I like consistency, I don't want people to think that I have 3 minutes and they come here and we say, oops, sorry, we have 145 cards. You're only going to get a minute. That's when they get frustrated, and this is when they're upset. I think what we're doing today is setting some guidelines, so when the speakers are coming in, they know they only have a minute to speak, and this is it, so they're prepared. And so we can stop making those changes that we're making every meeting to make adjustments. So I'm in favor of the first public comment period to be at 1 minute, talking in general about anything they want to talk about, because like you said, Mr. Mayor, we have been very open to have all these kind of discussions. Some cities, they say, no, go away, we're not going to listen to that. I'm also in favor of definitely keeping public comment on each agenda item because I think it's helpful for us to hear on that specific agenda item. And I want to try, instead of the 3 minutes, the 2 minutes.
I believe the council member means each report to council.
Each report, yeah, not the consent. So, yeah, the public doesn't know what I'm thinking, but thank you for clarifying. On each report, and then, of course, the public hearings, everything that we currently have that allows the public to weigh in on the report and the public hearing, I think that is still very helpful to allow the public to communicate on what they want us to know about that topic. I'm going to throw it out there and see if we can do a 2 minute instead of 3 minutes and see, if my colleagues feel the same way. I'm also in favor because of the call-in and the unknown where people just continuing to call in. I know that night we had the 145 speakers. It seemed like it was endless, that we, okay, what are we going to do now? How long are we going to stay here? So if we can allot a certain time and the mayor can make a couple of announcements, I think I would like to see that and try it. If people really want to call, they should call as soon as the lines are open. And then we can have allotted period, however it is that council want to discuss how long it would be. So those are my thoughts, and I'm happy to listen to anybody else.
Okay. Ordinarily I go last, but I'll jump in now just because I've been on council. This is my 4th year. So let me just say out the gate, I think that we do a pretty good job of handling public comment in Burbank. There are certainly meetings that go till 3 a.m., but there are also meetings like tonight. Just to get to some of the staff recommendations, let me start with telephonic public comment. I'm a big believer in it. We didn't have it prior to the pandemic, and there are certainly drawbacks, but I also think that we've seen increased public participation from folks calling in, so I'd like to keep it. I think the thing that I was never a fan of with our current system, and I do have a thought on how we could fix it, so I'll save that for the end, but I've never been a fan of the inequity of, as we currently have it, if you want to call in, you can have 3 minutes during general public comment, and you got to fit everything in. If you're here in person, you can talk, stack it up, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 minutes. I know it was something that Councilmember Springer felt strongly about. It never sat right with me. It just seemed inequitable. So I bring that up to say that I like the staff recommendation of looking at a general, sort of bifurcating and saying, if you want to talk about something that is not on the agenda tonight, but of general importance to the community or public interest, maybe having a minute, that doesn't offend me. The reason I'd be comfortable with that initial period is because it's not on the agenda. Hopefully you're conveying enough information so that a council member can request a future agenda item later, and when it comes back, you'll have your more time. I don't think, I'm not offended by 2 minutes, but I actually think 3 minutes has worked for the most part pretty well. So I wouldn't be opposed to having a period of public comment that relates to all the agenda items that's 3 minutes. One thing that I've talked about with Ms. Clark that was referenced in the report is having some sort of a sliding scale or some standard for when we reduce public comment. So, for me, I always think in my mind, we want to aim for maybe 2 hours of public comment. That's probably more than some might like, but that is sufficient, that is robust, and yet we can still get to our agenda items at hand by 8:30, 8:45, let's say. It's not horribly late into the night. So if we have 1 to 25 speakers in person, you can easily do 3 minutes for all of them, and you're only 75 minutes in, and you have some callers as well. It's when you start getting to 26 to 50 or 51 plus cards. So I think that having a sliding scale, there's still going to be a certain level of subjectivity. And to your point, Councilmember Mullins, not everyone's going to love that. But I think it at least would be an improvement on where we currently have, where there's really no standard. It really is just at the chair's discretion. So that's something I would be interested in. So that I took from the second bullet on slide 4, some sort of publicized scaling system to guide that discretion. That's something I'd be interested in. The reduced number of public comment periods, I actually like what Carson has done. In a perfect world, I I would do what Councilmember Mullins is suggesting, and I would have the 1-minute general public comment period for anything not on the agenda, and then I'd have all the public comments for all the reports. The reason I'm wary to do that is because, as I understand it, having telephonic call-in that late into the night is just not practical. Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
Maybe correct, or so I'm not implying that we take calls for all the reports on the agenda. No,
Right,
it's only as we're doing it today, only the first beginning general public comment period.
Totally, and I understand that's what you're in favor of. I'm saying I would revise and do what I wanted to do initially 2 years ago. In a perfect world, would have a minute of general public comment at the beginning for anything not on the agenda, and then we'd go do the consent calendar and all the reports, and for each of them, we do in-person and telephonic. I think that's the most equitable way. Because of the hardship, the cost, everything I've heard from our staff about that not being possible, I would be more in favor of having a general public comment period, say 3 minutes. Heck, I wouldn't even be opposed to 5. Got you looking there, Justin. But I wouldn't be opposed, because then at least there's true equity. Everybody can talk about the agenda items that they want for the same amount of time, whether they're in person or telephonic. And I know that's not what you're suggesting, but it's what I'm suggesting.
I just wanted to understand, are you saying one period on all the agenda reports or on every agenda item?
I would do what Carson is doing. So you'd have general public comment, and then maybe you'd have comment on agenda items. And so it'd be 3 minutes, talk about any and all the items you want.
Okay, so we wouldn't do it after every report.
Correct. And I want to be clear, that's not my preference, but that is balancing what I'm hearing from our staff about how impractical it would be to have folks handling public calls at 10 o'clock at night when we get to the last agenda item. So I hear the staff and I understand it. For that reason, my compromise would be 2 periods of comment. A 1-minute general for anything not on the agenda, followed by a comment on agenda items. That's at least what I would favor.
And then no comment period throughout the night.
Correct. And the reason I do that, again, is just from the equity piece, because as it is right now, if you're calling in, you are at a disadvantage. You don't have as much time to speak.
If I could add to that, I've always felt this way since the council's changed it to having public comment for every item, that in and of itself is also an equity, because for 2 reasons. One, because not everybody can stay. So the people who have the time and the flexibility and to stay can be the ones to speak before the item. And then also that the folks who called in would not have a chance as well. So also multiple times too. The same person can come up multiple times.
Right.
That just provides, very few people have that flexibility to do that. That said, it's a small number of people, so it doesn't tend to be that much of an impact. But if we're looking at equity as a lens, that has something that's always kind of sat with me as not being equitable.
And then I'll just end my thoughts because I want to move on. I want to hear both of you to jump in. But just on the other items, really quickly, I support the staff recommendation of having a cutoff for telephone comments. So maybe it's when telephone comments starts, maybe it's 5 minutes before or after. But I like the idea of saying if you want to get in the queue, you have until X o'clock or this point in the agenda, and then it is what it is. It's set. So I'm in favor of that. With regards to meeting start time, I myself would not be offended with starting at 5 o'clock, but again, from the equity lens, I understand that there are people that work, there are people with childcare obligations, and I am worried about a 5 o'clock start time as opposed to a 6 o'clock start time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I could, while you're nurturing these ideas of 2 different the public has a hard time discerning, I think at times, when they're supposed to speak. And we could end up with, it would be easier on nights when you have to reduce everybody's time, or what you've done recently, prioritizing people who choose to only take a minute, if it were always 1 period of time, versus what I heard you say, stacking a non-agenda item versus an agenda item. It would be hard to exclude people that want to speak during the non-agenda item. You'd have to call them out of order and then reshuffle their cards.
Sure.
Administratively, it could be a little difficult.
Same with the phones. I mean, if people are calling in for non-agenda items for 1 minute and then trying to figure out who's calling in for agenda items, really tight, that's a tight window, that's gonna cause problems.
Okay. Let me see if I have anything else that'll be done. Meeting end time, I have no problem leaving it as it is. I think that the proposal to confer with the city manager just codifies what we already we do it anyway, generally speaking, but I have no problem codifying it. So I think that's all I got. Who wants to go next? Yes.
I'd like to throw another wrench into the equitability factor here, because there are some folks who wait for the report to council before they make their public comment. And some of that is the difference between a visual learner and a
You're talking about the
studious.
PowerPoint presentation, right?
Not just the PowerPoint presentation, but also the way it's presented, the way that the information is given and distributed. When you read a report, you can go through it, and to the untrained eye, you may not understand what the main points are, because there's a lot of these reports are very dense. And so when staff gives the report, they do the highlights. They say, these are the important issues. I'm going to go through the major points of contention and things that we're going to change. This is what you need to take away from it. And it's, I believe, beneficial to allow our public to digest the report as it's presented, and then they're allowed to give public comment, because some folks will read the report and they know what they're going to say, and some folks won't, and some folks may not even have a comment until they see something on the PowerPoint. So I think that's also an equitability thing, the way people digest information. So
sure,
yeah.
I want to. I'll go to Councilmember Mullins next, but I know Vice Mayor hasn't gone yet. If you want to jump in on the combo, and then we'll keep going around.
Great. All right, so I will go in order, starting with the public comment piece, since we're all talking about that. I have to say, I personally like the mayor's idea. That's where I was leaning before the city attorney shot that down.
Well, we can still do it.
I was just providing input. I wasn't shooting
Technically,
it down.
we're the policymakers.
Absolutely. For months yet.
A little less than 4,
Not
but
me.
who's counting?
You still got me for another couple years, Joe. But I like that idea. I think folks can discern. I think no matter what we do, it's going to be a system that takes them getting used to, right? The same way, if we say 2 minutes for the agenda items, we're going to have people that are like, but I have my 3 minutes, right? It's going to be growing pains. But I like the idea of separating to listen. If you want to come to us and yell at us about something that's happening in Pasadena, you get 1 minute, right? It's not our jurisdiction, it's not our agenda, but we're giving you the time to speak. But if you want to come talk to something that is on the agenda, you deserve your 3 minutes. You deserve to speak. You deserve the time of day, because that's what we'll be looking at. And quite frankly, that's what we want to hear that day. And I think if we had those 2 periods and we separated them with the consent calendar in between, it's enough differentiation that folks will realize, okay, now I'm talking on reports in general. And I like the idea that we still get to have the callers, because otherwise it does not sit well with me that we get the folks who get to stay at the end for all of our reports. We hear 1 or 2 commenters per report, and it's usually the folks who can stay, and it's usually a lot of our regular folks. And I have received emails in the past from people who are like, I wanted to call in at that time and I couldn't because I wanted to speak to that. And it's an equity issue. To your point, there's also an equity issue about hearing the report, right? But I feel like this is, if I'm weighing issues, this is one that's a lot more tangible to address, in my opinion. So that's just my thoughts on the public comment piece. On the meeting start time, I appreciate the impetus for wanting an earlier start time to the meeting, and I appreciate staff looking at this as a solution. But I have to think not only from the perspective of what that does to me as not the only working person on this council, but what it does for our constituents. I don't want somebody to feel like they are forced to leave work early to make it here on time. The Brown Act says the meeting must be completely accessible to the public. In my opinion, 5 p.m. is not completely accessible to the public. And I know we can get into the legalese of it, but it doesn't sit well with me personally.
You got 2 years to battle it out with her on that one.
You're all the policymakers.
Personally, this is just one council member's perspective, but it doesn't sit well with me. And we received at least one public comment tonight telling us just that they get off at 5:30 and they need to go home, and there's childcare and there's other things that they have to settle before they can make it to this chamber or pick up the phone. And I get it, because maybe not as long as both of you, but I also made my share of calls, and I also was rushing home or rushing to my car to pick up the phone so that I could call in, or rushing to here to speak at the podium. And I don't want to put anybody else or impede them from that situation. And if I want to go further, I don't want to impede another working professional from running for city council because, oh no, the meeting starts at 5 p.m., which is when I get out of work, And I know we have our closed session and everything, and there's negotiations with our own employers for those things, but I don't want to make something harder, both for the public and the folks up here. So that's just my 2 cents on that piece. As for the meeting end time, I agree that we confer with the city manager. I don't know that we've done it as well recently. I feel like we've said, should we end at 11? But there's no.
We've talked, Justin.
It's a very brief chat. I'd like a little more time. So just, for me, ideally, it would be great, if we hit 11 o'clock or whatever the designated time is that that you turn to me and I say, hey, so we have 3 more items. So I think this is going to take about 20 minutes. This is going to take about 30 minutes. This may take 2 hours. And it provides an opportunity for us to prioritize, push things. It also provides the public an opportunity to have some expectations about, okay, is this going to take a long time? Do I need to just go to sleep at this point or what? So I think it does help versus just kind of doing a quick motion and moving along. So at least they know kind of where we're coming from towards the final couple hours.
And I feel like from my perspective, my time on council, generally when I look at it's almost 11 p.m., I make a motion to keep going, we keep going, and that's generally what happens. But I'd like the idea of a little more thought. If it's something that can be moved to the following week, for our understanding and for the public's understanding, if we decide to do this, everybody understands it generally ends at 11, unless there is something so immediate that cannot be moved, or we're in the middle of an item that we started at 10, right? So that's just my thoughts, and those are the 3 things that we're discussing. So
I'm going to, in a second here, I'm going to kick it back to Councilmember Takahashi since it was your item. But in hearing your comments, Vice Mayor, there were 2 last things that I just thought of. Now that we have interpretive services, I'm also thinking about the fact that, unless we were prepared to keep them here till 10, 11 at night, we typically have been letting them go after the general public comment period, which is just in the inequity argument of general public comment versus all the reports to council. That's just another wrinkle to it. And yes, presumably someone would be here by 6:30 or 7, but they may get here later. So that's kind of why I err on the side of 2 periods of comment. And I probably, if it were me, I would just retitle them. It would just be comment on non-agenda items, comment on agenda items. I would do away with this general public comment as sort of a confusing misnomer. That would just be my 2 cents, but want to hear from my colleagues. And then the only other thing that's a little beyond the purview of the item, but I'm going to try to fit it in carefully, Mr. McDougall, I'm going to fit it in through the concept of the conference with the city manager about what gets bumped. I will say in my 4 years on council, I see the reason for not having a meeting every week. I do get it from a staffing perspective, but I will say that if we did meet every week, we could probably have smaller agendas. So that's just a consideration when the next council adopts their calendar next year. I think that more regular meetings and maybe confining it to 2 reports, 1 public hearing, and a consent calendar might make smaller, more manageable agendas. That's just my 2 cents.
Can I just throw a little factoid out.
Sure.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we only average roughly 2.8 staff reports per meeting over the last, how much time?
From 2023 to date.
So we average less than 3 reports a meeting.
No, I know. I am thinking there's a couple. Generally, you're totally right. There are a couple meetings that come to mind where I knew we had heavier items where we might have had like 4 or 5 or 6 reports. And
yeah,
I don't know.
It is an operation to put together a whole meeting. So there's a lot that's involved with that. So I don't know if that's tough on staff. I will just say that.
Yeah, no, look, I know my lane, you have yours. That's very much in your lane. Just that's my feedback from an outgoing council member with a little less than 4 months left, Mr. McDougall. But take it for what it's worth and do with it what you will. But I have made that observation. Councilmember Takahashi, now you've heard from everybody. What do you think?
Yeah, thank you so much for these lots of ideas. I think we have a lot of options tonight, and a number of them would probably be fine in the sense of like doable and tolerable by the community and save us late nights. So I'm not going to get into too much detail of which one's the perfect solution. I did want to clarify though, Mr. Mayor, when you said that you wanted to have, or the idea of having non-agendized items and then agendized items, would you then also have the public comment for each item, or you would take that away?
So
in your how you're
this is a half-baked idea,
Yeah.
so feel free to reject it or make it your own. But my thought would be, borrowing from all of you, maybe we'd have at the very beginning comment on non-agenda items, 1 minute. So if you want to talk about something that's not on the agenda, you get 1 minute to make your pitch.
Right.
We could do that in person, telephonic. You have interpretive services, done. At some point, at the right point in the agenda, you'd have comment on agenda items. Maybe it's 3 minutes, maybe it's more, maybe it's less. But the idea would be, if you want to talk about an agenda item, here's your time to do that. We still have our interpretive services available. You can do it in person and telephonic, and then you're done. Now, it doesn't address Councilmember Anthony's equity argument about those who might want to hear the staff report. So in full disclosure, that is something we have to weigh through. But kind of borrowing from the language of the vice mayor, I don't know if I see a perfect solution here, but at least everyone's getting the same access, the same amount of time. It's not giving more weight to those who have the luxury of staying late in person.
Yeah.
That's just my perspective, but I think we have all the options at our disposal on this.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still kind of parsing that as another option because I hadn't considered it before. But I think that if we can find a way to really make it clear to the public what's happening, and that when they come in the door, they know exactly which card to put in, which time to speak, how long they get, the more different variations we have, the more opportunity there is to get confused. So I'll make sure that's just really clear.
I agree. And I'm going to add, if it's all right with you, one more comment, and then I'm going to be quiet. But I will say, if we did a model like what I'm suggesting, there'd be a little bit of hardship on staff, but it would really have to be borne by the presiding officer, right? Because if somebody wants to talk about a non-agenda item and it's now comment on agenda items, it's really going to be on the presiding officer to say, "This, I'm sorry, but this is not the appropriate time or place." So the script would have to be reworked to be very clear. There'd have to be multiple warnings. And ultimately, it'd be on the presiding officer to communicate that message and enforce it. So
Yeah.
that is something we should consider.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may really quickly, the way our agenda is structured right now, those 2 periods, if you wanted to combine general public comment, let's say for non-agenda items, and then go into a multiple agenda item comment, there really is no space the way it's structured now. So we'd have to look at moving things around because we go from general public comment to response to the consent calendar, potentially into our reports. So the only thing right now that you would have between those comments is consent and maybe your response to the first public period. So they would end up being so close together that at that point, you could just have one public comment period at the beginning. And that would all go together. So you'd have your calls, you'd have your in-comment person. I mean, everything would happen all at one time. So that would essentially solve the equity issue.
I totally agree. And the only reason I didn't frame it like that was if we had sort of the 2 periods and maybe you did them back to back. What I'm trying to think of is staffing for the city clerk's office. It would avoid the need for what am I trying to say? I guess if it was a non-agenda item, maybe it's a salmon colored card, that's what you fill out, that's great. Otherwise, we're going to be going through as they're making their comment and saying, do you get a minute because it's a non-agenda item? Do you get 3 minutes because it is an agenda item? That was my thought process of make it easier for them, 2 colored cards. If it's a non-agenda item, you get a pink card. If it's an agenda item, you get a yellow card. And I would just suggest, maybe we just do them back to back and then do a response to all of it at the end. But anyway, I've done enough talking.
And then the calls would be all together?
So I would say, sorry,
understand
everyone.
it. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know, we're all.
All right.
It's my turn.
We start the meeting, and it would be, if I'm looking at the agenda, we've done the moment of silence, the flag salute, all that. We do a period of comment on non-agenda items, 1 minute. So we start with the pink cards. Let's say everyone in person gets 1 minute. Then we go to the phones, 1 minute. Then we're done. And then I would just say, for the sake of efficiency, we don't have a response at that point. We then just move into our comment on agenda items, 3 minutes. Yellow cards followed by callers. We are then done. We send our interpreters home, and then we have a time for staff response, and then we're done with public comment period for the whole evening, and we just move into staff presentation, question, discussion.
With
over
the
and over.
exception of public hearings, which
Yes, public hearings would
Right,
be
have their own.
would have to be separately handled. That's right.
Okay.
We got, related to the phones, we have a comment.
The 1 and 3 logistically will be really difficult on the phones with the comment period structured that way.
No, all phones would be 1 minute, you said, right?
No, I was saying, well, could you explain why would it be difficult to tell the callers when they're, because you need 2 phone lines, I assume?
Yeah.
2 separate
They all
numbers?
call in on the same line right now,
Yeah.
so there would be a lot of pushback in between. Okay, well, wait, you're calling for a report to council, so you need to call back so we can put you in the queue for the 3, or they're trying to manage the 1 versus the 3.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think you're trying to solve a problem that we're not necessarily faced with. The issue at hand is the late night. So I think the simplest thing to do would be to limit the time allowed for public comment. If it's theoretically, if it's an agenda item that's going to get 24 people down here, they are likely all going to be saying similar things on either one side or the other. And so I think there was one here that has automatic triggers for if you have X number of comments, it automatically reduces from 3 to 2. And then beyond that, from 2 to 1. And then I think that is a viable solution so that people know, if it's going to be busy, I'm not going to be talking much. And then at the same time, limiting 75 minutes for general public comment forces people to either get here early or, if we maintain our current structure, wait until that agenda item comes up. And then we can have a 30-minute limit on that. And basically by putting those 2 factors in, we get out here early enough, but it also becomes a known equitable limit rather than trying to, because the phone thing.
Yeah,
mean,
so I haven't had a chance to go through my,
go ahead,
my thing yet.
please.
I just wanted to get clarification so I understood what the mayor was suggesting, because I was trying to parse it with the other things. Okay, so here's where I'm landing, and afterwards we can keep going. I'm okay with 2 possible scenarios. One is to keep the structure as is now, but to reduce the time to 2 minutes for each part, unless we have a certain number of speakers, and then down to 1. Just make it 2 across the board for everything, so it's super easy. Everyone understands 2 minutes for everything, same structure. But if we have a lot of comments, like I don't know, 30, 35, or whatever the cutoff is, 1 minute, and it's in the agenda. That's one scenario. The other scenario I'm okay with is 3 or more minutes if all the public comment is at the front of the meeting, some way, somehow. And then we then have that automatic trigger for if there's a number of people. So one of those 2 scenarios I'm cool with. So that, to me, those are the most equitable, easy to manage, easy on staff, and they also will reduce the time of public comment. So that's where I'm landing on these 2. Either way, if we have 2 minutes or more for the general public comment part, that there needs to be a trigger for when to go to 1 minute. So when we go to 1 minute, it is clear to everybody ahead of time what our trigger will be. So it's not subjective by the mayor to decide, or whoever's presiding to decide at the moment. That it's in the agenda saying if the mayor has 25 comments, more, whatever it is, that it's really clear. As somebody who has come to present many times, I don't mind only having 1 minute. I have done that in so many different, not just this body, but county bodies and state bodies and so many bodies where all you get is a minute. That's fine. So long as I know ahead of time, that's what I'm getting. So that's the key to me, is a lot of it is for the community anyway, is for that they know what they're getting into. But we're trying to keep the time as small as possible just so that as many people can speak. I'm not a fan with the maximum amount of time to speak. I'm not a fan of having an end time, because you don't know who's going to be at the end and who's going to get cut off. And so I feel like that would just be tough. Now, we can revisit that later if we get to the point where every single meeting goes past a certain amount of time. But I think when we go down to 1 minute, when we hit that threshold, we do a pretty good job and we get through it when we have 1 minute. Let's see. In general, I think that the 11 o'clock end time is really important to me, because not only is it that it's a long meeting, so our mind is mush, but like my colleague here, I work. And so the next morning I have clients. And so I'm barely thinking the next morning. And when we have to go to bed at 3 o'clock, I'm waking up at 6:30, getting ready for my client at 8 o'clock in the morning. And my clients expect to have a therapist who's awake and can listen to their concerns. And I try not to schedule clients in the morning, but I have a lot of clients, and so sometimes that's the only time that they can work. I don't work Tuesdays, but I work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday. So for me, whatever we can do to stop the meeting by midnight, for me, would be really helpful. So I like the idea of really ensuring that we talk to the city manager, and that we take an honest look at what can be pushed, and talk about that and how we can make sure that the meetings don't go past midnight. A couple more things and I'm done. Let's see. I'm okay with closing the phone lines at the beginning of the call time. I think that makes sense as long as there's a warning. And I'm not a fan of this, we haven't talked about it yet, but I'm not a fan of limiting our discussion time. I think that we need to flesh things out completely. So there you go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had all my notes that I wanted to share.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes.
I think these are very useful ideas. I just want to introduce a phenomenon which we see from a staff perspective. You probably see it, and that is people will hold their cards. In the past, they'll hold their cards because they want to be the last speaker.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But if they hold their cards until after you decide how much time, that could create a different issue. And so it may be useful, if you want to use that method, to establish a cutoff for cards, so that there aren't a stack of 12 turned in or 20 turned in after you've already decided how much. So
Yeah,
just
might be a good
a
idea.
thought.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that too. If we're going to have a cutoff for phones, have a cutoff for cards too, so that's just makes it consistent.
So I've heard two very good, very different visions of how to handle public comment. Councilmember Mullins, what would you like to say?
Well, what I wanted to say is I said earlier, which a lot of it, Council Member Takahashi also has similar, I think, idea of keeping the agenda as it is right now. I think having the first public general comment about anything they want to talk about, as I said earlier, that needs to be reduced to 1 minute, especially if it's not addressing items on the agenda. I am definitely in favor of cutting off the first, the call-in, to make sure that they know they need to call in by now, because the lines will be closed. And people need to make an effort, especially they're sitting at home and, they're still at their luxury to call in whenever they want to. They might be on hold and listening to music, but we have people here in the audience that drove down here to sit in the chamber to talk to us. I am not in favor, and I was trying to understand, Mr. Mayor, and that's why I asked you about, are you talking about one public comment for the whole entire agenda? to 3 minutes, and I believe you said yes, and I'm asking again.
I'd also be fine with 5, but
Okay.
I'm crazy.
Yeah,
But yes,
no.
one period of comment for the agenda.
5 or 10 minutes, but
Whatever
one
it is.
public, one public comment. And this is bringing something that Councilmember Anthony also talked about, the equity of the PowerPoint presentation. Sometime when we provide the information and they hear what the staff is saying and they hear our questions, they may not even have any more questions. They may be satisfied with the item that, okay, I got my answer, I didn't really understand it, because it is very complicated understanding these reports. And I can't imagine they go through it the same way we go through it, because we have staff that can explain some of these items for us. So what I said earlier, and I know Councilmember Takahashi mentioned it as well, is cutting down the time would provide consistency, and also it allow people to participate who who's driving, and they sit here in the audience and they learn more about what we're talking about, just to be consistent across the board. If it's 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, what we're trying to do is to cut down on those minutes. 2 minutes, I think it cuts off a minute from each speaker at the end of the night is going to make a big difference, in my opinion. And I think I don't want to take away that from the public by having one public comment period in regards to the reports. The general public, I'm not even going to talk about anymore, because it's, I think we're all agreed it should be 1 minute. I'm not saying that everybody's in agreement, but I think the first one can be cut down from the 3 minutes to 1 minute, because it did work for us before when you asked the public to speak for 1 minute. So I think that could work. As far as on each item, I like the agenda the way it looks. It makes it easy for staff. It makes it easy for the city clerk. The minutes, everything is just outlined nicely to have it cut down their minutes. And then I'm not in agreement that we should have phone calls because it's a nightmare. I've been on that side, and I know with the staff I had at the time, and the city manager staff, the IT staff, it's a nightmare to keep track of the callers, who's going to be on hold. And as it is, we know right now, people call in even during closed session, and they assume that this is the meeting, and then they say, oh, call back, or they call back for public hearing, and we tell them, no, it's not public hearing time, you need to call back. It's monitoring that information and then delaying the calls. So I am in favor of just keeping that first period to get calls in. And in the report,
The 1 minute?
the 1 minute, in the report, that's the general public comment period. That's talk about anything they want to talk about. In the report, it shows there's 10 cities that no longer accept call-ins. Only 3 cities accept call-ins. So we want to keep it. We want to be part of those 3 cities. Will be the 4th city that would allow it to continue for call-ins. So I think what I said, I don't know, Councilmember Anthony addresses some of the concerns you had about equity.
Well, the call-in, I think, is a hugely equitable
Well,
issue.
the first public comment period under general public comment, absolutely. We should continue allowing the public to participate that way. And they can talk about items on the agenda. It's not an issue.
Can I ask just a
You
point
can
of
go, and then I'm
clarification?
going to kick it over to the vice mayor. Yes.
The other cities that allow public comment, they also, on the phones, they also do telephonic for their public hearings as well, yes? Do we know
I'd have to
offhand?
go back and check all of the data, but in general, they were offering it for multiple periods.
Gotcha.
Either
Okay.
virtual or telephone.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
The main concern I have, and Councilmember Takahashi pointed this out, about having things be regular. You said 2 minutes across the board. If we were to have, that first comment period and then keep keep it the way we have it now and just look at reducing time, I can see a universe where folks who are calling in are not going to be too happy because they're talking on an agenda item and they get 1 minute, when if they were here, they would get 2 minutes. So if that's the case, I'd rather keep it 2 minutes across the board, to be honest, because we're talking about equity, that's unfair. And I will say, disagree with one piece about, like, if you're here, then you're part of the conversation. I've many times watched in YouTube from my car, right? On my way back from work, I just had a late night at work with the state assembly. Those are some unforgiving nights. They're long, long nights. And so many times I'd be driving back from the West Valley to Burbank, listening in on YouTube and waiting on the queue to make my call, but listening to what was going on. And so I don't want to take away from folks who are doing that. I think they should have the same amount of time.
And I'm totally open to that. I mean, I'm the 1 minute was just a suggestion as well, because we tried it when we had 145 cards, and we said 1 minute, and then they managed to deliver that message, including people who called on the phone. So I think calling from your own home and the comfort. Some people are out of state and they're calling from out of state. They should participate, right? But I think for someone to get dressed up, get in their car, come here and sit in the audience and go through this, do they, I'm talking about the report now, not the first general public comment. They deserve to have that 2 minutes to speak on those items after the staff make a presentation. So I was referring back to what the mayor said earlier, to make only one public comment period for the reports.
For me personally, if you're going to be talking an agenda item, you should have the same amount of time if you're calling in or if you're in person. That's just my opinion.
And I want to be fair. I totally agree with the vice mayor on this. I understand that what I'm asking for can't be done by staff, so I'm not arguing with staff. Like, I hear you, but perfect world, you'd have general public comment and you'd have telephonic options for every report in. I think it's the most equitable way. And then you could do 1 minute, 2 minute, whatever the hell you want to do. I think that's fine, but our staff is saying it cannot be done. I don't know if I agree, but I hear you. And so, okay, that's where we're at. But I will say I completely echo the vice mayor's comments of we have to strive for equity as much as we can. And so the idea of 1 minute for a telephonic comment and general public comment is offensive to me. I wouldn't support that. 2 minutes, I probably still wouldn't support because we're still substantially cutting down time, but that's closer.
But, Mr. Mayor, we've done it before. I mean, it's not offensive because as a presiding officer, you asked us or the public.
We're talking about a baseline.
Yeah, but we've done it before, so it wasn't offensive, where people actually participated and respected your decision, even though they didn't like it, and we heard about it later. But I don't want to, I mean, you used the word offensive. I'm not being offensive to the public.
I don't think that's your intent. I'm just saying that
even not my intent, but we've done it over and over and over to the public, where I think, in my opinion, that's more offensive when they don't know, when they prepare their speech to come in for 3 minutes and we said, no, because we have too many of you, we're going to do 1 minute.
Can I also clarify my comment? Sorry. Just
By all
because I
means.
feel like you all. So
No, I'm not. I'm responding to the mayor in regards to if the public going to take it offensive. I think being consistent is much more important. Whether we agree right now, 2 or 3 or 5 minutes, consistency is very important.
And that's where I was getting at with consistency. I don't think it's fair if somebody's calling in for an agenda item to say, oh, you only get 1 minute because you called in, you couldn't be here. Therefore, you get less time than the person who is
Yes.
here at a report.
Yes.
They get 2 minutes if they're talking about an agenda item. I also understand that staff is saying it's very, and I get it, it would be a difficult dance, right? To say, oh, non-agenda, okay, you get 1 minute. Oh, agenda, you get 2 or 3 minutes or whatever we decide, right? That gets to be a complicated dance on the phone. I get that, which is back to Councilmember Takahashi's point, then 2 across the board. We want to be equitable. It's not possible to differentiate non-agenda and agenda items. Fine, 2 minutes across the board so that nobody is getting penalized for not being able to be here.
Yeah.
And to follow up, if it's okay, it's also, as much as our community is very attentive, you're going to get new people here pretty consistently, people talking at different times. If the same number of minutes is offered at every section. It just makes it easier for the public to understand, no matter what time they're taking their comments during the meeting, whether it's on the phone, during the general public comment, during the item, during the public hearing. If it's just consistent across the board, it just makes it easier for everybody, makes it easier for staff. And whether it's 2 or 3 minutes, just as somebody, again, as somebody who's spoken a lot and who has done public speaking and speeches up and down the wall, you can say a lot in 2 minutes. And tonight, we had 3 minutes, so I was actually paying attention to, like, how were the speakers filling those 3 minutes? And could what they have said been put into 2 minutes? And most commentators, not everybody, but most comments, and it's true for most meetings, the material in that 3 minutes can be put into 2 very easily. Now, that said, not everybody is got the same capacity to be able to take what their thoughts are and put them into 2 minutes in a cohesive way. I get that, need a little bit longer time. So I can see an argument for maybe holding on to the 3 minutes, but I think 3 minutes max for me. And then whether it's 2 or 3 minutes, as long as we have that capacity that is very clearly spelled out of when it happens to switch to 1 rather than on the fly. But I think that we're quibbling over 2 to 3. I don't think for me, it doesn't really even matter which one we land on, so long as we have a really clear, consistent, easy to follow, regular process and not be confusing.
Councilmember Anthony.
Back when it was 5 minutes, I remember, I'd say about 50-50 people would use the full 5. And that's usually because they take their time and they would sit and mull it over. When we moved to 3, it got people to move quicker. But I have noticed that people who finish prior to 3 minutes, it's closer to the 3-minute mark than the 2-minute mark. I feel like we're pushing the limits of what the public can convey if we go lower than 3, especially if we decide to keep a non-bifurcated general and agenda topics together. Because I think you're right, keeping it the same and consistent helps everybody. So 3-minute general, and then 3-minute for public hearing, 3-minute for reports. So you're going to get folks who want to come down and just do the general. They want to cover something that's not on the agenda, that's their own personal thing. They want to cover something that's on a consent item. They want to say thank you to the person who just got the proclamation, and then they want to give their thoughts on another thing. Like, I feel like 3 minutes has been safe, but putting in a trigger system for, if we hit, how many public comments did we get today during the general public comment?
12 during general public comment, and then a card each on the 2 reports?
We had 12 in person, 4 phone callers.
So if we get like 20 people, each using 3 minutes, that's an hour. And then at 21, it's an automatic trigger. Sorry, we're over 20, go to 2. 21 at 2, that's 41 minutes, right? So we're still within that sweet spot of an hour. And then at like 40, it goes to 1 minute. Okay, we're back down 41 minutes. And then, like you said, I think I'm okay to the idea of limiting the total time, but I'm not married to it. If we have those triggers put in, we can create a system that the folks know at home, okay, if this is going to be a big item, your number's going to be reduced. And that, I think, satisfies the expectation so that it is equitable, so people know coming in. It also gets to the point of the issue of we're not going late. So keeping the system as it is with automatic triggers without having to do the whole debate of how many is there. And so we put in the limit of once public comment starts, you can't add new cards. Once telephonic starts, you can't add new telephone. That way we know numbers ahead of time. It forces people to be more proactive and get here on time and not lazily show up whenever they want, that kind of thing. So I think there's a few tweaks that we can do that'll work.
So, colleagues, it's about 10:20. Just to keep it going, what I'd like to do, what I think is the most efficient way. Well, it's good, robust discussion that you're probably going to miss 4 months from now, Mr. Hess. So here's I know he can't wait. Here's what I'd like to suggest, though. Why don't we go, I will not touch the speaking time per individual yet. We'll come back to that. Let's just go item by item, how the council feels about the rest of it. So we'll start with, let me actually start with on slide number 4, the last point. Where is the council at in terms of consensus with imposing an overall limit for public comment? So for example, public comment shall not exceed 75 minutes. And once you're at the 75th minute and it cuts off. Councilmember Anthony's expressed interest in that.
I would only be interested in the general public comment.
Okay.
So that if you don't get to speak in that first public comment, you can wait until the later agenda item, but we have consent, we have other reports, we're moving on. And then later on, you can deal with it.
So this idea of like a hard deadline, does anyone else like that idea? If not, then we should just cross off the list. So I'm seeing a consensus that most of council does not want to impose some sort of limit. So we're just going to cross that off. Thank you for the suggestion, though.
Can't win them all.
Moving up, so we're still on slide 4, but moving up. So now we have this idea of a publicized scaling system. We can come back to what that would look like, but the idea of these, when you have so many speakers, the comment time automatically reduces. Is there an interest in from the council in exploring that as an alternative by show of hands or voice or whatever?
I hope you remember what you said because I liked what you said.
I'm seeing I'm interested in it. So I'm seeing at least 4 council members and Ms. Librato interested.
I am not raising my hand as interested. However, I would like to provide a little more information on the staggering.
Sure.
The staggering works best from what we've seen. The best practice for staggering is that limit is set immediately with cards. Meaning
in-person cards.
In person. So people come, they're going to give their cards to city clerk. And then once we start public comment, it's going to stop.
So
you will have people coming in afterwards who have missed that deadline.
Right.
So that is something that this council, not this particular council, but in Burbank, I don't think that we have done limited where you will not accept cards after they initially have come in. So to stagger where you don't do that and something happens where we say 1 through 20, you get this amount of time, 21 through 50, you get this amount of time, you will have folks in the audience, community members, who may not know exactly what time they're going to end up at. So if I can race down here and get cards 1 through 4, 5, 6, 7, I might get the 3 minutes. But if I'm later, then I might get the 2 minutes, and then I might get the 1 minute. So it's a little bit confusing when the staggering happens. It has to happen at the beginning.
So I believe what's being proposed, and I could be wrong, colleagues, correct me if I'm wrong, just to use Councilmember Anthony's analogy, and I agree with you, Ms. Librato, we would tie it not to the callers because that's too volatile. We would tie it to the in-person comment cards. The idea would be it's general public comment. If we have 18 or 19 cards, 20 cards, everyone gets 3 minutes under the example you threw forward. Once we get that 21st card, we're making an announcement publicly that we've now hit 21 cards, and so comment time is reduced for everyone, all 21 commenters, to 2 minutes. And then if there was some other threshold, maybe it's 50 cards where it gets cut down to a minute, the idea would be that'd be probably published somehow in the agenda, and the presiding officer would verbally update the public as we're hitting these thresholds saying, okay, we now have X number of cards, so everyone's going to actually get 2 minutes. I'm not arguing in favor of it, but is that, I just want to be clear, that's what you were suggesting?
Yeah, and honestly, to even remove any judgment from it, we would simply get as soon as the cutoff is given, the city clerk announces.
So 25. A colloquy of, Madam City Clerk, how many cards do we have? You'd say how many cards, and then I would say in accordance with council policy, the speaking time will be X number of minutes per speaker. So that's what Councilmember Anthony's proposing.
And there's the cutoff. That's the hard cutoff. If they miss the deadline, they're going to have to wait for the report to come back. And then we'll have a conversation later on.
Let me start this with that explanation, Ms. Librato. Any other comments just on this idea that Councilmember Anthony's floating?
Sure. Council still will have folks who may come in and know that they're in a 3-minute spot, and then a couple more community members walked in, we've hit that 21st card, and now they have 2 minutes. So their time may dwindle in front of them as the
Right, there could be
parts come in.
frustration
And
from the
Mr.
community.
Mayor,
Yes.
we've been talking about consistency. And so this goes against what we've been talking about, that we need to remain consistent. Because if we, like it was described here, everybody's sitting here waiting to speak and they prepared 3 minutes, right? So your time is going to be changed immediately when you have 2 more people running in here saying, here's my card. Now I just lost that minute and I'm down to 2 minutes,
Sure.
which is really unfair for those who have been sitting here for a long time.
Right. Well, to Equity's point, the 2 people running in also thought they had 3 minutes. So everybody loses that
Yeah,
minute at
but-
the exact same time.
And I've been there before many times. And before it's been arbitrary. It's basically been the same process, but it's been decided on the fly by the mayor. And you adjust. If you know when you're coming in, okay, once Mayor Frutos started doing that, every time I came into council, I would go, I know Mayor Frutos might switch it to 2 minutes. I just know he might. And so I was ready. And so people who come a lot, they're going to be ready. But the thing is that if we don't have a trigger, if we don't have something written down, then it's going to be arbitrary by the mayor to decide. Something's got to trigger, because if we have a 3-minute threshold and we don't have that trigger, then we don't have the way to do it fairly.
So here's the question. I just turned my mic. Here's the question. We're trying to manage the amount of time for public speaking when we have a lot of individuals here, correct? So my question is, why do we need to trigger it by so many people here speaking to reduce their time when we can be just very upfront saying everybody's going to get 2 minutes who comes and speaks? Or I'm using 2 minutes. You can do 5,
Right,
whatever.
insert whatever.
Yeah, that you're here, you have an agenda item. We are going to give you, 2-4 minutes. Now, I want to go back to also some discussions we're having. Right now, we have 3 minutes on each agenda report, right? And we're trying to be more efficient by reducing the time, but we're still talking about 3 minutes. So I'm not sure what are we trying to accomplish, because we're keeping it the
And I'm going
same.
to come back to that
Okay.
at the end.
I'm just
Yeah.
throwing this out there because my mind is going, okay, what are we
Totally.
doing? Because we're still keeping the same exact
Well, maybe
policy
not.
we have.
Because we are going to come back to 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute at the end. I'm just trying to winnow down the number of topics we're considering. So before I go to you, Councilmember Anthony, I've heard one person express an interest in some sort of, you called it triggering or scaling or threshold system. Is there anyone else, by a show of hands, who wants to jump in, who has an interest in developing something like that? Because if not, we'll take it off the table. I have an interest in it myself.
I'm interested in.
So we can come back to the details of that, but again, I'm just trying to winnow down what we're considering. I'm going to come back to the 3, 2, 1 minute, because I think we have to figure out what else is on the table before we can really look at the right number. This idea of next to, we're looking at slide 5, this idea of reducing the number of public comment periods, although I am in favor of it for efficiency, I am sensing from the council a preference to more or less keep the structure as it is, with a general public comment period and comment after report. Unless anyone feels strongly, I think we can just say we're going to cross that off the list.
Yeah, there's just a handful of agenda items that are better spoken to after the report.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm thinking of especially like board appointments. People like to wait until the board appointment to give their presentation and do their thing. So I think there's an argument to be made to keeping each period.
I'm with you on this, but if everybody else feels differently.
Well, I mean, it sounds like both of you are open to just 2 periods of comment. So why don't we just sable, because I am too, so why don't we just save that and we'll tackle that with the number of minutes at the end.
I am in
Yes.
favor of keeping it as it is right now.
Yes. Yeah. So I see 2 people in favor of that, 2 that are kind of more in favor of winnowing it down to 2 periods. And then we have someone who sort of could go either way. So we'll come back to that. I think we're all in agreement on establishing deadlines for submission of speaker cards. Anyone not like that idea? Okay, I see a consensus that we want to have some sort of a deadline where if you want to give your comment card, get it in, and now it's closed off. So it seems like there's consensus there.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Does
Yeah.
that also include consensus on the deadline for the callers?
I was going to get to it later, but I can just jump to that now. So slide 9, we're talking about telephonic comment, this idea of there being a cutoff. Everyone good with that? Anyone not like that idea? Okay, so there's consensus on that. Just because I'm looking at the page now, meeting start time, we heard some folks said 5, some folks said 6. Any consensus on that? I'm in favor of 6. I think you're in favor of 6. Consensus to
We can
say
start at
6.
9 a.m. if you want. I don't care. I'm fine wherever.
Okay. So consensus I'm hearing is keep it at 6 o'clock. Meeting end time, the consensus I heard was everyone's fine with 11, but a more formal requirement to conference with the city manager about what can be moved. Great. Okay, so that's another thing we have. Almost done. Designated speaker for large groups. I love the idea. I just don't know how you police it. I think you can ask for it. And I'm looking at Mr. McDougall here. It's like, yeah, I think it's very challenging to police that. So as much as I love it, I'm going to cross it off. I think we can ask for representatives.
Mr. Mayor, I feel like that's more of a suggestion. I feel like we might have done it once with the Colony and the YMCA when that happened, and they were very receptive to it. They had a couple of large groups that kind of stood behind the speaker. I also believe Mr. Donahue has done that
I
at
think
some
it was
point.
the BRT where he said everybody in support stand up, and that we didn't need to hear from everybody.
Mr. Mayor, what you've also had is you've had groups of people anticipate that the time would be cut to 1 minute, and they split their script so that each of them did a minute, and they still got a 3-minute speech in.
And not to go back to the point, but to a prior point, but the idea of the sliding scale, I know we weren't all in favor of it, but take the scenario where, there's 20 people and the 21st person walks in, right? And it's going to cut everyone's speaking time down. Maybe it's a bunch of folks from Vision Burbank. One of them may decide, I won't speak after all, so that everyone can keep their 3 minutes. So there could be a little bit of self-policing. I think that's a better way to approach it than trying to do some formal designated speaker requirement. I love the idea, just, how to police it gets tough.
I was going to mention only if they're all sitting next to each other, because I don't know how
They usually
they're
do.
going to
They're
manage.
in the back right.
Yeah, but
Usually.
if they come late, and how many?
They sit there, and BTU's kind of more towards the front. I know where everyone
They're
sits.
all situated, but how many times have we had
And Joe and Justin are right there.
an individual that runs in here and say, I'm sorry for being late, and submits the card, and the mayor or somebody, okay, we'll let you speak. I mean,
But
it
now we
happens.
won't, because we're going to have a consensus on its cutoff. So other than the two critical questions of length of time and how many periods, I feel like we've kind of reached consensus on everything else that we're interested in and that of which we're not. So is staff with me so far? Other than glossy eyes, I'm generally yes?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
I'd like to make my pitch for having multiple comment periods, and here's the 2-second pitch. The multiple comment periods have not caused us to go late. It's the general public comment period where about 100 people show up to one comment period. So when we have multiple comments, it's usually empty.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think that if we're going to have if we decide to have the automatic, going to trigger to 2 or 1 minute, to Councilmember Anthony's point, that if we do continue to have the 3-minute comments for the agenda items, that those who maybe were upset with their only 1 minute could stay, not comment for 1 minute, and then wait till the item comes. So I suppose that does give it more flexibility, and to your point, it doesn't extend the meeting that much longer to have those comments. I just like simplicity, but you know what? I think I could see the argument for that.
Yeah, and I will actually say, you make a good point. I'm more open to it for that reason than I thought I would. The only thing I would say is I respectfully disagree, Councilmember Anthony. You're right, but I think we've been here late primarily because folks are coming in and talking for 3 minutes about non-agenda items. Even though my idea maybe isn't practical, that's why I was going the route of bifurcating it and saying you get a minute if you're talking about something not on the agenda. Most of the folks were coming in and talking about tenant protections when it wasn't on the agenda, or they were talking about Israel and Palestine when it wasn't on the agenda. So that's why I was trying to go tackle it that way. I don't think it has so much to do with, look, whether it's one public comment period or 5, generally speaking, that's not what's keeping us late.
Well, then here, let me throw this at you. If it's a later public comment period, should we also institute the automatic trigger to 2 minutes and to 1 minute? If everyone waits and then, backloads a later comment period, we should also have a trigger.
Well,
Well, I would have said no at first, but now I'm thinking about it. And if I'm playing this game, I'm a member of the public and I want to play this game with all of us up here. I am going to tell me and my group to not comment during the general public comment and then to comment on the agenda item. And now you have 40 cards on the agenda item that are 3 minutes.
Well, I think, though, if we do some sort of scale, it should apply to every comment period.
That's
All
what
of
I'm
it,
saying.
yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could also rush out to your car and just make the call-in period.
That's true.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney,
So-
because that's exactly what I was thinking. People could just call. They don't need to be here.
To bring this to a conclusion and get everyone home, I'll go to you in just a second, Ms. Librato. I think that we should first figure out how many periods we want, because that may dictate how many minutes folks want to give. But in general, we're going to move towards some model of a scaling down. I want to just get to Ms. Librato because she's been patient, then I'll go to you.
But before she said it, I want to say that I'm in agreement of keeping the first general and then all the
Yes.
public comment exactly.
I think you two are in
Yes.
complete lockstep on that.
Yeah, and since I'm the deciding vote here, I'm going to go ahead and make it
I know, for a
simple, and
change.
I think I'm going to keep it too. I think it's just
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just going to land there.
So we're
that we
going to
can
keep,
move on.
okay, so with that, Ms. Librato, any other?
As you continue the discussions, I would advocate for simplicity. Of course, council could go in whatever direction they think is best. I will say that members of the public who may not come to council meetings all the time, there is already confusion between what can I say in the first period? Oh, I don't have to wait until the agenda item. I can speak during the first period. So at times, it's not entirely clear if you don't come to council meetings all the time. This is something that you do. So I think that the simplicity would be helpful for the vast majority of members of the public to help them understand what the periods are. I think the staggering might be a little bit hard to understand if you don't know that before you walk in the room.
Okay.
That's what I would advocate.
No, I appreciate that. Now, just to center the discussion, I hear at least 3 council members saying they want to keep the structure of the meeting the same. General public comment followed by comment, I'm assuming in person only after every report. So with that said, we've talked about a scaling. So how many minutes do we want to give everybody? I've heard 1 minute, 2 minutes. I've heard 3 minutes.
For the reports?
Well, we can talk about it. I would argue whatever we do, it should be consistent.
All across the board.
I would argue that.
First public comment period, and then all the reports. I mean, I'm okay with 2 minutes across the board.
Okay, you're in favor of 2 minutes. I'm hearing you favor 2. I am not, and that's okay, because I voted against it last time. I can vote against it again. I just want to get the body to consensus. For the record, I would be more in favor of 3 minutes across the board with the scaling system that Councilmember Anthony's talked about. It's a little bit more nuanced, but it's also a little bit more equitable, and so I'm putting more emphasis on the equity piece. But with that said, I totally see the reason. I don't need you to repeat yourself, but I get the reason for 2 minutes across the board. So 2 and 2, is there another person in favor of 2? And then we can be done and move on.
Today's meeting, we had 12, and it went pretty quick. And they all had 3 minutes, and not everybody used the full 3 minutes. I'd like to keep it at 3, but a trigger close to like either 15 or 20 should be the trigger to go to 2. And then at 30 or 40, we go to 1.
I hear 2, 2, and 3. Where are you at?
So I think those two go hand in hand, because if we're going to throw away any kind of scaling, then 2, because, oh my gosh, well, we're not fixing the problem. The original issue was shortening the meetings, right? Being more efficient. If we go to a scaling model, which I liked your 20 and then 40 because it goes with, as you explained it, with the minutes of the hour, right? So if we have 20 cards at the end of the day, and then that triggers all public comment is 2 minutes, and then we have 40 cards, and that triggers all public comment is 1 minute. I'm okay with that, because part of the problem is, and I'm sure you felt this, I felt it when I had to chair that meeting, puts a lot on the chair to sit there and be like, I'm going to guess how many people are going to comment and how long they're going to take. And that's really the root issue. When we have a night like tonight, there were 12 people, they took their 3 minutes, it was perfectly fine. But that's not every night. And I know we have some agenda items that we are able to foresee. Like anytime the word rent is in there, I know that the room is going to be packed. And we can foresee that. And once folks get into the habit of understanding, if there's more than 40 people in the room, I already know I'm going to be speaking for a minute, right? If they already know that in advance as we move forward, they're going to get in that habit. However, there are going to be nights where we think it's an easy night, which is what happened to me with the issue on Israel and Gaza. The first time they came, it was not on the agenda. It was not on my radar that there were going to be like 80 people in the room. But if we see that and they are here at the beginning of the meeting, the chair can say, I am now going to, in accordance with our city council policy, reduce the speaking time to a minute.
Based on the number
Based
of
on the
comments
number-
you've given. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or as otherwise deemed appropriate by the chair of the meeting. I would not suggest you relinquish the discretion that you already have.
Sure. Yeah, there are guidelines. It would be very akin to what we're doing with the city manager conference requirement. We're offering guidelines and formality, but there's always certain discretion vested in the chair under the government code, I believe. A lot of it's codified in state law. So,
Oh, I see what you're saying. If we vote on it tonight, we are making it a strong suggestion, but it's not
guidelines.
It's a guideline. It's not a.
It's your agreed practice, but the chair still presides over the meeting.
Okay.
And there
Gotcha.
could be a night where all the cards come in and you decide to do the cutoff and you're already got everyone to a minute, but you find out there's people waiting outside that weren't able to get in to submit their cards, and now you have to be flexible with your rule. You know, that's just one example. Or people come late and you have a choice, do we keep control of the meeting? Or do we end up exercising another authority and shutting it down and sending everyone home? Or running the meeting with the public gone because the rule was inflexible. You don't want to have what I'm saying is you're going to adopt whatever you're going to adopt, and I encourage you to keep or as otherwise determined by the chair in the resolution.
Okay.
Thank you. But to that point, where I'm at is I really like the scaling because to everything that the city attorney mentioned too, we do not know what the room is going to look like. Our residents don't know what the room is going to look like. But if they know, to Councilmember Takahashi's point, in advance, if there are more than X number of people, my time will be reduced. It's not a question. It is a council practice. Then we are setting a precedent. Then that is consistency. And it achieves the goal of reducing time, which was the original goal.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what is wrong with letting the public know in advance without having to do the scaling and give, I think it's important that we need to also maybe ask the city clerk if this is going to be a nightmare for her to trying to manage. I'm sure she's very capable of doing everything, but it's hard to manage. But I still haven't been told by my colleagues here what is wrong with setting the time to be specific. Our goal is trying to reduce the time. What is wrong with trying just to know in advance, you get 2 minutes public comment, period. That's it.
I'd actually like to jump in on this one. I don't purport to speak for all of my colleagues, but I think the issue is the disconnect with what you said right there. I think you said something to the effect of the goal is to reduce the time. For me, the goal is to make the meeting run more efficient. So it's not necessary. I would rather not erode public speaking time. It was 5 minutes. Now it's 3. Now we're talking 2. I'd rather not do that. If it's necessary to run an efficient meeting, yes. But the preference would be if it can be 3 minutes, keep it 3 minutes. If it has to be reduced, have more formality and structure and guidance so it doesn't look so much as a judgment call of the chair and there's a bit more of a rhyme and reason to it. I think that's the difference. Now, for me, I'm not just intent on cutting time for the sake of cutting time. I'd rather keep it 3 minutes. But if we have 100 folks coming in to talk about Israel and Gaza, then at some point we have to cut it for the sake of moving the meeting.
And I agree with you in the sense of that it would be a perfect scenario if we didn't have the 100 and some people coming in talking about a topic. But there's been other issues, like remember with the trees.
Sure.
You know, we had, I wish I had my notes in front of me, but we had 70 some people speaking about the trees, and that was not on the agenda. So we seem to have things that happen, and I applaud our community for mobilizing so fast with social media and getting down here so fast and speaking. And I like staff said, keep it simple, keep it realistic, keep it the expectation of what the public prepares in advance before they come to the council meeting. Because I prepare a 3-minute speech, I'm going to come down here, and if I have enough people speaking, it's going to end up being a minute for me. And this is where people are frustrated because they are preparing something, but then where they're bad luck, 40 more people show up, and then, whatever the cutoff line we're going to give them, then my 3 minutes is all of a sudden went down to 1. And now I'm sitting here scrambling, having to rewrite my speech. And we've seen the frustration at the podium. So I like what staff is saying. Keep it simple. Let the public know what our expectations are. So we're not always playing the guessing game. I don't know. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear from the city clerk. I know everybody wants to jump in, but if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear how is that going to work for you by keeping track of the cards and cutting the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. I do agree with the point about the 2 minutes, only from the standpoint of I'm about public participation, and I feel like it's more important to hear from more people, maybe for a lesser amount of time, than 3 minutes and then cut it off. I don't like that idea, or to chop and change at the time that the meeting opens. It is confusing. It's confusing for the people on the phone. It's confusing for the public. It's confusing for us taking the minutes. Tonight, we tried to ask people if they wanted 1 or 3 minutes. Nobody wanted 1 minute, and it worked out fine. Just keeping track of that, people will come up and say, but I put a card in for 1 minute. Why did you take this other person first? So I agree with Councilmember Mullins that simplification is key. I do think that having the telephone call-in is important. If you're a single mom or dad, if you work from home, if you care for an elderly parent, you do need, I think from an equity standpoint, it's important to hear from those people too. However, I think that it should be across the board. Don't make it in person is more palatable or the telephone is easy. You know what I'm saying? I think it should just be equitable across the board. So if you do it 1 minute for public comment for general, because general, to Councilmember Mullins' point, they might say, I'm talking about something that happened in another city, or it's just a quick, down and dirty. Just, I saw some graffiti, I don't like it. Most people can say what they need to say in a minute or so, but then for the staff reports, make it the 2 minutes. I think that is a good way. I think it's a good model to try. And with the telephone, I liked your point, Mr. Mayor, about saying, okay, we have an hour for telephone. You need to be in the queue by 9 p.m. in order to speak, or whatever you'd have to say. That's the one thing you would set at the time. But the people in the telephone booth could be telling the callers, yes, you are in the queue.
So I'm going to pitch it over to the Vice Mayor here in a second, but just to move it along and for the sake of time, I will not be supporting a motion that does 2 minutes across the board. However, if that's where the council wants to go, my only suggestion would be I would definitely do truly 2 minutes across the board, not a minute of general and 2 minute for reports, because then you're creating more inequity with the caller getting 1 minute to talk about their agenda items and 2 minutes for everyone else. So not that I'd support it, but that's what I would suggest. Vice Mayor.
Oh, I'm going to play devil's advocate at 10:50 p.m. What happens if we have 100 people with their cards? Do we still give them 2 minutes? Do we spend the 3 hours it would take to give them the 2 minutes? Or does then it become the chair's prerogative and we reduce it to 1 minute and we're in the same place where we were last week?
But without
week before?
the scaling system, which is, anyway,
Yeah,
why I support it.
It's just that the chair's prerogative versus having a system where we can say, because it is the council's policy that because there are this many of you in the room, we are now going to reduce it. If we keep to whatever, be it 3 or 2 minutes, I'm just saying that the same scenario can happen with 2 minutes as it is with 3 minutes. We could end up with 50 people who are going to give a 3-minute public comment, and that's what is delaying our, what is extending our meeting time. Or we could end up with 100 people that are going to give a 2-minute comment. The outcome is going to be the same. We are going to be here till 3 a.m. That's why I'm like, I don't know that 2 minutes necessarily solves that. And to the mayor's point, I don't know that the goal is to take away from any individual speaking time. I think the goal is to find a way to shorten the meeting overall.
Okay, Councilmember Anthony, and then I'm going to try to push us to reach a consensus.
Have you ever done one of those loan app on your phone, like when you're trying to buy a car or you're looking at a house and it's got this little lever that you go left to right where it increases the down payment and reduces the interest rate, and it like finds a balance for you. So here's to the city clerk's point. Do we want to hear from more people, or do we want to hear more from fewer people? And you can get both by implementing the scaling system. So when there's fewer people, you give them more time. And as they start to pile in, the city clerk makes the cutoff and say, okay, there's enough people now that there's plenty of voices. Now we need to give you less time. And so I think that's the little scaling
If we're
button now.
going with analogies, this reminds me of the equality versus equity analogy. If you want equity.
So to move us along, we already have a consensus to have a scaling model. Majority of council said that they want that. We've already reached the consensus that we're going to have general public comment, public hearings, and then reports only public comment, which will be only in person. So my preference would just be 3 minutes with the scaling. I'm hearing preference for 2 minutes with the scaling, 2 minutes with the scaling. So I just really want to see if we can reach consensus and people can talk.
But I'm not for scaling. So
sorry. You're not for scaling. Okay.
I said 2 minutes
across
the board.
2 minutes in scaling.
Yeah.
So where do you two come down? Because I'd like us to get to consensus.
I'm at 3 minutes in scaling. I don't want to take away time if it's not necessary.
Yeah, 3 minutes in scaling with the hard cutoff. Yeah.
Okay. And I want to be clear. Are you both saying, because you kind of make the majority at the moment, 3 minutes in scaling for all of it? General public comment, public hearing, the reports after too?
Yeah.
Yes.
And my proposal would be 0 to 20, 3 minutes.
21 to 20.
Sorry.
Right.
If there's zero comment, you get 3 minutes to 0. 3 times 0 is still 0.
1 to 20 would be 3 minutes.
Fine, 1 to 20. Gosh, math nerd over here. 0 is a whole number. 1 to 20, I almost did it again. 1 to 20, 3 minutes. 21 to 40, 2 minutes. 41, 1 minute. And then, I don't know. Can you go less than a minute, Madam City Clerk? Can you do a 30-second?
I think a minute's pretty much the minimum.
Okay.
You can, but by the time they got to the podium, it would be kind of pointless, right?
Okay.
Hi, my name is. Oh, I'm done. Okay.
You could also frame it in, more than 20 means this, and more than 40. So you're not saying like 21 to 40,
Sure,
41.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have a consensus at least.
Yeah, because 0, and here's why I want to point those numbers out. 0 to 20 gets us an hour of public comment. Totally reasonable. Up to 40 at 2 minutes, that's 80 minutes of public comment. That's an hour 20. Again, totally reasonable, especially if there's 40 people in the room. And then anything beyond that, I think it really starts to whittle down.
It keeps it close to an hour, and then you assume maybe double that for the number of callers. It kind of endeavors to get us something close to 2-ish hours of public comment.
Without unnecessarily taking away time on meetings like tonight.
Okay. So not that everyone's going to love it. I'm trying to get us to consensus. So I'm hearing that the majority want to go that direction. I think we've tackled all the issues. Ms. Librato, Not that you necessarily agree, but is there anything that was recommended out there that we have not discussed that you'd like direction on?
The only thing I will mention is that with scaling, the public will need a little bit of education to
I agree.
understand, oh, if I am speaker, it doesn't mean if you're speaker 21 through 40, you're going to get a certain amount of time, right? It just means that depending on the amount of people, but people may think that they need to get here earlier to make sure they get a card right away, and that it's going to change depending on when they arrive at the meeting. So it will take some explaining to understand how that system's going to work.
What I would maybe suggest, not direction to the city manager, just a suggestion, is that perhaps at our August 27th meeting, maybe it's just an update from the city manager's office, sort of a report out to the community, reiterating what was decided tonight, followed by maybe both of our September meetings, just, again, announcement from the chair. So my idea is like 3 separate meetings. We continue to conduct it as we have. We put ample information out there that the change is coming. And with the first full meeting in October, maybe that's when we look for implementation. That way, it's a month and a half. We're telling everybody that this change is coming. I'm not tied to it. It's just a suggestion. So
It's basically what we're already kind of sort of doing anyway, just rather than doing it on the fly, we're doing it preemptively. But my preference is the 2 minutes, but if that's what the majority is with 3 minutes, as long as we've got the scaling, I'll be okay with it. I mean, I prefer 2 minutes, but to move us along. Yeah.
All right. I don't think it's that complicated. I think we could implement it tomorrow. But my suggestion is if you feel like the public needs a little bit of education, those are some ideas.
It's really council's decision when they want to start it. We'll start of September. We'll start at the first meeting of October. It's up to you guys.
Can I add one more thing, and how do we feel about this? Just because I know we don't have entire consensus from everybody. Can we, and I know you may not be here anymore, Mr. Mayor, but can we revisit this, let's say in 6 months? And if it's not working, if it's not reducing our actual time spent in the chamber, let's put 2 minutes back on the table. Can we have, can we review it again?
Absolutely. I mean, 6 months when we actually start. So
Yes.
I mean, when you guys want to start.
Okay.
And then we'll have at least one new council member, and and then we'll have a chance to try it with them, and I think maybe even although it's not quite 6 months. I was going to say we could naturally look at it when we talk about our meeting code of conduct and stuff, but maybe that's going to be too soon. That'll be January, I think. Yeah. Okay. So I think if we're just looking at the minute time, tonight went a long time because we had so many different pieces to talk about. It wasn't just the 2 to 3 minutes. It was like a lot of different things. But if we're just talking about that part, I think we can stick it in.
Okay. Well, I'll make the motion just to try to consolidate everything.
Just a quick point of clarification. The telephone comments that come behind general public comment are going to go at whatever we're currently at.
Correct.
So if we get down to 1 minute, then they're all going to get 1 minute on the phone.
Yes, and I fully understand the look. I'll be very blunt. I don't know that there's anything that we can do other than 2 minutes across the board, which I do see your point. There's nothing else that we can do that's probably going to be easier for staff than that. But what I'm hearing from a majority of the council as policymakers is, convenience is one thing, but equity is another, and we're weighing in favor of equity from our perspective. So the observations and the concerns of staff are duly noted. I don't think anyone's overlooked that fact.
Mr. Mayor, I would only suggest if we do this policy, it is up to you when the caller comes in to tell them how much time they have. Caller, you have 1 minute. Caller, you have 2 minutes.
I agree. It's going to be on the chair to enforce it. Yeah.
Can I?
This is by Mr.
Mr. Mayor, it is 11 o'clock. So
it's like 10:58.
So yeah.
I have a motion from Takahashi and a second from Mullins, who's eager here. All in favor to extend, raise your hands. Passed. Well, okay.
In favor of extending for 5 more minutes.
I saw 5-0, so there we go. We continue.
I do have a question, though, in regards to the call-in. I'm a little confused with us saying we're keeping the agenda as it is, and on one item, if you have 40 people attending, because we're not taking callers, correct? We're only doing walk-ins for reports and public.
Correct.
Okay, for reports.
Speaker cards.
Speaker cards. how are we, you just mentioned something about the callers are going to get 1 minute, but those are early on. That's the first public comment period. So they're going to get 3 minutes.
No, the way that I would envision it working, and again, it's going to be incumbent on the chair. So is general public comment. We have our cutoff for all the yellow cards that come in. At that point, I'm going to ask Ms. Clark, Ms. Clark, how many cards do we have? She's going to say, I don't know, 39. Everyone gets 2 minutes under this model. At that point, it's 2 minutes for all the in-person. It's also 2 minutes for all the callers. So it's going to be incumbent on the chair, the presiding officer, to say, so-and-so, you're on with the council, you have 2 minutes. We're going to have to remind them, and I'm assuming, Ms. Clark, before they actually go live with council, somebody touches base with them immediately before they go live. So they'd also have to inform them 2 minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
Are you going to be able to let them know how many people already have cards? And
I think they can just say, at the chair's direction, in accordance with guidelines, is 2 minutes, period.
The staff in the telephone area do ask us regularly how many in-person left, how many are we getting down to. We give them a warning that, like, Steve Smith is the last speaker card so that they can get prepared to start porting the callers through.
And before I say bring the first caller through, at that point, I would say out loud, based on the number of cards submitted, in-person public comment will be 2 minutes, and that same thing will apply for telephonic commenters. So at least while they're sitting there and watching all the public comment in person online, they should hopefully be sinking in that they're only going to have 2 minutes. Not everyone's going to be happy with it, but it's as close to perfect as I can say.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned a cutoff.
Yes.
That there's going to be a cutoff when you're going to ask the city clerk. Are you envisioning that at the start of once we start the period, or is there a different cutoff period?
Yeah, I would say with general public comment, when I call for cards, my thought would be that's the cutoff. So we're not going to accept any late cards. So just however many cards Ms. Clark has, that's what we're going off of. And then at that point, I'm going to ask her out loud, how many cards do we have? It's 38. And that's what I'm going to say in accordance with council policy. Everyone, both in person and on the phones, is getting 2 minutes.
So for that cutoff, are the phone lines cut off at that time as well?
That is, we had talked about the phones getting cut off when we actually start telephone comment, but we could set an earlier cutoff if we wanted to. But I think the staff recommendation had been, we'll continue to collect calls piling up in the queue until we get to the call
It
portion.
was, but that could significantly change your number. Your scaling could be significantly
So
off
then why
based on that.
don't we just do it when general public comment starts? Because there's an hour, 45 minutes to an hour of all the prefatory declarations and resolutions. So if you want to join the queue, you have 45 minutes to do it, whatever it is. And then we're starting general public comment and we set it. It's just an idea. I'm not married to it, but it's just one idea to improve feasibility.
And one other thing I had suggested, I think we talked about that this morning, was adding on that handy little banner that we have here, like the line above, you got this many minutes left. You have 10 minutes left to join the queue. And then you can also make those periodic announcements.
Yeah, so for general public comment and public hearings, unless anyone has a different idea, the cutoff would simply be when I say, okay, we're now going to go to public comment, so the cards we have in hand, the callers we have in the queue, that's what we're working with. And it would just be incumbent on us to rework the script and make sure that we communicate that well in advance. Once we call for comments, that's it.
I would even go so far as to say, now's the last calling for speaker cards. And when we start public comment, we'll be closing the phone lines as well. So if you're ready to call in, so you do it all as an announcement at the beginning.
Yeah.
And
what I'm thinking of is in the script, Ms. Librato, when we, how I go over the whole explanations of general public comment, we could just say, consider this your final call to either submit your card or join the queue. When I'm done reading these instructions, we will be closing public comment. And then I read through the instructions, and then I would repeat it and say, I'm now closing public comment. If your card is not in, if you're not on the phone lines, you will not be heard by the council. So, something like that.
And the amount of callers that are in the queue will be included in your tally of where the cutoff is going to be.
Yes, if I'm tracking, yes, that's correct.
That could be, yeah. Because if you have that number, if that's a hard number, that's easy to use, so we can use that to affect the scaling.
Yeah.
So we count the cards plus the calls.
Yeah, so if we have I don't know, 20 in person, but we have 60 on the line, then we could at that point say everyone gets a minute.
Yeah.
But the key is just cutting it off and building that into the script so that people know this is your last chance. It's about 30 seconds to a minute, give or take, to read all the instructions. So we just tell folks when I'm done reading the instructions, this is it.
And are we comfortable to, not next meeting, not the meeting after, but the third meeting from now to implement? That way we have 2 whole meetings to announce?
That's what they're looking for from direction. So that would put us late September. I don't have the date in front of me, but the late September meeting.
We have August 27th, September 10th, and then
September 24th would be that, is
The
what you're
implementation.
suggesting.
Yeah.
Unless people
Or
want to push
Octo-
it to October.
You know, there's actually October 1st if you wanted a clean.
Yeah, and maybe one that's not too complicated of a meeting. It's like a
Well,
meeting like
you're
this.
asking for a lot then.
I know, right?
I think between the 24th
October
and the-
1st was the rent control.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Ooh, fun.
Let's
yeah.
do 24th. That way
Jump
we
right
have a
in.
night to practice. I think that'd
Okay.
be nice. Unless we want to wait until way after.
Okay.
I think it's
Would
24th.
anyone prefer another date, or are we good with September 24th to go into effect? Okay, September 24th. So now I need to put all that in a motion, huh? Please, it was your item. Sure, go for
Okay,
it.
I'm going to try it, and please correct me if I missed anything. Make a motion for us to adopt changes to the meeting that include cutoff for card submission and phone comments at the time that was mentioned at the end of that description. That there is automatic trigger times built in to when we go from 3 to 2 to 1 based on 20 and 40. That we're staying at 3 minutes to start. That's a normal amount of time people get comments is 3 minutes. And then that at 11 o'clock, we will stop and confer with the city manager about the agenda items remaining. I think that's it. Everything else is staying the same.
Yeah, it is. I think that captures everything. Let's see if there's a second to that
I'll
motion.
second.
Okay.
So the one item that hasn't been really discussed but is in there is codifying the agenda setting process for the joint BUSD meeting.
Oh, yes.
So that should be included in the motion.
And codifying the BUSD meeting.
I think we're all comfortable with that. So motion and the second, make that amendment.
Yes, that was my intent as well, yes.
All right. Mr. Hess, any questions?
Yeah, so we would bring it back, you want 6 months from September 24th or sooner or later?
Yeah.
Yeah, like in maybe February.
So probably the first
You wanna
meeting
do
in
4
April
months?
March?
would
You
be
wanna
my
do
guess. It might be a little more than 6 months, but it's roughly beginning
Roughly
of April.
6 months, okay.
Yeah. Gives the new council member time to see.
Have fun. I won't be here, Mr. McDougall, for that one. So that's you.
Oh, no,
You
I'm
may
calling you.
actually be bringing a big check
Oh,
from Sacramento.
I like the way you're
Local programs, yeah.
Yes.
smooth operator right there.
Enough money for us to have telephonic comment all night.
Let's
That's what
not
we're
get crazy
expecting.
now. We do have a budget
Yeah.
deficit after all. Substantial one.
Before we vote, I want to throw one more thing out there. I just want to see your appetite because it was a favorite of mine. Final orals, a last comment period at the very end of the night. I really liked it. Does anybody have a thought for that?
Not interested.
For the sake of the record, I do. I actually don't like do it, but if we're going to do all the comments after reports, I would be actually in that case fine with the final oral, but we don't have the votes for that, so that one's going to die on the vine. But we do have a motion on the floor. Any other comment?
I had to throw it out there.
You
All right.
did, and I supported you, and we're on the record.
I made
And
a
it died.
second, and yeah.
Got it. All right, so let's call the roll, Ms. Clark.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
No.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz.
Yes, motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Mullins dissenting. We will now hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. And as always, we have the indelible Councilmember Mullins to go first.
It's my pleasure, as always.
And it's my pleasure to call upon you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right, what did I do? City of Burbank inaugural media industry expo. I did attend on August 1st the job fair. As I said earlier, it was a great event. It was outstanding. Then I met with some staff members from Providence St. Joseph Hospital to talk about fundraising opportunities for the hospital. And Councilmember Takahashi and myself had our first subcommittee meeting to discuss BRT with staff and attended National Night Out. And great turnout as usual, and kudos to Police Department for putting on really a great event that attracts a lot of people in the community. Then on Wednesday the 7th, I attended the Domestic Violence Task Force with Councilmember Anthony, and that was it for the meetings.
Outstanding report. That's why I called on you first. You always just knock it out of the park. Councilmember Takahashi.
I'll go next. I'll be quick because I was sick most of these past 2 weeks, unfortunately. The test says it wasn't COVID. It felt like COVID, but test said it wasn't. Okay, let's see. On the 2nd, I went to the grand opening ribbon cutting of Leaf Early Development Child Care Center on Victory. Really cute business. BRT subcommittee meeting with Councilmember Mullins on the 6th. And I'm so bummed, though. That was online, so that was the only way I could do it because I was sick. I was so bummed I couldn't go to National Night Out. So bummed because I think that's the first time I've missed it in like 10 years, so super disappointed. And then yesterday, I attended the National League of Cities Human Development Committee, advocating for policy, and I was able to get into the NLC's national policy to include funding incentives for affordable housing to include childcare. So that's on now in that, so that's pretty cool.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Anthony.
That's great because my first meeting last week was with the Child Care Resource Center and the YMCA, and they walked me through basically the fundamental child care needs of the entire city and where we're performing well and where we're underperforming. I did attend the job fair. That was very well attended. Just absolutely shocked at the sheer number of people that showed up. And I want to give a shout out to Hubert over at the library for helping facilitate the panelist discussions. There were some amazing panelist discussions inside where it was air conditioned. So I hung out there quite a bit. National Night Out was very fun. The Domestic Violence Task Force, we tackled a lot of really great issues that we are basically redesigning the task force, finding its mission, its purpose, its goals for the new, things that are happening in the world right now. So it was really great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to go backwards a little bit. So Tuesday, August 6th, went to National Night Out with all of my colleagues. It was great. Monday, August 5th, I had a meeting with the Digital Restaurant Association. They advocate for our small businesses and restaurants in this digital age, so it was very interesting to hear their perspective. On Sunday, August 4th, I attended the farewell party for our Ota Japan students. It was very emotional. They were very sweet. They said wonderful things about Burbank, and I let them know on behalf of the council that they're always welcome here. So it was very nice, and we had some performances from them and from our Burbank students. Definitely encourage anybody to go in the next couple of years when it happens again. It was a very nice event. And then on Wednesday, July 31st, you have teased me about this, I met with Asher Major, who is a phenomenal tennis player and a graduate of the Acing Autism program, because I agreed to take a tennis lesson at our Burbank Tennis Center. And I have to tell you, it wasn't half bad. And I ended up playing doubles with Asher. He's a phenomenal teacher, and he is a testament to Acing Autism and how wonderful of a program it is. It really allows folks to develop their skills, and tennis is a sport that requires a lot of focus, attention, and literally, I guess, like manipulating the power that you use, because you have to be very, very consistent with how you play. And so it was great. I had a lot of fun. and it reignited my interest for tennis. So if any of you are game, I'm ready to play doubles. And that's everything for me.
Okay. Thank you all, colleagues. This is not everything I had, but I'm just going to go with it. Wednesday, July 31st, grand opening of Designage. So I was there on behalf of the council. On August 1st, was there to celebrate the 100th birthday of Antoine Curvey at Ivy Park. She had a hoot. So that was fun. I also went to Arroyo Verdugo Communities JPA. Nothing really reportable out of there. National Night Out was August 6th. August 8th was the ribbon cutting for Reset spot. Had a town hall forum with the realtors and did a whole bunch of other stuff that's not on my list. But for the sake of time, that's it. And Mr. Hess, Mr. McDougall, you'll be happy to know you only have me for another 110 days. But who's counting? That's all I got. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items, of which I have many. Do members of the council have any items? I don't really have any. Does anyone else have any items? Okay, I'll go Takahashi and Mullins. See, I don't always call on you first.
All right, I have two, one small and one regular size. My first agenda item is the topic, I'd like to agendize the topic of choosing another liaison for the Parks and Rec Commission. I cannot attend those anymore because of work. So have missed a couple. So that's the first one. And then the second one is agendize the topic of how we run our elections in the city, well ahead of the 2026. I wanted to bring this up at the last one, but I couldn't because it was too close to the election. So to make sure that we talk about it way ahead, including the topics of potential caps, maximum caps for contributions, individual caps for contributions levels, contribution disclosure levels, lawn sign placement, and yeah, that's it. Those are the ones that were concerning to me. We can add other things too, but those are the ones that are of interest to me. Thank you.
Did we get it all? Okay. Get all that, Mr. Hess? Or okay.
Yeah, if the city clerk got it, we're good.
Great. Okay. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, if we can have our General Manager, Water and Power, bring a report for correct size for solar system future use. I talked to the General Manager about a little bit about what that reports is about, just to mention if they're looking into it. If you need additional information, happy to help. It's basically how many solar panels are you allowed to put on your property based on your previous use. So I think they're working on something perhaps not similar, but I'd like to get a report on that. Also, it could be just a letter sent to us or a report at home, or if you want to make it a report to council. We've been hearing a lot about our entertainment companies and like Warner, Nickelodeon, how many people are being laid off, what issues basically is going on with them, maybe to get an update if we have an idea to who's doing what and what's happening in the media industry, to get a better understanding. So when they come to the podium, we at least know what's going on. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Not a new agenda item, but I wanted to ask the city clerk. 2 years ago, I agendized a topic on publicly financed elections, changing the indigent candidate requirement and then doing matching funds. Is that moving forward at all? Or
If you recall, Councilmember, we met in my office and we prepared a memo. And that was, at that time, you agreed that the cost was so prohibitive that you didn't want to keep pursuing it.
Sure. Oh, I see. So we refrained from bringing that back to council. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Okay. Thank you, colleagues, for another early night. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, August 27th, 2024, which is my birthday, by the way. I'll be with all of you on the day. So no more jokes over there, you guys, Mr. Hess, Mr. McDougall. It will be a joint meeting of the council in the council chamber at 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor, Burbank. Thank you, stay classy, and good night.